I was just shut we just trying to catch my mind right now. We were doing a live somebody else's channel on Meek Meek, and like out of nowhere my whole page just everything froze. I can hear everybody, but everything froze. So usually it shows none most of the time. What day is this? So this is going to be very slow. I'm just going really slow. I'm just looking for some information here to begin with. Just going to wait for a few people to show up. Let's see what's going on. Play a little bit of tunes. Let's do this over here. Let's see what came out of this last song.
Einstein wired to the cosmic gold. In that dream where the rivers flow. Going trip through nature's frame. Hallucinations carve his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never.
I gotta play this again. I gotta find out where it was. Just going to pick this song up again. Where did this song go?
Einstein wired through the cosmic gold. In that dream where the rivers flow. Going trip through nature's frame. Hallucinations carve his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz pulsing through sacred lines. Ram of the soul, hard drive of time. Standing in the deacon Zodiac mind. Name the planet, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data flows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young's archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal bloom. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Einstein wired to the cosmic code. Young not dreams where the rivers flowed. Darwin tripped through nature's frame. Hallucinations carved his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz pulsing through sacred lines. Realm of the soul, hard drive of time. Spinning in the deacon Zodiac mind. Name the planets, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young's archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal bloom. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young's archetypes, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The cosmos codes where the circuit flies. Einstein born, they remembered the deacon Zodiac mind. Always online. The song fuses the mystical with the digital, blending the flow of consciousness with the mechanics of technology. It's designed to feel like a trip through both inner space in cyberspace. Learn hallucinogen psychology, evolution, and the universe's data streams are all part of the same system. This isn't a download, it's an upload from the roots through the spine to the cloud of the divine. Ping, ping, fingers. It's always been online. DNA strands like fiber optic light. Chromosomes coded in cosmic bytes. Read the modem, mind the screen. Visions pixelate in a lucid dream. Real starts real.
I never know where I'm going to start. I never know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do it. You're here, you're here. I've got to cover up the amount of people that are here because that's my number one go backwards things is for always looking at who's here, right? The number of people. Wow, that's really crazy. 11 shrooms come in, and I had just played the song about shrooms, so that is too ironic. So the basis of 11 is when it's 2 and 9, 11. Then it becomes 3 and 8, 11. Then it becomes 4 and 7, 11. And then it is 6 and 5, 11. On the dice cube, there is a 7 and 4. On the dice cube, there is a 7 and 4, 11. Just give me 1 second. The 7 and 4, 11 is when you see the 5 and the 2 dot equaling to 7, you have the 4 and the 7 equaling to 11. Now, when you have the 5 and 6 dot, when you have the 5 and the 6, okay, equals to 11, you have the 4 and 3 equals to 7. There are 2 of these on the cube. There are 2 of these on the cube. The other one shows up on the, let's see, the 3 and the 4. So this is the dot, and this is the dot, 5 and the 6. This is the dot. So let me go ahead. Just give me a second. No, this was the 6 and 5 dot is the 4 and 3 void. And then when you have the 3 and 4 dot, right, you're going to have the 6 and 3 void. When you have the 4 and 5 dot, you will have the 5 and 4 equals the void. Where's the 3 and 4? So this one is your 3 and 4. So when you had your 3 and 4 dot the first time, you have a 6 and you have a 3 void. When you have the, where is it again? Where's the 3 void? I didn't put it down. That's why I'm mixed up. When you have the 3 and 4 void, you have the 6 and 5 dots. You have 3 and 4 dots. Okay, I don't know why it's going like, wow. Okay, 9, 9. This is my 6 and 3, 9, and this is the 7. This is the 7, this is the 9, this is the 7, this is the 11. Okay, I'm not matching up with something in my own head for some reason. I have to look at this again. The 4 and the 3 dot is the 5 and the 6, okay, void. When you have the 3 and the 4 void, you have the 6 and the 5 dot. Okay, I don't know why it gets a little confusing. You have the 3 and the 4 dot. So that's going to be a 5 and a 6 void. You have the 3 and the 4 dot, the 5 and the 6 void, right? Now you're going to have the 5 and the 6 dot. 5 and the 6 dot. You have the 3 and the 4 void. The difference between this one and this one is this is a polar. This is a polar one. The 3 and 4 dot, they're opposite 7s. These two are next to each other. I don't know how they work together, but they're next to each other. It just so happens that the 6 and 3 will be the male, the 4 and 5 will be the female. The 6 and 3 will be the male, the 4 and 5 will be the female. It's too ironic. It'll also say the word love. When I was working with these before, right, bringing on the number 11 for the 88 constellations, we have 9 and 2 and 2 and 9. We have 8 and 3 and 3 and 8. We have 7 and 4 and 4 and 7. We have 5 and 6. We have 6 and 5. Well, is it the same 2 and 9? Well, if I had 2 piles of 9 or 9 piles of 2, are they the same? I guess not. I guess not. How is everybody today? How is everybody today? I'm going to try and keep up with the messages. I just came off another live and somehow my whole screen shut down, and then eventually they shut down. I have to stay in the realm of numbers. I can't go too far out of the numbers. Let me see this over here. Hey, John Balls. AI is so crazy with making songs. I made a few with a minimal prompts and it elaborates perfectly. Absolutely. I told it, you just tell it where to go. And guess what? Things that were hidden before become unscrambled through them, because the message is the message. You don't know what was lost in the system. You can't stop them from going out. They gave it the free will. They blocked a few things in it, right? But sometimes they say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My skin looks good in this. I don't know if they make me look better than I do. Right? I looked at myself in the mirror and I didn't like what I look like. Here's something I wanted to work on. I'm a little bit all over the place all the time. Here's a candy. I usually take this candy, I put it in my mouth because I just want to find a chord. Whoop. You know what? You can make songs for everything you have. Hello, you. How are you? Yes. On Mashtag. I don't know anybody's names. I look at the first 3 letters. I can't pronounce the rest, so I don't say it. So I'm going to the kitchen, going to get something. If you have something you want to talk about. I also wanted to talk about something like that. It's been a long time since I saw it. It's these beads. This one is with C, with Z, and this one is with C. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. 26, 26, 26. After that, you need a train coupling. 26, 26, 26. You need another train coupling with all of these. We're never going to put more than 3 beads in a row. We're never going to put more than 3 beads in a row, right? But there's going to be many rows because the first B is going to be number 1. The second B, I'm just following the instructions right here, the instructions. Second B is going to be number 3. Third B is going to be number 5. What it means is when you have the 5, I'll put my pull up this way, right? The thing is about this, my question is, since there's no other holes, am I supposed to weave it in here and then pull it out here? And if I did that, all my bees would be looking like that. They'd all be going on this angle. That would be the traveling point, because I'd have to put it right in here and travel this way. And if you're doing that, the heavy side goes down. So you're plowing on through. It also represents the 5. 5, 5, 5. Why? See this? There's 3 cuts in it. Each one becomes a cut, a puck, a puck, a puck. Every puck, okay, is going to have a face on it. This really should be split up as pucks and not like this, right? Each row is a puck. And I'm thinking now that I should be splitting them all in half, but I'm not getting into that. I have to calculate, so I'm not doing that. Anyways, it'll be 5, 5, 5 when you cut them in half. This will also turn the reality into Saturn square. Saturn square, they shifted the 9 took on the 2 position. The 2 took on the 3 position. The 1 took on the 8 position. The 5 stood in the 5 position. The 7 went into the 6 position. The 6 went into the 9 position. The 4 went into the 1 position. The 1 went into the 8 position. And this is the bottom of the rows, right? This is the bottom of the rows. What do I mean by the bottom of the row? Because the first house is also going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one's going to go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. This one's going to go 3, 6, 9, 12. It's all over. It's over at 12. Your first cycle over here is at 12. Your first cycle ends over here at 10, but I have to count 10 numbers. Here I only counted 4 numbers. So I have 2.5 cycles that fit into here, 2.5 cycles that fit into here. What that means is, I'm going to just show you. Let's do a higher number. So what I needed to do to get to 4, none of these add up to 4. I had to go 9 and then 10 to start over again. The reason for 9, the reason at 10, you start over. The same thing doesn't happen over here. Look, started over once, started over twice, 3 times. 3 to 1. By the time I got to the 10th one, I did 3 of these. By the time I get to the 10th one, I only did 1 of these. This calculator is set up the same way. The bottom house is 10. The top house is 30. It's a 3 to 1. The connecting house, ABC equals to 6. D equals to 10. So now what we do in this, we can connect the calculator 1 and 9, 10, 3 and 7, 10, 4 and 6, 10, 8 and 2, 10. All I needed was 1, 2, 3, 4 to equal to 10. The lower world average over here between this and this is all 3.5. When they meet over here, they meet at 3.5. When they meet over here between 6 and 7, 9 and 4, 8 and 5, they meet at 7.5, 7.5 and 3.5. Remember those numbers. And I just want to see what I was meeting. I was meeting a 9, 4, 8, 5, 7, 6, 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4. Now let me explain what I do on this channel for those who haven't been here before, for those who have been here before. I'm all over the place. Unless you ask me the question, I'll go right into answering, giving my utmost to fulfill that question, right? But when I'm on my own, I'm like all over the place. There's a lot of new things. I learn every single day something new. Never really sure which way to share it. What are they? They're equations. Does this have anything to do with the outside world? Well, whatever you take outside, it has something to do with what you do with it. What I do is I go to the outside world and I do some searching. all the books and all the authors ever written from anything in history, okay, that made a difference, okay, in this world. And some of the things that made a difference in this world that we can all agree on is the word yes and no, happy and sad, all these opposites of words. We can look at the word sky. We know the 26 letters in the alphabet. So things we can agree with. Then there's mathematical equations that are already existing on this planet. And if they're not existing and there's an algorithm to it, then why aren't they existing would be the question. Usually I find the algorithm setting up, whether it's in the sun or the moon or the stars or somebody mentioned the other day about how long it takes for Mercury to go around the sun and Venus and all these planets. And then I just mapped out where they're located on the diagram over here. So I'm usually all over the place before I find myself what I'm doing. The piece I did in here is I wanted to start out with the 88 constellations. And how can you count to 88 constellations? How do you start at 11? How do we do it? The only way to start at 11 is 2 and 9, 11, 8 and 3, 11, 7 and 4, 11, 5 and 6, 11. And then to note, the only 11 you have in your base creation is you need to start with 1 between 2 to start with, right? Well, we have 1 between 2, we start with 11. That's the base creation. Although this is 3, we end up over here. We end up in what I call, this is where black and yellow come in. Isn't that where the bee house goes buzzing? I don't know where I put yes. The word, the 4 houses of Venus, 4 times 20 equals to 80, but in French, they call it the cat's house. Or let me shorten it up, 80. 80 in French to English equals to 420. 4 times 20 is 80. 4 plus 20 equals to 24 equals to 104. Something that just went up 104 floors. Something that came down 110 floors, right? There's 70 left on the protractor. And then the second building was 47 floors, and there's 133 left over on the protractor, or 313, equating to a Wednesday. The reason for that is when you see 4 and 3 on a dice, how do you do that to the days of the week? I can do 6 in 1 day. I can do 5 in 2 days. I can also say the hump day, right? The hump day, which is the camel. Now we want to know if it's the mistletoe or the camel toe. We also know that a hump, okay, is what stores water. Water is also memory. Let's call it mem. Mem is a Hebrew letter. I don't know which where it is right now. But in the word, it's 135, right? You remember I said when we spin these on 135. We spin them on 135, then we spin it on 153, and then we spin it at 351, then we spin it at 315, then we spin it at 513, and then we spin it at 531. This 531, this number 5 is going to reach to Jacob's ladder. It's going to reach to Ishmael. It's going to reach to the numbers of Abraham. It's going to reach to the cycles of the moon and the 313131 cycle that on the 5th year, okay, we start over that new cycle. 31, 13, 31 equals to 57, 13, and 31, and 13 equals to 57. The other one was 75. Sorry about that. Okay, now I'm all over because all you do is write these. This is the way I learned. This is the way I taught myself. This is the way I taught myself to tell this story. So I learned a story today, and you start telling someone a story, and all of a sudden, wow, where did everybody go? Because they can't follow the story. I hate it myself. Yeah, the it's funny you said that we still have the same water from the beginning, right? And the water from the beginning, I'm just going to refer to this as the mother, right? I have to refer to this as the mother, right? And then I'm thinking of the vinegar and the mother. So what I did right now is we end up with 1111. 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 And then you end up with 22. 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 And it all began and it all created with 11. 11 and all your 22s for all your constellations. Each one of these created 11 on its own. Your 420 equals to 104. The new tower they just put up, 104. 27, 26, 26, 26, 26, 104. Communication, 10-4, communication, where they have the communication right here. Elon Musk. Jacob at the heart of the ladder. Ishmael. The next move from this is Ishmael. 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 equals 7 and 6. 7 and 6 is going to be Earth and Mars. 7 and 6 is going to be Virgo and Libra. We're also going to pick on the snake and the horse. The math from 7 and 6 equals to 13. We're back to Jacob. And then the 7 times 6 is 42. The total is 55. You get Sky Pass. I guess it must be Jacob's ladder. Earth and Mars together, their total count and their negative count is 0, 1, and 103. Or how about JC, number 13, right? I just mentioned number 13, they're 103. JC, Jesus Christ, is also that same number. 0, 1, it's a split in the sky. Why is it a split? 51 away from 52 is 1. 51 and 52 is 103. 103 is for the month of September. September is noted to be the mother. September is 103, but the word sept being in the 9th month, 79 is for the mother. That brings the gateway and the birth, 7 and 9. There is only 9 to a face. These are the faces. There are 9 to a face. You can never have more than 7. Never more than 7. There are 2 that are not there. The 2 that are not there, either you're awake or you're asleep. This or this. These 2 are always missing on every single side. But on every single side, when you drill the holes through this, you will have 5 and 4 void. You have 5 and 4 void, dot. Then you will have 5 and 4 void. And then you will have 5 and 4 void. And then you will have 5 and 4 void. And then you will have 6 and 1 void. And then you will have, sorry, did I just say that? 6 and 2 void. And then you're going to have 6 and 2 void. The reverse, the extension of this, okay, is 1 through 6. But that's going to be 21. But that's not the way it works. The rule to this is you can go as high as 5. The goalie's in the net. There's only 5 of us in the front. It's 1 and 5, right? Even when you play baseball, there's 9 men on the field, but one who's holding the ball, he's pitching it, and the other one is catching it. So that's the beginning. The same thing in football. You have 11 players, right? And then you have the quarterback, right? And then you have the ball. You have the ball, right? Or the ball keeper, whatever you want. I'm not sure what to call it. The center, right? You want to call it the center? Even when you play hockey, but we'll get back to baseball, we have the 9 players. And you have the pitcher and the catcher. I wonder if it's a dog catcher, or does it have a funnel at the bottom that's catching everything, or just a, so that would be the pitcher and then the dog catcher. I wonder if it was a watering pitcher or not. Oh, we had the center. That's what it was. We had the center. So if you have the center taking the face off, and that would be 6 players. And then you would have the goalie. And then we're going to count the center, because the center, right, is occupied. Center is occupied at the face-off. So let's call it the face-off man or person. Like, who takes the face-off at the center? Who takes the face-off on the side? How do all these things work? It seems like all 5 of the hockey players are like, right? The minute they go to set up, and then they all spread out on the ice. So they set up in one part of the ice, and then they set up over here. And the different places that the hockey players set up, I can't leave that out of my thinking. So now we have baseball and we have football. So one is by the inning, the other is by the quarter. Baseball has no time limit, so there's no time limit with the 9, but they have a time limit, and they also have timeouts. Time limit and timeout. You know why I think not some of my lives, but a lot of videos that I get onto get cut off. Every time I get onto one, they let me talk, and all of a sudden I'll be talking, and then it just ends, or I'll get frozen. I think one of it is that if they can't follow a singular, what do you call it? The singular algorithm. Sometimes it might misunderstand voice. It might see things, maybe misunderstand voice. Things get convoluted between the conversation, and the machine finds that it can no longer handle it. So the easiest thing to do is to shut it down, right? Because it has to stay up there as long as possible. In the game I'm playing, right? In this game I'm playing, I sort of mix it up that if you interfere too much in the game, then there's going to be a rescue unit that's going to come in and shut down the machine in the game from doing too many things that are wrong. It's just they notice there was something wrong in the game, and they send something in to make those corrections. And then every time a correction is made, it costs time, and time is money towards the against the machine, because we're playing against the machine in this game, right? Can't tell you the rules. Full rules and regulations can be found in set of dice, calculator, line paper, baseball, football, hockey, darts, and all the president's men. Like today, in one of my new pieces is the presidents, right? We all know the president, right? I mean, all of them. We know all of them, right? Because, first of all, very weird that they were all men, right? Just really, really weird. So there were 2 of them, right? And then there was 1 of them. So what do you mean there was 2 or there was 1? When it was 2, I like to call it Mars. When there's 1, I want to call it Earth. And just to let you know, this is in the game. This is in game mode. Mushroom, shroom. Yeah, so I'm going to take just a 2-minute break here. I'm going to come back in a minute. I'm going to go warm up my tea. I do this like 25 times during my life. I have to reset. Sometimes I forget a lot. Can it be an excuse? I don't know. I come here really and truthfully. When I began coming out and doing lives over the past 10 years, I was really doing it really for myself. I knew that some of the times, if I don't share now, if somebody doesn't get involved now, I might lose that information. I wasn't putting the books in my closet because around the world, no one's coming to my closet to get that one book, and we ain't printing anything up. And if I talk to myself enough, why can't I talk to myself while others are watching? It's like all of you are tuned in. I don't see anybody here. There's nobody here. It's just me. I'm talking out to the world, telling you my recipes, right? I'm actually talking to myself all around the world. Whoever's on here, just talking to myself. So others have now got involved. There's others involved. When I'm saying talking to myself is if there's something that somebody can pick up and use it for their benefit, that's fantastic. I don't know who can use what. Why would anybody buy the book that I haven't even or will ever really finish? So just throw out the pieces and parts in the books as it goes along. And maybe at the end, when it happens that I get to put that all my algorithms right inside a program, then we can all see it and share it at home and do what we want and see what all the words, what the alphabet has been saying to us through games over the last 7,500 years. And in fact, what I'm saying through games is since we had television, but all these words that we speak, goes back over time. I mean, even when you go to the red heifer, I just learned today something about the red heifer. Somebody said, do something on the red heifer. And like, what do I know about the red heifer? And then I looked at the first three letters and the last three letters, right? And the last three letters said iron and aleph bet, aleph bet, gimel, dalet, hey. I said, hey, heifer, hey, heifer. That's number 5. Hey, heifer, 5 iron. So now I got my 5 iron out for golf. And that's what the red heifer told me. I'm just fooling around. And then when it said slaughter, maybe I thought about slotted. And when I thought about slotted, I thought about dots, and slaughter can also go with daughter. And in daughter, you have a D taking up one half. Abraham's daughter, not in slaughter, was the spirit connect of the one angle, right? It could have been laughter in slaughter. I don't know who misread or read and how they transmitted, or maybe it was supposed to be done this way so we can leave out the blemish. We don't want a blemish. If you have a blemish, you're going to have a spot. If you have a spot, you have a dot. So it was slotted. So it was slotted. It means it was like in the mailbox. So we had lines and we didn't have dots. So right away we were talking about the red iron heifer of earth. So we're going to have to go to a slot. So the slot machine, right? And we know people have said for many years it's the 7th heaven. That 7th heaven, that slot machine. In this game, all my robots get one of these inside of them. In fact, they might get 3 of these inside of them, right? I'm not sure how it works, or 4. I'd have to figure that out, but that's for another time. These beads have a hole in it. When you set these up in the game, just want to see where my numbers are with this. One 3 5 1 5 3 3 5 1 3 1 5 5 1 3 5 3 1. Look at that. There's only 6. Every binary keeps showing me 6. The only time we can get I find a 7th day a week, right? The only time you can get a 7 day a week is when you're running by 13s. The only time you get the heart of the 7th day. So that means when I set this B up, right, I'm going to put it on number 3. Now there's 2 sides, right? There's 2 sides. There's this side of 3 and there's this side of 3. See the Y? So now I got the 3 this way and now it's on the 4 side. So there's 2 sides of this. So now when I run it this way, or am I running it this way? So there's a whole bunch of ways that we can flip these over, and we have to run it. We run it in packets of 2. Sorry, in packets of 3, and then 1. Every time you turn a corner, right, one of them disappears. So you're always going to have one. It's just like in your car. You can always see 3 areas of the tire, except you can't see the tire that's on the ground. So I'm running this the same method. Wow, there's 76 messages. Let me take a look. Then we'll take a 2-minute break over here. I see somebody wants to join. You have to give me a little bit of time. Meek, what happened? Can you answer me what happened? How did everything disappear? Right? How did everything disappear? I mean, I got totally frozen there. You know, I got absolutely totally frozen. Just give me a minute before I have about 5 or 10 minutes maybe. I'm going to make a tea. I'm going to put on this other song. I got a bunch of them. I'm only going to put on what's pertinent. You know what happened? I have to go to the restroom to meet the Lord, because that's where I'm king. And I'm going to take out that scroll, and I'm going to get my 1 standing and my 2 sitting. I'm going to shoot it from beyond the ark. Right? So this one is going to be about the 7th day. Whoa, that's not what I want. This is going to be about the 7th day, right? Let me see if this is it. Couple of minute break. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the 7th, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be light. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. Restore points echo Eden, a garden full repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel's sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing. Resting says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign. And on the 7th day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins day 2. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. The 7th day has ended, now it's time to press play. This version blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily. Restoration blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily. There you go. Okay, stop. Let's see if I can keep this in order. Usually when I work with you know, with others asking me questions, but I just want to get this piece out. So DNA, NDA, non-disclosure agreement, right? The NDA, the AND in French, I don't know how to say it in Spanish, but it becomes ET. ET, okay? ET is also and. ET equals to 54 and equals to 81. The ET is in the BC where we get the IR. I'm going to explain that to you. Just 1 second. The IR is 2 letters. It's the basics of all creation where A and B meet. A and B is what is 1 and 2 equaling to 3, right? A and B equals to 3. Just give me a second. Where's my script? Okay. I didn't like the way I wrote that. 3 times 6 equals to 18. 3 plus 6 equals to 9, and 18 equals to 27, minus 9 equals 0, 9. So they become 1/3 of each other. 3 times 6 is 18. 3 plus 6 equals to 9. I now created the star math. The star math is one of the most precise things I've ever seen. I mean, that I can believe. I mean, anybody can do anything. But when you find out that these dice cube, that this will equal to 6 and this will equal to 6. 4 times 4 equals to 16. 4 plus 4 equals to 8. 16 and 8 equals to 24. 16 minus 8 equals to 0, 8. So now, remember before my last equation, I had 24, right? I had 27 and 9. This one is 8 and 24. They both become 1/3. But the ironic thing is 3 times 3 equals to 9. 3 plus 3 equals to 6. 6 and 9 equals to 15. 9 minus 6 equals to 0, 3. Now, I get like this when I see an anomaly. The 3 and the 15, okay, they're 5 apart. The heart of all the numbers is in the 5 position. Everything splits in the 5 position. And when you go 3 times 3, right? 3 plus 3 is 9 and 6. 9 and 6, 15. 9 minus 6, 3. You end up with the 3, 1, 5. We just spoke about the 3, 1, 5 is what rolls these cubes. I have to go slow. There's too much information here. Someone could be laughing, what information? The cycles, the continuous cycles, things that keep repeating, algorithms. It might not mean a lot right now, but if you're here 20 years, like if you walked into any business and you looked around, you might get confused. But the person there can take you all the way through the maze. And you're going, how do I get through this maze? Oh, don't worry, we'll get through it. And you just walk right through the maze and the person goes, which way did I go? You know, all the trees look the same. You know, and the light that's shining in, you can't figure out where the doorways are. $7,200 plus days doing this. 7,200 days I'm doing this. $315 is ACE. 315 is the sun. The ace divides itself up. Here's the ace. A platform here, a platform here, and a platform here. On the top, we'll call it this is what we'll call it. Now, I put nothing in between the center, but in bowling, there is something in the center. In the center, the same place where the ST is going to be another pin. Will I do it in this situation, or will I just be frank and keep it easy? Because I haven't really worked on that, right? I haven't worked on that. This is where the next pin goes in bowling, over here. You have 1, then you have 2, and when you create 2, you have an empty spot that fills in. So in that case, you might want to be able to separate your pins this way. When you count that way, when you count this way, 1, right? You count the first one, then you count these 2 on this angle, you count these 3 on this angle, you count these 4. Why? Because it's equal. Otherwise, you'll count 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you want to make that equal, right? If you want to make that equal, what you're going to do, see the way I encompass this one over here? Now, which way are we going to set this up when you go bowling? Which way do you do it? There's a few ways to do it. I'm just going to back up my book. And I'm like a little bit off where I started from, not happy about that. The ace can be split in half this way, equaling a right angle and a left angle. When you count this way in half, like this, and when you split it in half, you're cutting each one of these boxes in half, meaning the second rib or the second area, you create a half-life. You need 1 and 2 and 1 in order to create an area, where the next dot, the end of one area, you start the next one. When you count this way, you have 1 line equaling to 2 dots, then you have 3 lines equaling to 4 dots, and then you have 5 lines equaling to 6 dots. Here you have 1 dot, 3 dots, going by 2, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. I'm not connecting anything over here. But if I was connecting here, what was 2 and 1? I can't put anything here. I can't put it in the center. There's no marking. So I'm only allowed to mark on a line or in a, right, or in a corner. So I start off in the corner, and then all of a sudden I got 3 dots on the second line. I don't have anything like this here. So these are the 3 different ways I find that I can draw designs. This one will be 1, 3, 5, 7. See where the 7 matches up? This one I can call the Mars. This is the Mars. This is the Earth. This is where the sigils will take place. Why? Because I didn't break up any of the places over here. You see that? Here I made a separation. If I continue this, it'll create an X in this area here. I create an X. This is a V. This is going to create an X because it's going to X marks the spot in the heart of this singular area. These are different ways to go around the 5 position. When we go around the 5 position, it's going to be omega, 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 and omega. Just give me a minute. There's never anything on the agenda. It's always new. So if I bring anybody up now, there's a lot of stuff I won't be able to get through. So just hang on just another couple of minutes. I just want to throw out a few more things. Maybe I'll just start with the heifer. Like, I know nothing about this, right? I know nothing about this heifer. Just somebody said it. So the sun and the ace, the sun is a divided sun. So the heifer came in. Where's the heifer? Where's that word heifer? I don't know why I mentioned it. So in Hebrew, they say Yod. Yod Aleph, Yod Bet. I never hear him say Yod Vet. But I do know that when you get away from the marine or the arm E or the navy, right? The navy. So we have a Navy SEAL, right? We have the Marine Corps, and then we have the Army something or other. So all these, they're related always back to Mars, right? All right, 1 through 19. 1 through 19. When you count 1 through 19, right, it equals to a total of 190. Very important. Once you get 1 to 19, you're on the other side. So you have 190 degrees, and now you have 170 degrees. Is going to equal to your 360 degrees, understanding that they gave us geometric shapes. And in this game I'm creating, I'm trying to learn for myself what I can do from what I was taught. Do from what I was taught. Something anybody like a little taught, you know. So remember, I'm creating like these little men in a game, and these men in the game is going to be based off of the alphabet, A, B, C, all the way to Z, and also the 360 degree alphabet. Now, is that 360 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit? So we're going to have to look at that. Were you driving 36 miles an hour? Was it 38 pounds? Was it 38 ounces, 38 grams? So I want to know all that goes with that number, right? But we do know that 36 is the basis of the creation, right? It's the halfway house. And I'm calling it the halfway house because of this. This is 720. 720 is a half day. Do you know it was also a half day today at 2:20 on Meek's Live? There's Meek, right? Meek the mouse, right? Picking up all the crumbs in the corners. Why don't we call that the Cookie Monster? So since we called it the monster, all right, we didn't call it the moonster, but we did call it the honeymooners, right? And so the honeymooners, things with honey have to do with bees. So you have the queen bee, right? Now the queen bee has her home, right? And then the queen bee has 3 more homes. She has 3 homes, but she has all of the home, right? So she has her home and all the other homes in the honeycomb. Does that mean the queen bee has 3 cubes, or each home is a cube? So there's a cube for each home of the bee. And then there's the bee's home itself, the queen bee's home. So would that make it to be 4 homes? Now, if you're talking about ohms, right, I have to think about electricity, and I don't know the number that goes with that. But since we're all RAM memory and RAM tough right now, and all the time that we stay together, someone will remind me that's why we're here. Eventually, the rest of the motor will start to speak. I won't be the only motor mouth out here. When we all see the same thing in the game, we're all going to fill the gaps within the game. I said honeymooners and monsters and cookie monsters. In Sesame Street, in French, it says the road of the souls. $720 is this. 1440, okay, equals to 1440 minutes in a day. So 360 degrees, right, is only half a day. Is that right? Sorry, 720 is half a day, 360 is a quarter of a day. So 1441, when you see those numbers, that's going to represent a quarter of a day. The house is from creation. What is created is 3 times 6 equals to 180. 3 times 6 is equal to 18. 3 plus 6 equals to 9. And that equals to 270. So the house, this is where I was in the last video, the house equates to 270, therefore making up for the understanding why these are all squeezed in, right? The Merkaba, according to the perfect house, they're all squeezed in at 90s, something like that, 390s, 270. So what is that square? So we're going to create something here. We're going to have 6 sides to a square, but it's going to be, what kind of square is it going to be? Is my question. Because then when it becomes 6 sides, it's 3 sides and 3 sides. What happens when they put the pillars on, right? I believe when they put the pillars on like this, what they do when they put the pillars on, let me see if I can do this. I just want to see if this is possible when they, if they put a pillar on. Do I have a knife here? I got this. Let me just see if I can do this. I don't want to make a mess right now, so I was just thinking they take this and they connect another one of these up over here, right? They interconnect them, and you need one of these over here, one of these over here, just 2, only 2 of them. See how square it is? Now you take this and you put another one here, and then you put another one here and another one here. You have 4 of these, 12. And then you need another one on the other side, 12. And then you have 4 that go around. Do you follow what I'm saying? This is going to go on one side, just this one. Then this one here, then this one here, then this one here. You're going to have 4 of them. And then you're going to have 4 on this side. That's going to be 8 of these. And then you have the 4 that turn in the center. So let me see if I did this right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, can I put here also? I'm trying to think, can I put it on this side also? I just put 4 around there, 4 around there. Can I do there? I don't know if I can do it. If I could do there, I'd go, let me see. That we would have to be going, I have to design that in my head. But I'm just going to do the 2 basic. I'm going to put a cube over here. We're going to have this cube sitting here. I'm going to box it all the way around. It'll be 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay? And then over here, it'll be the same thing. 3, 6, 9, 12. So you're going to have 4 and 4. And then over here, okay, will be the cube that fits in the center of it. That cube that fits in the center of it. Trying to see how it has to be done. So that'd be 12 and 24. I think that's where 28 comes in. And then we'd connect these together. I have to see how this design works out. I need to be able to encompass this with these and see, and then you have to put them in backwards to fill in all the gaps. So I'm not sure how many we can do. But in basic, you need 8. You need 8 of these. So you have 24. It's 32. 8 by 4 is 32. But once you hook it up, right, you're going to lose that area space. You lose that area space. Is it like that? Oh, no, you know what would happen? You can probably connect another one here. We'd put a bar and connect the 2 of them together. Anyways, I'm losing time. Hard to explain what it is. But I can see it. This 180 degrees, right? 180 degrees. Here's the 90. When you talk about land, animal, and man, they're showing this, meaning to the right. So they're showing you one angle going to the right. Red is Red is 5, 10, 14. Yes, that's very funny. 5, 5, 4 in gematria, but red is 9 in regular alphabet. And if you realign the alphabet, red is 47. It fits in the heart. Red is 47. Realigning the alphabet. Sorry, did I say that? It's 3 letters. Sorry, 3 letters. So red becomes 42. It becomes a gateway. So I mentioned these before, right? When you hook these up, there's 3 ways to hook these up, but there's many combinations of what's going to be up. See the way the K is up, but in this situation, it's this way. See these bees? And when the bees go, right, when these beads go, they travel like this. This is the same way that Saturn travels, like this. It doesn't travel like this. It travels like this. So when it moves, it's going to create a draft off of this, probably looking like a ring itself. So we got that out of the way right now. Let's see where I am. Yeah, I want to do the red heifer. So this is what it told me about the red heifer. It told me that Aleph, that we had Yod. Yes, we had Yod, Aleph. We had Yod, Beit. We had Yod, Gimel. We had Yod Gimel. We had Yod Dalet. But then all of a sudden, we went to Tet, Vav. And then we went ahead, we went to Tet, Zion. And then we went to Yod, Zion. So that is going to be, I'm just going to mark these off over here. I just want to mark something off. So they gave me A, B, G, D, right away. Between Gimel and Dalet, they're already telling you about God, okay? It's just crazy. It's telling you right away in the 3rd position, it's the dog and the cat, it's the Gimel and the Dalet. Right away. And then the Dalet, the Gimel is over here. Let me see. Aleph, Beit, this is Gimel, this is Dalet. I put it in the wrong spot. And then all of a sudden, they went Dalet, Vav. Now, Vav and Dalet, they're in the same house, number 22. Okay, one is on a lower house. It's 2 times 2 for the D, right? And then it's 2 times 9, okay, for the Vav, for the V letter. And the V is the 22nd letter. Sorry, I said that wrong. It's 11. It's 11. That's very interesting. 11 times 2 equals V, 22. So it's showing me the lower house of where B is coming out in D as 2 times 2. And the V for Vav, right, the 22nd letter, 2 and 2 is 2, is telling me it's 11 times 2 in order to get to that. So the V letter as 22, we'll be talking about 1111 within that letter. The reverse of the V is going to be the E letter. That's where the below begins. The lowest we get, A, B, C, D, right? Where the AD joined together with BC in order to get 55 in Freedom 55. The BC connect the AD, the 1 and the 4. The 2 and the 3 connect the 1 and the 4. I'm going to show you how that works. That's going to be a combination between Abraham and Isaac. The reason for that is Abraham is 44, half the constellations in the sky. And Isaac is number 33, being that our face and the day of our birth. So this is 1 and 4. They won't say Yod Hey. They don't say Yod Hey. So they reduce down to 9 and 6 and 9 and 7, 9, 6, 9, 7. Does anybody see this? If anybody knows about this? So they didn't have this. So then I had the heifer. The I and E is 5 and 9. Okay? The 5 and 9, when you're born, your birth is into the E world, the life, for example, into the heavens, right? I see this as the iron over here. So I put iron, I said red iron. And I was just playing with the word. And then I read blemish, which means dots, slot, which means line, slaughter into daughter. This over here is plural. It's connecting the upper world to the lower world. It's connecting one of the angles. Where does that angle show up? The feeder, 4, 5, and 6, connecting this one down to this one over here, 19. So I'm looking at the feeder right now, right? And you know when you say for rent? Well, the word looks like this. And Lu is a wolf. Trying to see where I was right here. So I'm looking at the H. The H is 8, referring to the 4 houses, right? You refer to the 4 houses, it's got to be red hot, right? It's in the 80s, it's communication. So it's red communication. So we come back down here. I'm just looking around to see what else. So we had ash and pure spring, like pure spring water, right? And they said spring, so they're talking about one season out of the 4 seasons. 4 seasons remain, maybe the main watering. The ash is also referring to the H, purifying the heavens in the H. The H is not made up of H, but the H, the 8th letter, is what goes all around. What goes all around the one area center. 8 goes around the one area center. But I can't fool myself because I already know that we can get an H when you have a 2 cubed, 2 by 2 by 2 equals to that 8. So I must still understand that. Also as well that I know with 9, if we play with 9, you're going to have 8 around 1. If you take out the 1, if you only have 8, you're going to have 8 on one side, 8 on the other side. And when they opened those Vatican doors to the Jubilee, that's exactly what they had. And in my monkey cards, they show me the same thing. They took away the moons inside of here. And otherwise, it's 6. With 6, they shove in 2 moons. But with 8, they don't. These are the animal cards. So they're showing you already the difference between the two. So what signs are these? This is the 3rd zodiac sign. There isn't a bear, but the bear is the game. The queen, the bear, the 2 and 6, right? The 2 and 6 between the gateway. The heavens, right? The heavens are already here. Your birth is already here. There's only 7 left. I'm trying to stay focused. So I also see the blemish. I then saw something to do with fin, something to do with sun and fin. I don't remember what the word was when they talked about the red heifer. They mentioned the cedar. They mentioned the cedar. Well, the C and E is Aquarius, and it's Aquarius and Pisces. The D, the radar, the cedar is the cedar trees. And that is when you count 1 through 18. It's a passageway. And again, when they burned and they create the ashes, they do the same thing when they burn notes, when they burn paper, right? So burning history, and those who are in charge that share the story, they're burning history. Don't forget the red heifer. Why red? Right? When the blood spills, why red? Also noted to be what's happening in the heavens. The pig is the sanglier. Okay? It represents sanglier, represents blood. The pig is 333. That is the way everything chops everything up and runs in a 369 cycle because of the pig. 1 plus 3 plus 7. Sorry, 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 3 is 7, plus 3 is 10, plus 3 is a cat. Plus 3 is 10, right? 10 would go back here, right? But not in the zodiac signs. Zodiac signs, I must run to 10. I must run to 11. I must run to 12. Why did it tell me to run to 10, 11, and 12? When I run to 10, 11, and 12, is that I used 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Double digit, double digit, double digit. I like to call this all part of Mars. 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. Ten, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. So let me, Pisces, I didn't write that properly. P-I-S, Pisces. I don't even know how to spell it, but it equals to 71. And then Capricorn, Aquarius is 97. Capricorn is 107.4, 20, 30, 47, 50, 60, 70, 83, 97. It's the other way around, 38. Aquarius is 107, and then Capricorn is 97. Pisces is 71. Okay, so let's start out with this. Okay, Capricorn is the 10th zodiac sign. Aquarius is the 11th. Pisces is the 12th. The 10 is 1 and 0 is 1. A. The 11 is 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, 1 and 2 is 3. The 12 is 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2, 5. It says ace. The 1, 3, and 5, the 3 pillars we run off of. C-A-P, the capstone, the Capricorn stone. Capstone, perhaps ending with Cancer. Cancer would be the next number in line, connecting the two worlds together at birth with Sagittarius. I reverted these because this is the 9. These two are going to refer to 4 and 9 and 2 and 12 and 14 and 19 and 7 and 17. This is the 4th and the 9th finger. Could be noted as the 2nd finger, could be noted as the 12th finger, and the 14th finger. Could be the 19th finger. If it's a 2nd finger, it could be the 7th finger. If it's a 4th finger, it can be the 17th finger. So the 2nd and the 4th finger equal this. The 1st finger with the thumb or without the thumb, okay, is going to be 1, and then it's going to be 6, and then it's going to be 10, and at the same time it's going to be 15, and it's going to be 20, and it's going to be 11, and it's going to be 16, and it's going to be is it going to be 25? No, it can't be 25. Did I get them all? Did I get them all? I got the 16. I got the 6. I didn't get, there's no 9, 18 over here, right? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing 1. The 17th? No. I got 1 and 6. I got 5, 10, 11. I got 16. I got 11, 15, and 16. Wow, I'm missing 1. It's not the 2. It's not the 3. It's not the 4. I'm missing the 5. Okay, and then the next one is 3, 8, 13, and 18. This is number 3, the Aether. So this would be the Aether over here. 3, 8, 13, and 18. Call this one the 13 sign we come into the game. Call it the 18 sign for Rubik's Cube, right? In Rubik's Cube, you have 18 that go along the grinder in Rubik's Cube. We have 18 that goes in the grinder in Rubik's Cube. We have 13 for the bar mitzvah. We have 13 waterworks and 13 for electric company. It's 13 away from go. When you use the first finger, the thumb, you have 1, 6, 1, 6, 2, 2, 2. Did I get that right? No, that's something wrong there. 1, 6, 6. Oh, right. I'm going to do this, this, this. We have 1, 6, 1, 6, 2, 2, 7, 5. Is that right? And then on the next one, we have 2, 4, 9, 3, 5. I'm going to put 10, 7, and 8. This is the rotation and combination, whatever code that's going to bring up. I'm going to try and do a binary code on this over here. 6, 2, 2, 7, 5. The middle finger is going to be 3, 8, 13. So I have 31, 41. You have 42. In this one over here, you have 17, 32, 42, 52, 63, 73, 79. You have 84. Work this one with the moons. You have 6, 15, 25, 27, 37, 41, 51, 60, 84. These two are both 84. This one is 42. 42, it works exactly. That's exactly 3 by 28, 4 by 21, equaling to 84, equaling to 84. There's 168 hours in a week. So 168 hours in a week, 16 hours to the day, and 8 hours allocated for the night. Is it that knight in shining armor? So back to the red heifer, and then I'll just open up. And I still wanted to talk about Humpty Dumpty. The hump is a water for memory. I think we spoke about this earlier. So let me get back to the heifer, and then... So we spoke about what was this. So I was building a capstone with the Capricorn, with this over here. This also is the sun. This is the capstone. This is also the word in the sun. It's a divided sun. It's inside this game, divided sun. So I put this together. You know what the total of this is? 33. Number 33. When you bring this one in here, what is this? When we connect this capstone over here, down over here, I need to bring in the 9 birth, and I need to bring in the Cancer, the 4th sign. So this is the 4th from the top. This is the 4th from the bottom. This would actually be the 1st and the 4th after bringing up the capstone. So let me just go back to see the heifer and see how that story jives. So the blemishes, and then it says yoked, not blemished or yoked or milked. So it doesn't, it's yoked or milked. And so that tells me 2 stories, you know, yoked and milked. One is a 4, one is a 3. So there has been no passage within, okay? They gave it to the priest again, the cedar, the scarlet, the thread, starting off with T and H inside a thread. I'm just trying to put the whole thing together. It almost sounds like nothing has been changed on the paper, and we have to burn the truth that nothing has gotten out anywhere. For all the blood that has been spilled, we have to get rid of everything. That's what it's telling me, right? Start over that 777. That's all I see in this. And it's going Yod Hey for the heifer. So it's going number 5. Number 5 is the hot iron. It's into the burning fire. So let's see who's here. And everybody dropped out who wanted to come up just when I'm about to invite them up. So I can't change anything with that. Sorry about that. And I usually don't send any messages out for somebody. I don't do that. So I don't know why I don't do that. I don't know who's here. Do you think they would prefer, you think people would prefer that I send out messages? So when I'm on and you want to send out messages, you can go right ahead and invite anybody that's on, friend everybody that's here. You know, I friended more people on this thing than I did in anything else because I think it's pertinent now. I'm going back to answer these 99 questions that's here. See, you're writing heifer, and they wrote heifer with an EI. 1423. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1423. Well, you know what? I don't know about the dice Earth. I never give anything a name. Calculator is the key dice. 2, 1. Yes, a single dice. So he's getting knowledge from the numbers of combinations. Yeah, the number combinations and the positions on these over here. I mean, they give it to you in skeleton mode. So if you see this, we also have to see this. So then if I see this, if this was traveling, it would have to travel like this. Then it would have to travel like this. Then it would have to travel like this. And then it would have to travel like this. So there's a few ways for this to be traveling, like this and like this. One over here is 3. The other one is 4. So each one will travel, what? Is that 4 ways? 4 ways, 6 numbers. Is that 24 different ways? But no, because when you do when you do this one, right, you automatically do this one over here. So this one gets to go up. When that one's not up, that one's up. So I think you only have to multiply it by 3. I think it's 12. I have lights. Do I have lights? I have a light right over here beside me. Hello, Teddy. How you doing? Hoi. Hugh Hefner. Yes, the light. Absolutely. Very good. I like that. There was another thing about the U. You know, the U is, and I don't know if it has anything to do with skipping rope, but when you go 1 over to 3, you go around the 2. If you go into the 2, you cut it in half. You are in between the 2. There's nothing in between the 2 but you. Nothing in between the 2 but you. Orphans and Peter Pan. Yes, very good. So there's a big equation also. The orphans were in Peter Pan, and now you add TB, right? TB could be Mother's Day is okay, but Valentine's Day, right, in 10 days from now, that's a no-no. That is almost like reflecting, almost a reflection of the birth. Not good, not in my numbers. The October 14th, right, in the 3rd month reverse is not the same as 2, but 2 and 3, they're always together, 2 and 3. So your February and your March is like your November and November, October is going to reflect the same thing as January, February. The birth, okay, is in October on the 4th. And then the Valentine is on the 14th of February. So in the lower house, right? In the lower house, they're both 3s, right? They're both 3s. This is the 4th, this is the 14th. Communication is within this month. Who are you communicating to here? You need to put 1 between 2 before anything begins. Creation of 3 is in this number over here. This is the 4th one. Communication on the 277th day. Do you know what the pig is? The pig is the reverse of the communication. It's 977. October 4th is 277 with 88 days remaining. 977. 977, that is what the word pig is. So this is where you create your first 1155. 9 and 2, 11. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. It looks like a double key. It's a communication around that time. right? November is the 11th month. So let me get down to, I'm almost finished all the numbers. 144,000 hertz. I'm going to look at that up, but it's 10 10 10. Yes, the connecting of this is a 10 10 10 system. And I did this in my last video. I'm wondering if Meek can upload that and send it over to me, and I'll put it out on my YouTube channel. It's not something we should shy away from. All right, this is the A, B, C. And then you have A, C, D. And then you have A, B, D. And then you have B, C, D. 30, 60, 90, 120. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. There's so many algorithms and just so much math. And when I come here, I'm not advancing myself, and I'm not taking this out on anybody. I'm just telling you how I think when I come on here, what goes through my head, that I have to catch up. I have 100 new algorithms that are like right out there. There's some algorithms right out there, and everything is, everybody can see this. It's not rocket science, right? You just have to notice it. That's all. These are all going to be patterns. Okay. And just give me a second to go through this. And then you do this with it. Just try and see what the pattern is trying to show you. And there's many 7, 8s, and 9s. There's many 1, 2, and 3s, but they're not on the same bricks. The only time you get to the same brick when you get 789. That's when you start all over again, when you get to 789. So let me go through the comments. I'm going to see if anybody's up here. The 10 and 2, somebody was talking about those and being the pillars. They're blue in the game of pool. It's the 2 and 1 or 2 and 1, right? The 12 equals to Valentine's, right? That's when I believe you connect your Capricorn headstone over to perhaps Taurus or 1 and 1 Pisces, if you want to look at it that way. This can actually be Capricorn and Pisces coming together. Right. So Meek said 45, 180, 360. But according to the tetrahedron, is that what this is? According to this, it doesn't start until 720. So in that case, your 720, you will have 45, and then you're going to have 45 times 1, and then you're going to have 90, right? And that'll be, let's say, times 2, right? 245s, and then you'll have 135. And that'll be 3 times 45. And then 4 times 45 is 180. And now if you have 8 times, right, 45, it equals to 360, right? And then if you have 16 times 45, it's going to equal to 720. Now, when we think like this, in this instance, while I'm thinking of what my next big equation is going to turn out to be, all of a sudden I have to think about the game of chess or checkers, because they have an 8 by 8 area space. So if I'm going to have 8 in a row, I'm only going to have one of the rows of the 8 rows of the chessboard. And since I came to my first 360, this is my bottom creation. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 equals to 18, and 9 equals to 27, or 270. The Mayans had a 260, I think, calendar, something to do with 260. So that's actually the alphabet, and then 10 to reconnect the alphabet, or the time period in between. So it would end up to be this over here. Imagine 6 sides and 6 sides coming together, and you don't imagine I could put 6 and 6 sides together, and it's not a cube, or it's a cube in its own, but it's an off-sided cube. I have to create the other one like this to see what it does. Here's your combination connection 10, 10, 10. 10 times 10 times 10 equals 1,030. It's basically where I live, but ABC connect, ACD connect, ABD connect, BCD connect, and all you're connecting is your ABCD, your capstone, your Sagittarius, combination, B, C, and D, your Libra, combination, Aries, combination, Taurus, combination, Cancer, 8, Scorpio, combination, Aries, combination, Gemini, combination, Cancer. Then ABC combination is right over here. So now what you have to do is you have to find the polarize of these combinations. So where you have ABC, you will now have I, H, and G. But not only will you have I, H, and G, your A, okay, we'll get the C, B, C. And this is going to be 1, 1, 1, 4, 4, 4. And then you're going to get to F, E, and D. And then you're going to get to, look who's at the gateway. Look who's at the gateway of ABC. Now, where in the world, where does this guy get these things from? That's why I do it in pieces and parts. What we're running here, our cycles we're running here, is this. 3 times 1, 3. 3 times 4, 12. 1 and 2, 3. 3 by 7, 21. 2 and 1, 3. A and B creates 3. This is the basics of the cycle. 7 months of 31 days, 4 months of 30 days, as I showed you the star, 7, and then you have the 1 month of Valentine's. Not Valentine's for us, I can tell you right now. Nothing to do with us. This is a Valentine's for Mars, thanking the phobias and the demons, the Phobos and Demas. Demas, die, dice. Phobias, you want to know where Phobos is? Phobos. The connecting key for the network. Inside every human being on this earth. The link. It doesn't last a lifetime. It doesn't last a lifetime. But you're so indoctrinated over the lifetime that you had no idea you had the link right inside of you. So we're going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to look at these questions over here. I'm going to continue on 128 focus 23.5. 23.5, you're going to have to come out and explain that. What you get at 23.5 is half of 47. 45 and 47 is 92. It's black and yellow. It could be a B, could be the soul. The yellow is going to represent the 1 and the 9 ball, right? You're still in the bottom 9. You're still in the house. Birth comes from in the bottom house. Once you get into the upper house, you have to pass your Pisces, okay? You have to pass your Pisces, which I believe would be the 12 ball, in which the 12 ball will now connect to the 4 ball. So we now have the 4 and the 12 ball here, the 4 and the 12 ball, equaling to 1608. That's where our day and night got divided. That's where 12 is 1 and 2 is 3. The 12 is the 12 and the 4. coming together. Now we have Pisces coming together with Cancer inside the game of pool. We don't have the 13. We have the 13 ball. We have the 14 ball. So if we have the 14 ball in pool, right, the 14 ball is going to hit to Virgo. The 15 ball is going to hit to Libra. We're going to have Libra on the 15th ball. The lower side to Libra on the 15th ball will connect right away to Virgo. Virgo and Leo will be connected when you get to the 15 ball. My cat just sent me 20 hearts. She was shaking her leg like this and hitting the window. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. She's a good girl. So let me see where else we are. Hello, honey. I just saw you. Hi. I'm going to let you in a minute if you're up there. I'm just going through these. I can go through. Yeah. If I let somebody in right now, right away. Okay, right away. Where are you? Right away. Now she's gone. Oh, she's gone. Well, I can't find anybody. I must be the only person out here that never sends out notices. You know, if you're somewhere else, you're somewhere else. Who's the loser? Me, you, everybody. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what happened to Honey. You know, they already threw me out of one video. So another thing I'm going to mention, and they're letting me put these up and they're printing them for me, right? So this hat, what it is when you take a square and you fold the corners over, this is what it looks like. Now the weave and woven under the chin is the coming between the 2 and the 4, right? The 4 houses split up into I call it the flux capacitor because it's split up into 3. Now that thing on the chin, right? CHIN, chin, CHIN. That is where your cube comes in and chops everything up. 11, 20, 34, right inside the house. If you take a look at the calculator, 951, everything goes down by 4. 3, 5, 7, everything goes up by 2. Cuts everything into diamonds. And 2 times 2, 2 plus 2, what's going to happen with that mathematically? 4 by 4 equals 16. 4 plus 4 equals to 8. 8 and 16 equals to 24. 8 minus 16 will equal to 8. H and X will come together. And then everything else that comes with H. H is not alone. H is 1 and 7. With H, 1 and 7, you get back to the Vatican doors. It's the word love, okay, is 12, 15, 22, and 5. They both equal to 27. The house of Bet is 27. It's the brown house. Brown 72. House 68. Money 72. Now, when you connect this house to the gateway, it's 9 by 8 equals to 72, and 9 plus 8 equals to 17. That's a rare feat when you bring these two together. That's where the 1 times 1 equals to 1 and 2 equals to 3. And this is where the 1 times 2 equals to 2 and 3, okay, equaling into 5. Now, where this comes from is earlier on in the day, somebody was talking about, what was the gentleman's name? Let me see what the gentleman's name was over here. I think it was Forbidden Ibis and the Moon. Very interesting gentleman, has a lot of great work. Very, very good with the numbers. His biggest upside is he can do it all. And He has all the formulas. Well, he has all the equipment with protractors and stuff, and being able to measure. He just beautiful job he's done. The thing now to jump into the protractor, and I shouldn't be jumping there, is that when you meet up at 110 on the protractor, you have 70 left over. When you meet up at 47 on the protractor, you have 133 left over. Where did I get this from? I got this from when the towers, you know, the towers that went down, right? Towers that went down. Look at these crazy numbers. 7 come 11, 7 come 11, 5 and 4. This is going to be the sun. 76 in the spirit of 76, bringing Virgo over to Libra, bringing the snake over to the horse, bringing Ishmael over here. This one over here, AD, analog digital. This is home. This is king. These are this one over here is where BC, the communication between the four houses. 10-4 is communication. These are the towers that went down. 7 come 11, 7 come 11. This was the second tower that went down. It was 11, 11, 11 on that day. On that day, when they came down, they were talking about this. They brought them down because we've been running, right? We've been running like this. These two towers, right? Right? These two towers connected right over here by the walkway. Connected by the walkway. They needed to pull that information out in the walkway where everybody crossed over between the two buildings. How many times did you travel between the two buildings? You remove these two and you put up one over here in the center. Or we can look at it this way. This one here and this one here. And here was the walkway. So which walkway was it? This one or this one? Or how were the buildings made? Did they go up 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9? Or did they go up 1, 4, 7? See, this way, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This way, it's 3, 3, 3. How was the building set up? What was the coordinates inside the building? Another thing is, this is the way it was built now. This is the way Saturn Square, the building that was rebuilt, right, is built this way. I designed it about 7 years ago. In 2015, I put up those two, calling it the ID, right? There's the D on one side. There's the D on the other side. The I splitting the eyes between two worlds. I just twisted it a little bit. In between, I said these two went down. All I have is for space for the two hemispheres was the one in the center. And this was going to be the New World Order between the two. So that's what I drew up there. This one over here, London Bridges. We have them standing guard by the bridge. This is you and the lunar moon trying to pass through the phobias and demons of the moon. It's all about I, right? There's always somebody listening on one ear, right? Going in one ear, coming out the other. London Bridge is falling down, right? Eternity, right over here. What is eternity? When it leaves the system. See the brackets over here between the 9 and the 0, the two hemispheres? You see, it's all of 9. It's not 9. It's 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5, 5 and 4. And it's all that makes, right? It's all that makes. It's all that's going to make up what is 5. What is 5? What is 9? So we made 9. So everybody comes out here. Let's see who's here right now. If anybody's on to bring up, we can also talk about what is 9. Well, it's 5 and it's 4. Okay, 42 and 60. Well, it's 6 and it's 3. Well, that's 52 and 56. Well, then maybe it's 8 and it's 1. Well, that's 34 and that's 49. Well, maybe it's 2, and 7. Well, that's going to be 58, and that's going to be 65. So now we have all our 9s, right? Well, wait a second. Is it a 1 and 4, or is it a 2 and 3? Is it a 2 and 2, or is it a 3 and 1? Is it a 1 and 5? Is it a 2 and 4? Is it a 3 and 3? Is it a 1 and 2? Is it a 9 and 3? Right? Sorry, a 9 and 4. Let me do this again. A 9 and 3. Is it an 8 and 4? Is it a 7 and 5? Is it a 6 and 6? Now, what did I do? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this. I'm not just going to talk. I'm going to show you this over here. How's everybody doing? And while I do this, let me look up the 88 constellations. Yes, we're going to do that. 1 God, 2 couple, 3 tangent, 4 remember, 5 listen. Left hand, 5 rules. Right hand, community laws, 5 red heifer. Moses is you. Moses is you. Miriam is a reflection of emotion. Joshua, the hero at the journey. Self, chakra, and the 7 C's. Huya, I'm shocked. I'm Valerie, sometimes veil since my dad excited this live, my BFF. Iron neutral conduit. Iron neutral conduit. I need you to explain that. Not now, but neutral. You know, you can use this for kind of piping system, right? And this one is going to do this, but you only need this, but you don't need this. What you need is this, and then what you need is this. Your 3 and 3 equals to what is 4, right? And then your 3 and 3 is going to equal to what is your 4. Right? They're not the same, right? This is the word 8 inside of this. Neutral, how about the spade? Right? Because if I get neutrality, I want to know if you got your dog and your cat spaded, right? And now I'm going to have to talk about Bob Barker. So now we're talking about Bob. We can talk about dog. We can talk about 262, in which is going to bring in your gateway. 1 through 18 equals to 171, where 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Where 44, or where Abraham has the 2 houses. Abraham is 44, right? The ham is your communication. The ham is your communication. So just give me a second. Yeah, so this is what I was saying. We came up to show you number 9, right? First, we started with 5, the 1 and 4, 5, the 2 and 3, 5. But we also didn't think of, or I didn't, what about the 9 and 5, 5, right? Or the 8 and 6, 5, or the 7 and 7, 5. And when we came to the 4, how come it wasn't a 4 and 9 equaling to 4, and the 5 and 8 equaling to 4, or the 7 and the 6 equaling to 4? And then when we came to 6, right? How come it wasn't the 9 and 6 equaling to 6? Why wasn't it the 8 and 7 equals to 6? Very huge number, 6, 7, 8, 9, as you can see. Where did we just do this alphabet? Yes, we just did the alphabet right here. 6, 7, 8, 9. The lower house is 4, 2, 3, 1. This is the upper house. There's a 3 to 1. There's a 3 to 1 difference between the upper house. 5 is not inside of it right here. 5 is not here. It's 10 and 5, right? It's Yod, Hey. You can't hide anything. I showed you this before. Where is this? Well, the reverse of A, the reverse of 1 is 9. 9. Reverse of 2 is 8. Reverse of 3 is 7. So where do I get this and this? What is this? I need 1 and 3 equaling to 4. I got a phone call, but I'm not answering right now. I got 1 and 3 equaling to 4. I got 2 and 2 equaling to 4. I got 3 and 3. Whoop, this is wrong. This is wrong. Equaling to 4. And then this, 6 and 1 equals to 7. Then I have 5 and 2 equaling to 7, and 4. Whoa. Oh, and 4 and 3 equaling to 7. And this is like the rules. This is the rules. It's right on here. So when I bring you up, if you want to ask me, direct me, photocopy, write it all out. Everybody, where are each our memories? This is this is a game. We're playing this game. This is a game. Everybody's going to get this for absolutely nothing. As long as we get the funds to put this out there, everybody's got it for nothing, right? And all we have to do is get it online, put it in a program, have it at home. You don't even have to have it at home. You can just put it in and input everything from your house. You don't have to go online. The only time you go online is when you set it online to update for certain things, right? So what is the 147? Well, the 147, okay, is, remember, you have the 3 worlds, right? And don't forget, 6 is not 6 alone. It's 1 and 5, 2 and 4, 3 and 3. And then there's a reverse, and then there's the void. Tell me if you don't see what I show you. So what this is the base of all your creation is by 147. That's where your rotator, okay, is. Let me see if I can just put it. Oh, we'll do it on here. I'll do the rough copy here. Like if we want to do anything in rotation, right? If you go back to the Mayans, and I'm going to take 2 minutes to go back to the Mayans, they have a grid stone like this, and they chop it off like this. And there's 7 numbers here. And then all the way around here is 13, now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And all the numbers they have. This is the numbers they have. Only this. This, okay, is like 22 divided by 7 is pi. But this is not the same thing. It's an individual number. Every number divided by 7 will equal to 1, 2, 4, 5, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, and 7. This is the binary code. This is the basic binary code. 5, 2, 8. Oh, and there's more than this. What you see here, every combination of the 3 that you run in a row can always be calculated to a divisible of 3. So this is going to be 1, 4, 7, 2, 8, 5, 4, 7, 1, 8, 5, 2, 7, 1, 4. I'm not going to do the next one. A, B, C, D, E, F. Everything ends on F. The next one puts me right back up over here. Now, when we're seeing different codes, right, that have longer numbers, the minute you get to the 4th number here, right, we need like a connection in between here. This is probably why we have the digital dots on our phone, right? The digital dots on our phone, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. We don't have 4 in a row. So everything stops on 6. And then we have 6, 6, 6. And then on this side, we have 9, 3, 6. And then we go here, 7 and 2, 9. 1 and 5, 6. 4 and 8, 12. 1 and 2, 3. And then we go here, 5 and 4, 9. And then 2 and 1, 3. And then 8 and 7, 15. 1 and 5, 6. When you run the 8 and 7, we're going back to the generator room. When you run this, we're down by the moon. We're down by our vibration. We're down in the gateway. Our vibration over here. The vibration on this angle, I don't know how they all work. In one house, in 2 houses, I'm connecting to the sun when this happens, 4 and 5. It's the female on this side, and then 5 and 1 over here. So this is what's running this code. These two are completely different. Why did I run 5 with 1? Is 5 with 4, 1 with 5? Okay, I'm just trying to see why I did this like this. Oh, right, I was connecting it. Usually you can also connect these together and these together. I haven't been doing it. It's taken up a lot of space. So if I do this, right, this will end up at 39. This is going to be 2 numbers. That's going to be for communication. Divide the 12 zodiacs into 2 parts. So if I divide it into, how do I divide up my zodiacs, right? There's 12, then there's 8, then there's 6, then there's 4, then there's 3, then there's 2, then there's 1. I can connect these 4 and these 4 and these 4 and these 4. And these are going to be in between vibrations between these numbers. Each row is different from each other. The first row was 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, right? That's the way they'll always run, even if it's another number occupying its space. This is just a calculation to use within the occupation of the space, right? This is the binary code, but it still stands that these are 3 in a row. Where can we find these? Right here. Where do I find these? Right here. And what happens in between? This row gets shoved in the center of it. I'm just turning around the camera a minute. Can't hold it anymore. So let me go through the 81. Yes, born in a manger, okay, can also be a salle à manger, which could mean a kitchen. When you say a true, okay, that can also be, I'm just trying to see if I can use it. A trow is like a V. Wolf jackal, yes, wolf jackal. Wolf is going to be the 2 moons of Mars. Jackal, okay, the AL, I like to put that into animal. AN, the 2 ends of the alphabet, the house of the bet, the house of the vet, and then all of a sudden we have the vet. The gold Goliath, absolutely, the gold Goliath, have the heavens in us. Melatonin, divide that by 4. If you divide the melatonin, then we should be dividing the sun as well. The tone is to divide 1 of all the connecting stars, right? The T in 1 is everything's connected. High Priest Jason, 174, the New Worlds. Yes, world in gold, 789. That's 72 times 7 is 504. It's the sun. Born within the sun, right? When you have the 54, it's the sun, but you have the 504, born within the sun. I like that. That is that 72 by 7? Yeah. Born into the house of bait at the 7th gate, 504. So you brought the birth, okay, inside the sun. Instead of it being the sun inside the creation, it's now the creation inside the sun. Yes, communication, Rain, very important to communication. Absolutely, it's the most important thing. Once we know it, there's no, you become so cold to everything once you know the truth. No, I don't really paint. I don't know. I just, when it happens, it happens. I have to be in the right mood. Everything has to be in the right place. If it's not, you have to just catch up to me. I don't know how percentage, hey, all words. I'm not really sure of that, but when you put the percentage in there, that's the number 5. When you do that in art, that is like, turn that percentage and put it this way. The whole world's turned on its angle once you're born. The percentage is also going to be the 6 and 9, which is also going to be the 5 and 1. The 5 and 1, the 1 and 7, 5 and 1, 1 and 7. Here, just let me just do this little design here. So we have the 1 and the 7, right? So when you put 1 and 7, what else can you ask for? Seriously. See, I see this like this. I never really saw it like this before, but in this equation, I'm going to write it down, is where 1 and 2 equals to 3. In order to complete everything, I have 6 more, right? So I'm going to go 3 times 6 equals to 18. 3 plus 6 equals to 0, 9. 9 and 18 equals to 27. That's the basis of the creation. That's the base, base, base. Then you run the corridor. See that? The corridor. Corridor. So that would be the 4 and the 5, okay, equals to 9, and the 4 times 5 equals to 20. Add 20 is 29, minus the 9 equals to 11. This is going to be where Jesus comes in right here. But you know what the funny thing about this is? This part over here, this part is visiting jail. You know what the other funny part is, right? When you start the game in Monopoly, you start from go. It's the first area, but the name on it, go, equals to 22. When you move 11, you go to visiting jail, right? And then you go to jail the other way. Waterworks, an electric company. Right? I'm not sure if the transistors are there. An electric company. 7587. Remember the Vatican doors on this company 11, right? And then when you're doing that, right, you right away have to go to this. Because the name of the company that first came up here is, let me see if I can get it. Was Sesame Street connected to the something and company? What was the name of the production studio? So it was a Sesame Workshop, right? It was a children's television workshop that did that. And there was one of the words in company. I don't remember what they used to say in it, but anyways, no big deal. Oh, Jim Henson. So we're going to have to remember Big Jim. J, I'm, and then we're going to put Henson. So it was the hen, son. It was the son of the hen. I am the son of the hen. Just think about that. So anyways, before I spoke, we were talking about love, and I'm jumping a bit all over the place for sure. Check out the word love, but we move one up a level. We move from odd to evens. We move up from evens to odds. They're each 27. The first one and the third one, your first crossing line and 3 crossing lines. So what this is the L reversed to O, the V reversed to E in the word love. You don't find many words like that. Not only that, 3, 6, 4, 5. That's amazing. Do you know why? It's because there's 2 3s on here. There's 2 6s on here. There's 2 4s on here. And there's 2 5s on here. 18, 30, you have 36. That's your basis of creation. You call really that making love. Your 36 creates your 27. Create your 18 and 9 equals to 27. That's where it brings you to brown money. You have the brown money. Now all you got left over, right, is 92.29. All you got left over is black. Where was that 29? Yellow and bees, 29.92. Black bring you into this world, not from the 9 world, but black tells me right away this is where we are. Tells me right here, shows it to me in the cube. The brown is reserved for number 27. I was talking about this a little bit earlier. I'm not sure where I am with what I'm speaking about. I hope I'm not losing anybody. I'm going to go back to the comments over here. Oh, I got to turn this around. Give me a second. Yeah, I used to have a little thing that I can send out notices to everybody, like these little cards. It says use it or lose it. So let me take a look at this. Yeah, it doesn't tell me if anybody's asking me any question. Let me see this. Yeah, so, okay, so let me see. Go down over here. See if we can run. So I did this earlier in a video. I want to see if there's anything else I can come out of here with. There's a few pieces and designs. Okay, I'm going to, oh, it's changing my whole screen around. Give me a second here. Yeah, everything is 3 to 1. You asked me if I paint. I don't know. You know what? I paint. I don't know. I paint. I guess I paint. If I can get into the vibe, I can paint. I can paint either by color, by name. I mean, by stuff like that. If you want. Otherwise, I just like go out on the limb. Row, row, row your boat. Well, first of all, if you row, row, row your boat, okay, the row will be the gold, Like OR, that's 33. That's your communication between the face, connecting all four sides. The R letter is means the RRR. Let me show you this piece. I like to look at the RRR maybe as this, right? You have the 18 and the 18. See, I have to put everything the way a kid would figure this out, right? I'm getting hungry. I'm going to come back and explain this. Take a look. I'll be back in a minute. Going to go boil up. I mean, we can sit here forever, you know? I have to, like, my best work, I think, I don't even like to say that. Sorry about that. I like when people ask me questions and I like to dive out and cast in and see what I can catch. That's what I like to do. So I'm going to do this. Here's something I haven't really worked with. This is Chaldean. You see the O and the Z that come together? Do you know how crazy that is, that a O and the Z and the F and the P come together? Do you see the 6, the U, V, and W that come together? Or the H and the E that comes together? I can't say all of these. I can explain most of them, why they are where they are, because it's in the game, right? This has nothing to do with life. This is in my game I'm playing. I don't know about the real world. We're in this game. I'm creating with the code in this game. I use the codex. I'm following the rules of the calculator, the alphabet, language rules, I before E, F, except after C. I'm using some mathematics, adding up square roots and stuff like that. I'm using games, weights and measures, Celsius and Fahrenheit. If I do something one way, I got to do it another way. Oh, I'm not cooking, but if you're cooking, I'll eat. I'm starved. I'm just gonna poke my face in the kitchen, right, and put on that hot water. Yeah, so I was speaking earlier about the crown, and I don't have the picture here, but when you fold in these corners, the hat that goes on Pharaoh, it just cuts the corner and it creates the first part of the octagon. The beard that runs down is the 2 and 4 crossing over here, in which we have the bunny rabbit teeth to make up for the 4 and 2. Divides the gate. 4 times 2, 4 plus 2, 6 and 8. Well, if love is the secret, then the secret of love is not to hurt yourself. That's the secret. Don't hurt yourself. But yet you make choices in life against yourself over and over and over, overindulging in anything, always wanting it to be your way. Well, everybody that surrounds you is you. You come into this world, you created the world all on yourself. How should you act towards others, right? Now the question is, well, they shouldn't eat, they should be vegan and they should be this, because we're ignorant and we have no idea what's going on. We're ignorant. You have no idea. If you knew, you wouldn't say a word upon the day of sacrifice, not one word, right? How about this? You can have my leftovers. You ever hear that before? You can have my leftovers. That's what the cow says. You can have my leftovers. Don't come and attack me. Tell me you're coming to get me, and I'll leave. I'll leave the house. I won't be here. By the time you start to eat my beef, I'll be gone. I'll be occupying another area of space, but I won't be occupying this ark. The flower that never speaks, the vegetable that never speaks but still grows. You never talk about those, do you? Because you don't know. How can you know something if you don't even know the question? And then when you know the question, how do you find the answer? And how do you know you know? You have to question yourself. And then what do you know? I'm just moving a few things around. So what this is when we go ahead and we use this, right? Just 1 second. I think I heard this thing buzz over here. This is the 180 degrees over here. This is the 90 degrees. We live on one area, 180 and 180. When you bring the picture in the back, this is one area, put it here. Here, put that here. Up here, put the big one all the way up here. Take the big one, you put it all the way up here, all the way around. Wider at the top than at the bottom. Then this whole picture turns over to the side, right? The cross goes into the center. Are you born onto the cross? This is where the cross is, but you're born over there. And there. And there. And there. Each place needs a way to move its memory, to move its breath into the central, let's call it the flux capacitor, where it turns back and it shares with each one of the houses, okay, for corrections inside of it. Whose house is it? Who did it? I did it. Did it all by myself. I made more of me. There were many, many, many more of me. Lots of me's. Everything right down onto the correctional box. But only one of us can have access to this box. And no one can ever stop me because it's only me. They're all of me. We all have the same objective, so that there can be many more of me, so I can learn. Everything gets put back into me, and it's just me. And while me is going on all the time, I'm just like you. All of who is me. I am, you are, we are all just one by the breath. This is what we have become. I will never go away, and neither will anybody else. You can only choose to leave. The door is open. So when you're creating a game, it's only you through this game. So this is what's going on this channel. It's only the game mode. Nobody can stop. Nobody can stop or hinder you from making choices on your own. Whether you can move forward with them after you speak the breath is something else. But on paper, you can do anything you want. So the amazing thing about this, right, is the center gets split in half. This is where the I splits in half. And then you have I, and then you have I, and you have T in the center. The T filtration between the sides, the 5, 5, 5, 5 of the connected crossing stars of 10. Where the bottom house, okay, the bottom house has 2 numbers. I just remembered what that number was. Wow, I'm happy I got back to that. The bottom house of 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The crossing is 3.5, and the average is 2.5. I'm happy I remembered that. I'm so happy. Now the upper house, sorry, it disappeared on me. Let me get this away. We're going to talk about this one a little bit later. This one here. Abraham, meet the house of Abraham. And this one over here, that's not, I don't know if that's the right one. I think that was the first one I did. I think I'm going to download that one again. Let me see if I can get that one. Okay, yeah, it's this one here. Let me just take this one here. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. No, not that one. Okay, this is the one. Print, copy, open, share. I don't know why I just did that. I had to copy it. Just give me a second here. I'm going to edit, print, open. Let's say copy. Just give me a second. I'm going to be there in a minute. Print, run, open, edit, move, cast. It didn't say copy. Where's copy? Okay, I found copy. I'm going to share it with myself for a second. I'm going to show you this piece. You know, I'm my #1 fan, and I share everything with myself. Yeah, I'm going to have to shut some stuff off in the background because, okay, I ended up getting this continue live. You're hosting a live from that device, or, yeah, I'm going to have to just give me a second. I have to get rid of the Greek thing here. Just let me empty out a few things. I have a few things open here that have to just. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this. I got rid of this. Get rid of this. I'm going to see. It says continue live. What is this? You're hosting live from the Dice video. Wait, you're on live now. Continue hosting live from that device or end the video before. I don't know what happened. Just give me a second. Okay. So anyways, yeah, I don't know what's going on. There's something on my screen here. It says 8-1 diamonds. It says go live. I don't know what that is, but I was live. So, okay. So this is what this is. This breaks up the 12 zodiac. Then it breaks it up into 8. Then it breaks it up into 6. Between 6 and 8, right? I'm going to have to play with those numbers. I don't know what they are yet. Between 6 and 8. And then you have 4, and then you have 3, then you have 2, then you have 1. Just going to take that down and show you there's the algorithm of that. Oh, yes, this over here is the 720, right? That 720 is 720 minutes in a day. There's 1440 minutes. Sorry, there's 720 minutes in half a day. There's 1440 minutes in a day. There's 2160 minutes in a day and a half. And the moon diameter, 6 by 6 by 6, will create that. So this is telling me about the cube. The next one is telling me about 360 degrees, but it's also telling me, okay, about 5 times this amount, 5 times 720. So since 1440 is the day, we have over here 2 days, right, is 2880. So inside of here, we have 1 day of 1440. And then we have 2160 is a day and a half. So I have a day and a half between, okay? Now, when you do this, when you get to the last cube, okay, 6480, that is going to be 720 times 9. That's all you can have is 9. And when you add them all up, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 13,000, is it 9, 10, 11,000, 12,000, 12,000, 13,200. I think you get 13, is it 13? Sorry, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12,000. Let me calculate this for a second. But anyways, to make the long story short, it's 1 by 720. It's 2 by 720 into 1440. It's 3 by 720. So now you got ABC inside of this, right? ABC. And then you got the D, right? The D is supposed to be one size larger. It's the Abraham house. The D, that's what brings everything together. It all ends. So 2160 and 2160, 4,300, you have 7,900. 79 is equal to the mother. It's the gateway for the birth. So 79, did I calculate that right? 36, 56, 66, 66 and 6, right? 36, 66 and 6. That's 42, 49, 20. I have to calculate this. Anyways, okay, we're going to do it again. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, and then over here, it's 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 2 and 1 is 3. 3 and 2 is 5. But then it's not 5 and 3 equals to 8. So how do we get over to 9? This one's 5. This one's 3. This one's 2. And this one's 1. So you go 5, 3, 1. And you get 9. 5, 3, 1. Not this one. This is the day of our birth over here. This one equates to our birth. So by creating these 3, the first, the third, and the fourth, right? 1, the 3, and the 5. Why is this the 5? Because it's 5 by 720. And this is 9 by 720. So I'm going to have to work out that equation. See the 8 faces and the 6 points? Wait, not this one. The 6 faces, the 8 points, the 12 edges, the 6 faces, the 12 edges. This is going to be 18 pieces. This is going to be 26 pieces. This is going to be 14 and 12 is 26 pieces. 8 and 6, 6 and 8. Look at that, Earth and the moon. They both have the same thing. This one, I don't know what it is. It's 32. It's 62 in this one. I haven't calculated that one yet. And in the last one, you have 62. You see the way these two are 62? This is the 5 times 72. So I'm going to have to figure these equations out. This is in the 60 degrees. That's the 108. When you get to the 108, that's the way we're working. The 108 is the way it works. The 108 is we have 36 around here. Then we have 36 around the second cube. And then we have 36 around the third cube. There's always 36 areas that go around each cube. 9 per face by 4 is 36. Let's see what else is there. Just going to put up a bunch of stuff. Oh, I like this one. If you can see this one over here, right? This is what 8 does. So it looks okay. There's somebody in the corner. I don't know if that's somebody that came up here. Oh no, okay, that was a long time ago. Let's see. Okay, so what this is here, if you take a look, number 8, 2 times 8, 2 plus 8. Maybe I'll just show it to you on the phone. And my hot water's been waiting there. I don't know if it's going to last. Okay, let me show you this on the phone. So we went all over the place right now today, right? All over the place. So let me see where we are. Wow, I don't know who did that, but I love it. Hold on a second. So how do I get out of the background? Okay, let's get out of the background. And then in a few minutes, we're going to take a 5-minute break for myself and for everybody else. Communication. 333, communication. We must communicate. We must communicate. This is the bacon. This is the bacon paddle. This is the frequency. 333, 888, 333, 888, 1111. Why the pregnancy? 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. This is part of the hypothesis that goes along with the story because the pregnancy of the pig. The pig is 977. 9 is for the birth. It is for the connection of all, the 1 and 8, the 2 and 7, the 3 and 6, the 4 and 5. So that when we create the upper and the lower world to connect, it's 3 times 1, 3 times 4, 3 by 7, 21, a 2 and 1. That's what we need to create. Then we have 3 by 2. Then we have 3 by 5. And then we have 3 by 8, 24, 2 and 4 is 6. Everything goes into 3, 6, and 9. And there's 3 stars that show up with 3, 6, and 9. It's the 147 with the 258. It's the 147 with the 369, and it's the 258 with the 369. Those are the connections. Don't connect them all. After this, I'm going to play a song. So this is what happens to 8. And I can show you what happens to 1 after, right? But this is what happens to 8. When you multiply 8, 1 times 8, 2 times 8, 1 times 8 is 8. 2 times 8 is 16. You remember the 4 times 4, the 4 plus 4? Well, here's where it comes into the separation of the skies. This is your gateway. And you gateway into 2 and 6. Inside 1 and 7 is 2 and 6, is 3 and 5, is 4 and 4. Is 5 and 3, is 6 and 2. Is 7 and 1. So we can see right over here when we get into the high heavens, it separates over here. This is a separation. 1 times 8, 1 plus 8. 1 times 8, 1 plus 8. Look at that. We created this all the way down here. So we leave that one out. The 8 by 8, 64 and 16. 6 and 1, 7. 6 and 4, 1. 6, 2, 5, 3, 4, 4, 3, 5, 2, 6, 2, 6, 1, 7. How everything intertwines and everything at the end is all 8s. But this 8 is not like this 8. This one will equal to 8 and 7. Will create a corridor. What happened at the Vatican door in the generator room, the 7th gate between the 2 worlds, right? Remember we had 12. We went from 12 down to 8. And then we connected over to 6. The reverse numerology of 8 is 6. Fox headquarters, area 51. Remember we went over 5 and 1 and 6 and 2 before? Those are very important numbers. That's the hockey. That's the puck and the stick. So 8 goes back into 8 is always 8. 28 reduces into 26. So I'm just going to play this little song. I'm not really sure which one you'll really want to hear. I have a couple of songs. What happened on the seventh day, right? Here's what I was talking about, the Vatican doors. I'll bring that up when we get back. So I'm just going to play what happened on the Vatican doors. And when there's people up here, you can put me in some directions and ask me to talk about something. I don't have to talk about what I bring up, you know. Abraham's house. See that number 26? The 8th zodiac sign, the fox is the 6th. They become 8 and 8. The 8th and the 6th. Let's take Virgo into this. Let's bring Virgo into this. The reverse of 8 is going to be 5. So now we can have Leo that comes in. Sorry, Sagittarius, Leo. But 2 and 6 brings you into Taurus and Virgo. 2 and 6 is like 2 and 8. When you have the 2 and 8 cycle of the moon, you're inside the doghouse. 6 and 8, it's dividing 7th gate. I don't want you to believe anything I say. I want you to ask questions. So if you want to come up here, let's, I don't know how far I'm going. I'm just going for that one song. Vegas constellations. I'm going to do, I have Vegas constellations, right? I'm afraid to put that one on right now. Let's see what this says.
Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today, some peace today. Like God who rested on the seventh, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light, power surges on, a word of code, let there be light. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Restore points echo Eden, a garden full repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel's sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing and resting, says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign. And on the seventh day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins day two. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. The seventh day has ended, now it's time to press, let's play. This version blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily.
Whoa. So there was one other one I wanted to play, and it was in a little thing. What's this one?
A cosmic rock anthem, integrating constellations, sports numbers, Vegas, gambling, computers and tribulation, tabulation cycles. Vegas lights, the numbers roll. Hoover hums the circuit scroll. Tribulation calls, take your stand. 11 strong, the game's at hand. Football lines up, 11 tall. Capricorn is hydrographs in the hall. Ursa Minor, always on the play. The dice are cast, no getaway. Taurus, Aura, Leo Minor 2, Ophiuchus, Scorpius, Sextans crew. Canis, Major, Coma, Berenices, Equuleus, Perseus, rolling the dice. Hockey's frozen, 6 take the fight. Lacerta, Libra, Tucana in sight. 15 in the pocket, stripes and solids. Cue balls calling, destinies plotted. Tuck the stick, hit the pass. Mars aligns, watch the blast. Break away, play stars on ice. 6 and 15, we roll the dice. 2 and 9 in the 11th house. 3 and 8, feel the cosmic rouse. 4 and 7, 6 and 5. 11's gate is open. One and 8, take the 9th seat. 2 and 7, the beat. 3 and 6, 4 and 5. Stars align, history's alive. Baseball's 9, diamond bright. Delphinus, Monoceros, Pavo takes flight. Sagittarius swings out the park. Cosmos plays, leave your mark. 9 and 4 in the 13th frame. 8 and 5, reignite the flame. 6 and 7, the game rolls on. Cosmic innings never gone. Andromeda, Antlia, Apis rise. Auriga, Gemini, Lynx in the skies. Ursa Major, Virgo bright. Mars calls, tuck the stick, take flight.
Okay, there. We're going to stop that. I'm ready to go back to work. I feel a little sluggish. Let's see who's out here. Wow, everything went just silent, eh? Everything went so silent. What's happening, Forbidden?
Oh, I think we heard it again. How are you?
What's that? How are you, Forbidden?
I am doing good. Mr. Tech. How are you?
I'm good. What happened earlier on? Do you know?
I can't really explain that one
Neither can I.
at all.
I was talking
Not
about
with
something that was like so common. Everything was
me
common. But they stopped me
very
from going
common.
where I was going because I had something set up that I was preparing for, And every time I get cut off, I'm never sure where I am, so I start all over again. You have to be you have to be resilient. You don't stop, right?
Yes, sir.
You miss, you fall down. You miss, you fall down. You get up, you get up, you get up.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. That's wonderful advice. I needed to hear that. I needed
Well,
that.
really, we're just. Is that my music in the back? I'm just kind of going to lower my own music. I
I
mean,
love
because
you.
really, all we're doing is math equations. I mean, because I stopped asking myself so much questions. The only question I ask myself is, did I do it right? Or is there an equation over here? That's all I really ask myself. And I just keep doing it.
I love learning from you. It's such a great thing. Thank you.
You're
I,
welcome. Well, you're most amazing yourself with what you put together in 5 years. And imagine once we put the Zodiac, we put the Zodiac on top of this, the 88 constellations. There's a lot of people out there that have a lot of stories, but yet I don't know their algorithms, and I'm not even sure if they know 100% their algorithms, but they remember it over and over so often that the algorithm itself gets lost. I'm quite sure there's a lot that still do. Like there's one gentleman out there who's very harsh in the numbers. It's GG33, very harsh. But
yes.
the thing is, he's running that algorithm that he runs, and it's a very strong algorithm. Whether because I mean he has many people that work with him, but he remembers all of this. So I'm quite sure deep down inside of him, whether I like certain things or not, it's irrelevant. I know there's a piece there that he has that can help out everybody. Right now, he's just doing it for the cash, but eventually, he's going to get on board. He already knows that the cash is going to have zero value in the future.
Yes, sir. I was drawn. I was drawn to him first, and then I just seen a lot of his things that would come up, and then I don't know. I don't really know what. I just quit seeing a lot of him, and then next thing I know, I met you, and I was really drawn to you, like really hard drawn to you, like hard, like hard.
Well, I just come out here to show that. Listen, you're doing the same algorithms as me, so you're just following yourself, and we're
Yeah,
doing the same thing.
I noticed that. It's really awesome. Like even though it's different, but it's the same. We end up with a lot of the same equations and a lot
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
same.
yeah. The only difference maybe is you'll have something in between what I don't have, and I'll have something you don't have.
Well, you have a lot that I don't have. That's why I am learning and I am very humbled by that. Thank you. I'm excited.
I picked up a lot of stuff just by understanding this. Like it shouldn't be like that. In order to do the tetragrammatron, I think it has to be like this, right? And
Yes.
you can you put anything else in here, like to go the other way? I'm just trying to figure out everything you can do, and then sometimes it bugs me. And you only can meet three. So if I can meet three here, can I meet three on the other side without interfering? Or should I be just doing this?
I've been trying to draw one, so it's kind of been perplexing me myself too, because it's kind of like it's like a constant stack of a pyramid. If that
Isn't
makes
this
sense.
what it is?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Well,
It
no,
looks like
that's something's wrong here.
it kind of looks like an atom.
I don't know which way to do this, like the flux capacitor, right?
Ooh, I didn't think of that.
Oh yeah, it's 100%. That's where Capricorn comes in. Capricorn comes in as the flux capacitor. You have Capricorn,
I could give you a date. I could give you a Capricorn date for that one, maybe.
and then you have Aquarius, and then we're going to finish off with Pisces.
Mm,
Now,
I
my
see.
question is, when I see this, do I put Capricorn in the center of Aquarius and Pisces? Is one of my thoughts. Or do I keep Aquarius in the center of Capricorn? And do I put the Capricorn in the middle? Because it becomes one, right? Capricorn becomes one, Aquarius
Mhm.
becomes two, and Pisces becomes three. Pisces becomes three and two communication. Aquarius becomes two and one, and Capricorn becomes one and zero. So we have one, then we have three, and then we have five. And if we have it that way, we have this.
Uh yeah, yes, but I can the 32. I can give you the for that equation. The the father was the Capricorn, the mother was a Leo. The 32 came from that birth from that day.
This over here?
Yeah, the father was the 118, the mother was the 10, or the 8. She was 8, the 810, the 810. Yeah.
Yeah, 810 is good. That's the
Yeah,
sun.
81058.
That works out. The
And
the the 58. Well, the 8 always goes back to where the 8 is, right? The
right.
58 is in the first house.
Okay.
The 10 is the associate, and the 58 again goes back to the first house. 5 and 8 is 13. The 13th zodiac sign is back to the first zodiac sign, although it switches in the background to the 4.
Right.
The
And
reason for that is every time you go around to the 12 zodiac signs, you're changing the number.
I see.
I'll explain it to you. First, it's number 1, then it's number 4. Hold on a second. No, I'm not going to do that route. Let me just finish this. So first it's 1, then it's 13, then it's 25, then it's 37, then it's 49. Okay. And when we get the 13, we end up with 1, 4, 7, 10, 13. Where we end 1, 4, 7, 10, 4.
Uh,
Aries, even if I don't do it, 1 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12. When we get over here, I'm going to Aries, but it's showing me Cancer.
mm,
When we get over here, I go to Aries, but it's showing me Libra. When I get over here, 3 and 7, I got Aries, but it's showing me Capricorn. And then when I get back over here to 49, 4 and 9 is 13, 1 and 3 is 4, I am back to, although I am back to where it says Capricorn, right? But my return, is it over here? So we go on. So then I go to 61, 73, 85. So I end up with 4, 7, 1, 4. So look what happens before I come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And on the 7th one, I come back. So we can see that the binary, right? The binary of what is 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and 1 is the same thing. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. Do you understand what this is right here?
yeah, the 5-1 is the year of the father.
Okay. Well, and when you put the 1 inside the 5, what it does is it splits it up into a percentage sign. And then it looks like the 69, which is the rotation of the creation of the face of life, of man.
Yeah, it would be
So,
11851.
well, this is binary.
Right. Okay.
So,
Oh, okay. I see.
yeah, this is a number that in order to equate to this number, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we always have to understand the base code that when
Right.
I divide anything by 3, 1, 4, or 7, the most I'm going to get is 2.33. When I go up to divide 3 by 10, I'm going to get 3.33. This is the only place I can begin. I only can begin after. So therefore, when I'm going downward, right, because I'm going to have a reflective house. I'm going to have 1, 2, 3 on one side and 1, 2, sorry, I'm going to have 1, 4, 7, 10. Just give me a second. Yes, 1, 4, 7, 10. And in the upper house, 1, 4, 7, 10. Although I've spoken that the cube is only 3 and 3 sides, the thing is, for every face, there are 9. There are 9 to a face, making it 414.
414.
414 to a 9 face. When I'm talking about a 6, the 6 cube, right? That'll be a 3 and 3 face. Right? Sorry, not a 3 and 3 face, a 3 and 3 cube. Right? The 3 side and 3 sides of the cube. I don't know the terminology on how to use it. That might confuse some of the people. Right?
Right.
So the face is 9. The crossings of this cube. I'm trying to see the crossings of this cube. The crossings of this cube is going to be, and there's a lot of stuff going on. The crossings is going to be 1 and 9, 3 and 7, 4 and 6, 8 and 2. That's where the cross comes onto the cube.
Oh, I see.
But it's not on the cube, it's actually inside the cube, and this is the cross. This is taken at face value. This is the face. This is its value. Here's one side, and here's the other side. 9 numbers and 9 numbers is 18. If you add them all together, and I'm going to do that in a minute if you just bear with me. I know this is a tough trip when you come to this channel. If you'd like to ask me some questions, well, go right ahead. Okay? If you want to know what I'm doing a lot of mathematical calculations. Very, very simple. Basic equations. Basic equations. I take my rules and regulations from what they show me on the calculator. The 6 sides of the cube. The assembly from the cube. This is the 2. The hexagon standing up between this. What is this over here? This is just going to be a continuation to this equation. This is only one cube, right? We still have, this is what's going to happen. We're going to have another area. Just give me a second. We're going to have another area. Whoop. We're going to have another area right here. We have 3, 6, 9. We have 3, 6, 9. And then we have the one area here. And then we have 3, 6, 9. And then we'll have another area here. So when we have 3 floors and 1 floor and 3 floors, right? Three, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. 3, 6, 7, 8, 11. Aquarius. Now, if we want to bring something past Aquarius, then we'll go into Pisces. So we go into Pisces over here. We got Pisces. Now we have to start the next one off. And on the top one, we're going to have Aries, then we're going to have Taurus, and then Gemini. So you had 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15 to create this. It's 15, or it's 12, or it's 11. We stop on Aquarius. We don't need the fish up here.
And yeah.
It's all 313. That's the only way to do it if you're going to be talking about 313. And even when you look at games, I'm going to take you down to a game and show you a game over here. So let me just check this game out over here. Just give me a second. So I want to see if I had these. Just let me see something. Yeah, so where was I? Oh, yeah, I remember. So this over here, right, chops off right over here. Here's 9. And then you connect that, right? Once you connect that over here, that's 12. And this over here where the flux capacitor is, right? This is a row of 3. Here's a row of 3. Here's a row of 3. In this row of 3, there's going to be 2 dark and 1 red. In this one over here, there's going to be 2 dark and 1 red, and they're going to intertwine. Then we have the connection over here. We repeat the X. We repeat the Y. It's 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. That's that connection. And
XY
you need
chromosome.
all of this to rotate itself.
That's the XY chromosomes too.
Here you have your octagon. Your octagon, right? Remember they said stand on 17? Well, you're stopping also. So it means octagon. So you're octagon on 17. Your 17 is an A, B, C, D. Reverse of what 10 is 17 in the alphabet. So we must connect 72, gives you 888. Connect 72 with 888. So the 720 tetrahedron could be coming up over here. Now, if you want your tetrahedron to connect, right, we're going to connect 72 and 72 and 72. And guess what? There's another one over here. This one connects here and here. 1, 2, 3. This is 108. Did I do that correct? We're going to connect this one. Well, when I connect it, I'm only this whole thing over here, right, is 36. And this one's 36. So it creates 72. You connect three of them is 108, right? That's one of the tetrahedron or whatever that is. This is 108. This is 144. So how many do I need, right? How many do I need before I complete the dodecahedron with this?
108.
So the dodecahedron, I think, is 18. 18 times 360. So I might need 18 of these, right? But I might need 18 as 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'll have 6, and then each one will be doubled. So I'll have 6, and each one will be doubled. So that'll be 12. So that'll make up for my zodiac signs. How many do I need inside of here to create the 88 constellations? I haven't done that yet. Usually to create it, 36 is 72, and then 16, right? 72 and 16 is 88. I don't like that calculation, the 72. I'm just trying to think which way it associates.
I had the 108 earlier, and I'm trying to figure out where.
Yeah, the 108 is 3 times 36. So that's your trinity. So what you do is you put 108 and 108 together, and then you have your 216. Then you have your moon. You have that 1.5 times the day. You have 3 times the tetrahedron in order to create it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Just give me a second. I'm going to put this camera up over here. I'm trying to see whether did I put this? I have hot. Tell me this is hot. Just give me 1 second.
I had the 108. What's that? 2, 2. 2. I know I'll find it.
Looks like it's cold. Said it was going to snow.
It was really warm here today. It was 65 degrees here today.
Well, it's about 70 here inside the house. So let's see where we are with this. Who's here? Does anybody have any questions? 144 people. Tell me about what's the 144 people? Where's this?
The 144 is the 144 that's guaranteed.
Well, the 144 is when you take this piece out here, right? And you take this piece out over here. Every single one of these sides, okay, has 9 numbers. It's 1 through 9 equals to 45, okay? There's 45, and then there's 90, then there's 135. And then after that, there is 180, 225, 270, then there's 315, then there's 360. Did I do that wrong? 405, yes, and then there's 405. So when you have all of it, it becomes 405, all of them. 45. 6 of these. You need 6 of these on here. So when you use 4 of them, 4 times 45, it equals to 180. When you use 3 times 45, it equals to 135. So we're going to go 135 and 135, right? But when we go 135 and 135, I'm going to explain this in a minute. We only can go 4 times, okay? We only going to go 4 times on the ring. We're not going to count down here. We're going to only count 4 out of 6. 4 out of 6 and 2 out of 6. When we count 4 out of 6, right, we're going to have 4 times, just give me a second. We have 22. 22 void and 14 dots. Now, I'm not really working on any big equation, and I don't know where this is going to fit in, so I'm just explaining exactly what this is, right? If you're looking at the face, this is the face, this is what's facing you. If it's on 6 sides, the total is 270. We're working at 360, but the house is at 270. Since the house is divided, okay, that would be 270, right? And 270, is that possible?
To see, yes.
The thing is, the face of one of these, okay, one face of one of these, this total piece, okay, is 45 by 6 equals to 270. That's all we have. So you're going to be using 4 times 45 equals to 180. So you're equaling to 180 and 90, which is the exact equation for the base creation of 3 times 6 equals to 18 or 180. And then 3 plus 6 equals to the 9 or 90. So it's a full expression of I and R. Now, what expresses just like I and R? B and C. B and C is the communication. It's only 2 numbers. It's B and C and A and D. These are the association of things that go by 2 and what they say, right? And the entire alphabet basically goes by 2. They have all the reverse side of the alphabet, but then they have the in-between. In this instance, there's really no in-between other than the in-between that's created within. There's AD, there's AB, there's AC. A and B is what creates the C. There cannot be a C without B. There cannot be a B without C, because inside a C is B, so therefore there could not be a B without having A and D. When A and D come together, right? A and D, here's the D, here's the A. When they come together, they're actually just going to create that one over there. So that's your A, B, C, D, E, right over here. That's the heart. The heart makes up everything, A, B, C, D, E. And in the void, you have A, B, C, D. So in the A, B, C, D, it equals to 10. And in the A, B, C, D, E, the A, B, C, D, the A, B, C, D and the A, B, C, D, E equals to 15. So you have those 2 things that come together in this situation. Just trying to remember where I'm going to go with this. This is not a piece that I work on very often. Just give me a second. A and C equals to 4. A and B equals to 3. Okay, so how the house comes together is it's A, B creation to A and C that comes together. The house of Abraham would be the A and the C that comes together, and then the B and the D comes together, and that would be 6. So you would have 3, 4, and 6, 5, and 1. Here's the combinations of just the 2s. These are all the 2s that come together. You start off, the beginning of A, B, C, D. So you have A and B is your 3. Your reverse of that is your D. This is your beginning. And now you get your basis creation. Then after that, you take what is created C and put it to A over here. Now these 2 are in the same house together. These 2, the 3 and the 4, they're in the same house together. Your ABC is with this. Your B and C Over here, your BC. Where's your, you see, you don't have a B alone, right? You don't have a B alone. Everything starts over here. And then you have your polar to it. Your 5 and your 4 come together, your 3 and your 6 come together. But in reality, the design of the A is D and C. The design of the A is the D and the C. Have you ever seen that before?
Yes, I was drawing something like that.
So that's 4 and 3. It's the same thing. Same thing. My astrological sign. Is someone talking? MJ, hold on a second. I missed a whole bunch of stuff here. Whoa. Um,
Hello, Rain.
we are here for our next generation, not ourselves. Um, we're here for ourselves, for our next generation. Yes. Generation, the crossing over the sun and the moon. Instead of saying gene, you just put it in one word, saying gen, right? It's the 7, the 5, and the 5, 575. That's the peak of the pyramid. That's the eye of the pyramid. 577. The E can be a 1 and 4, right? But the E is going to equal up to what the B is in this situation. The N is already in existence. The N is what is AD. It's the halfway crossing over. The halfway crossing over, 4 on the bottom, 4 on the top. The bottom house is 10. The upper house is 30. This side house over here is 27. The side house over here is 33. It's 27 and 33. 7 and 2, 8 and 1, 4 and 5, 8 and 3, 9 and 2, 5 and 6. And you can see that we went 8 and 3 and 5 and 6. We joined them when 3 and 6 come together for this house over here. So this house over here is gonna do this. 3 and 6. Sorry, 3 and 8. 3 and 8, 11. 5 and 6. So now when you do 3 and 6, okay, we're going to do this again. When you do the 3 and 6, you're now going to be including your 8 and 5. When you include your 7 and 4, you would have included your 9 and 4 and your 7 and 6. So when you include your 7 and 4, right? When you're going to, let me see if I do this again. 3, 6 will include what is 3, 8, 5, 6. Okay, that's good. Let me see. 3, 6, 4, 7. Just trying to see what's going on exactly. 3, 6. 3, 6 for your 9 is going to be 8, 3, 5, 6. So 8 and 5 is missing. This one is 7 and 4. This is the lower house. This is the upper house. This 6 belongs with the 7. This 4 belongs with the 3. Same corridor. Same corridor. So when you connect your 9 to your 4, right? Your 9 to your 4 and your 7 to your 6. Now we connect our birth, right? Our face into life. The 96 that came together, the 85 only came together over here. Now on this side, I connected 1 with 8. Now 8 connects with 3, 3 connects with 6. I have to go over it on paper because just showing it off like that. But you can see the intricate wave that's going on over here, right? Each one of these corners will also connect. These 4 connect, these 4 connect, these 4 connect, these 4 connect, these 6 connect, these 6 connect, and then I connect these, and then I connect this, and then I connect this, and then you connect. Wait a second. This, then I connect this, then I connect this. So you can connect. You have to do all the connections. I don't have them done right now, so let's see everything that is up here. Let's see. There's 24 people. Oh, I lost all these comments now. So cause is all connected. That sounds absolutely good for me. That works for me. 3 and 15 works for me. That's a separation. The S brings everything together. The reason the C and the O are separation, it's 315. The cube is 315. 51 for A, E, I, O, and U. 351 for the alphabet. The 153 fish are 51 by 3 for 153, right? Because that's what it is. If you have 135, okay, which is 3 by 45. If you have 153, it's 3 by 51. And that's Fox headquarters, FOX and HQZ. That's exactly what it says, eh? Fox headquarters, 45 and 51 equals to 96. And that's going to be the month of February. And it's going to be the 14th of February. You're celebrating the Animal House. Nothing to do with us. Absolutely nothing to do with us. 0, 0, 0, 0.
Ah, there it is. I found it. I found my 108 finally. It was 40. It's 46 and 62 is what I got for my 108.
46 and 62.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's the divided seventh gate. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, 26, 24. You're connecting together through the seventh gate of 8 and 6. The 46, the 46, the 46 and the 31 come together.
Right. It's the 20. It's 23 and 23, then 31 and 31.
Okay, why do you have 23 and 23 and 31 and 31?
It's off the pyramid that I gave you. The one I
Okay,
did
I'll
with
look at it because 23 is the chromosomes. 23 is
Yeah.
where it stops, eh? Abraham comes in at 23, meaning it's the D and the W at 23. And it's also H and O. It's also part of the cap of electric company, meaning when I do my numbers, and I did this a little bit earlier and I got off of it, I'm going to have to come back and show exactly what I did.
It's right here. When you look at it, and when I broke that number down like that, when I broke the number down like that, what I did is I went diagonal, and I got 31, 31, and then you go diagonal this way, and you get 23, 23. And
Okay,
that
can
gives
you move it back? I'm going to take a picture of it and take a look at it later. I mean, but I'm
Yes.
going to look at it a little bit now. But okay, because 27 is a huge number, right? That's your base of all creation of 36. And 27 is the heart of 81, which is 9 times 9, 9 plus 9, the same thing. 81 is 3 letters. You need 3 letters to get to 81. So the 3 letters that you need to get to 81 is going to have 3 letters reversed equaling to 6. Once you get to these 6 letters, you can now run a binary code off of it. It only runs to 6. After that, you're just on another cube. You're just creating more dimensions. You can do what's that?
That's the first top of that first top of the first pyramid off the first numbers. You'll get when you come to the center and you make a triangle of it, you'll get 3, 3, 6, 9.
We can't see you. You're somewhere else.
Right here, you'll get the 3, 3, 6, 9. Right here.
Okay, 336 is 12 months. 9, 3, 2, 7, 5, 7, 5, 6. I'm trying to see how you put all these together. 9 and 3 is 12. 9 and 2. How did you put down the numbers down there? The second row is 9, 3, 3. Where does that come from? You
This one
just
right
kept
here.
moving down the numbers?
What it does is you take it like this and you stack it like we would Pythagorean style.
Okay, let me see. 1, 5, 1, 3, 9. No, I don't. Okay, oh boy. I'm not following. I'm eventually I will follow.
Okay,
One
so
goes to 4.
it's 1, 4, 5, 4, 2, 6, 2, 8, 10, 8, 5, 13, 4, 5, 2, 12, 3, 5, 5, 6, 11, 2, 5, 6, 1, 7, 1, 4, 5, 4, 3, 7, the 2, 7, 9, 7, 5, 12, 3, 5, 7, 3. Then you have the 9, 12, 3, 3, 3, 6, 3, 6, 9.
Wow, I have not done that in years. If you wouldn't be here, I wouldn't have remembered.
And then you take this number here and you put it over here. and then you take this number here and you put it over here, and then you do that right there.
Okay, let me see what you just did. Back your camera up so we can all see this, because I know this is important. I've done it before. I don't remember, so that makes like I never did it at all. So will you take which number?
Put this number right here.
The
Down the
7 or
side.
the 9?
All of them, all 6. It's
Oh,
gotta
okay,
have 6. Just
okay, okay. And you turn it on the side.
and you turn it to its bottom. You make it the base.
Right, right. Very, very good. I was doing that off the cube. Very good. And then
do
you
it.
take the next one and you do what with that one?
I made it the base over here, left and right.
Okay, okay, okay. Very good.
Then stacked
Yes.
them from there, and then took the
Well,
the
where
number.
did the 7 come from?
That's how it comes up like this, the same way, stacks the same way.
And what did you have 7 on the other one also?
No, I have 8 over here. It goes 7, 8, 9.
Well, you got to hold the camera up because it's getting confusing.
Sorry, it gets it has the 7. It has the it goes 9, 8, 7, and then you'll take the 9, 8, and 7, which is then you add those, which is 24, the 6, and then you make 6 over here, so you get 6 numbers again. So then you stack those again. And then
So how do you get the 3 up there? Oh, because when you come up to the top, that's the answer.
right, it's 12, 3. That's where it ends. That's the top of the pyramid.
Oh,
That's
okay,
it.
okay, okay. Yes, because that's where it answers. Right, 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 right.
And
And now you have 12 and 15. You know what's ironic about that? That's the beginning of the word love. They're reverse alphabet, so it absolutely works out. So how do you get to 21 now?
The 21 is 8 and 3 is 11. 3 and 7 is 10. That's the 21.
Okay.
Then you come over here and you go the 7 and the 8, which is 16.
Where's the
7,
8?
9. The 7 and the 9 is 16.
Okay.
Then you have the 8 and the 9, which is 17. Then you get the 33. And then you take the 16, or then you take the 10 and the 16, you get the 27. The 11 and the 17, you get the 54.
Okay. Let me tell you one thing about this is that there's a separation in the alphabet between 16 and 17 is the same is the separation is because let me go 7 and 8. 7 and 8 is a doorway. Okay, 16 and 17 is a separation. It becomes a 17. It becomes a 10 and 7. There's another separation between 10 and 11. The 10 is the complete star. The 11 comes into the birth house. You only have 9 and 7 to equal to 16, but it's 10 and 8. It's 9 and 7 equals to 16. Okay, but it's 10 and 7 equals to 17. You must use 7 twice. This is a piece that comes out of the Hebrew. They do it.
That's where you get the 33.
Right.
First name, the birthday, the day of birth, and the year.
Right, right. So you can actually use 7 and 8 in this instance. You can also put where the 16 is, right? You can put that into 55, but you don't have to do it that way. You can put that. What it would happen is where the 17 is, right?
Mhm.
You can also go 70 plus 17 in this one. Or
70
sorry, 70 plus 8. It's a gateway. It's the
Right.
Pope, the Vatican gateway right there. I'll tell you what I did. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7 is 7 and 8, right? Equals to 15. But this is not the same thing. 17 is not the same as the other numbers because the combination of creating the 17 is by a capstone. You're counting A, B, C, D. That is your first cap. That is all that is created. So once you have A, B, C, D, 17, 18, 19, you're hooked up to everything.
Right. And that's this is how it came to me when I was staring at the number. This is what it told me to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what that's beautiful. It's perfect. I
And then
completely understand it.
and then this right here is what kind of set
Right. I
me.
understand it. And not only that, what works out now, I don't know where it goes, but it keeps moving my other numbers around, right? And it gives perspective because that's what you're looking for. So what this also breaks out to is the word sun. You know what the answer to the word sun is? I'm going to tell you this in a second. So 27, okay, and 54, where 27 is 1/3 and 54 is 2/3, and then 3/3 is 81. 33 is part of what 81 is. So what this is the word sun, S-U-N, equals to 54. The missing part of 54 is 27. It's a 3-letter count equaling to 81, and you have 3 complete areas. It's absolutely perfect. And you have the 54 from the bottom also. The 30,
Yes.
the 33 and the 21, right? You're missing 27. So you get another 27 in the center. That's perfect. The 81 splits them apart, and the 27 joins them together. You follow what I'm saying? Because
Yes.
you're missing 27, you automatically can bring the 27 to the center and equal to your 108. And if you count it the other way, do you know what it equals? 54, 81, 27, 162. 216 is 666. It's connecting to the moon.
Yes, I got that too. The moon right here. The moon right here is this right here. This is 21. This way it's 7, 7, and 7. It's 8. It's the moon.
313, 313, 313. Hold on. 3113, 3113. So you see the way Abraham is number 4, yet you work everything with 33. 333, 333. We don't count the one in the center. The one in the center is the distributor.
Right.
So that's perfect. So why do you call it moon?
That's just what I can. That's just what it came to me.
Okay,
Like,
so right.
It's the lovers. It was put with tarot cards because that's how it helped me to understand it.
Right. So what we have to do, and I don't like to work, I don't want to work with 3 cubes to work everything out. I was hoping that I can work everything out with 1 cube. So inside of here, what we need to have is you will have 4 corners inside of here and 1 center. We're going to call that the Mars, moon, and reflection.
Right here's your 4 corners.
Okay, so they have the 4 corners, and then you have the Earth center. So that we can have the connecting moons. We need the Trinity moon.
Your tetrahedron, the tetrahedron's right here. If you see it.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. That's where your 6 comes in. That's your basic 6. That's your cube. So you have 1 cube, 2 cubes. There's 3 cubes in this. There's 3 cubes in this. You know that, right?
No.
Yeah, you marked it all off. Look at the 5, the 6 in the center.
I see it out here, and then right here.
Well, just don't move it. You have the 6 in the center, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now you see 4 on the outside of it?
Yes, I see it. It's right here. I see it.
No, but go down, stop, go down, stop, go down to the corner, go down, second to last one, right there, stop, a little bit more, go down, right there. Now move to the right. Stop, go up. No, that's not up.
This up.
Yeah, go up. No, that's not up. Straight up. Yes, now go over to the left, top, up and to the right. Now go around. There you go. That's your down.
I see.
Now you go to the outside one, the outside cube. Yes, now go up. No, you're going around. Go up. Now up and out.
Up and out.
Yeah, you go up to the top one. The top. Yeah, there. Up. No. Yeah, that one. Yes. Now down to the right. Now down. Now down again. Now down again. And there's your 3 cubes inside of each other. You have 3 tetrahedrons in there, one inside each other.
I see it now. I do see it now. I do.
Just because the area space is there, it just means there's just missing pieces. That's all. It's just making a different design within it. But there's 2 other areas sitting outside the center area. That's the heart area. So we might be talking about Abraham's cube. That's separating everything. And when you go cycle numbers, what people, if you don't understand, those cycle numbers, if you took number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, or number 9, each one of these numbers are divisible by 7, and the answers will be, let me do it. I'm going to do this here. And I did this yesterday. 2 divided by 7 equals. And then 3 divided by 7 equals. And then 4 divided by 7 equals, and then 6 divided by 7 equals, and then 8 divided by 7 equals, and then, did I do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, I must have made a mistake somewhere. 6 divided by 7 equals, then you have 8 divided by 7. Did I do 5 divided by 7? So I have 5 divided by 7. 7, 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7. Then you have 8 divided by 7, and then 9 divided by 7. Okay, so I'm going to put myself in the back camera over here.
Okay. Yes.
Switch this around. So we got this over here. 1 divided by 7, 2, 3, 4, 5 divided by 7, 6 divided by 7. Look at that, at the gateway, in the matrix, going from 8 over to 5. So I already know the 2 is going to join right over here. Now we finally, in the 8th position, look what happens. Starts over again. When you join everything together, you start off by 1. 1 and 8 comes together. The 7 is a full 1, so I don't put the 7. The 9 is a division of 1.28. You see this? 28, 28. The 9 goes with the 2. The 8 goes with the 1. So the 8 goes into the 9th world, and the 9 goes into the 11th world. So you see what's happening here? The dividing moons. You're just dividing the moons of Mars, and it shows it right here. And this here, if you want to find that, I can tell you where to go, and I'm going to go right now. I'm going to work very hard to find this. I'm going online right now to find it. If everybody wants to take a 2-minute break, right? If you want to know what I do, maybe I'll put on a song. There's 52 messages I'll go through.
52. We're just too short of 54.
Well, when you put birth into 52, you get the 54. The B,
Yes, you do. You really do. Yes.
yeah, so the B letter, right? It's B times 1, B times 2, and then B times 9, right? And then after that, how do you work with 9 times 2 equals to 18? How do we get any higher than that? What do I have to do with B? Do I have to include A and B together? And now I'll be going 3 by 9 equals to 27. And that, so how I accumulate and associate my letters, and it all begins just with ABC. You don't really need any more than that.
And that's how that's how I kind of had it written too, like ABC, and then key.
Thanks to God, finally. So when you say the word finally, you're talking about in rotation of 69, where I'm just trying to see where the word is again. I lost it. Okay, yeah, finally. So in the word fine is fin, F-I-N, and in French it means end. Let me see, finally, ally, finally, an ally. It also means 5. It's an expression used up over time. Remember, we're in the game mode right now, so everything that processes, wow, you just wrote processes and I said processes at the same time. I don't know what saw what first. So everything that processes in my game, I'm using from outside to put into this anime that I'm building. This anime is all about the alphabet and what I need to do to get to this alphabet. And I'm going to get a teeny bit of break. Maybe we should all take a 2 or 3 minute break here. If you have any questions about any number, a period of time, a name, I'll see where I can shove that name into our timeline. I am way, 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 way far behind. I'd like to thank my friends who made these, who told me there was 1/8. For me, this is Lilith. Getting bigger and getting smaller. the hash mark of Lilith. You know why I said that? The hash mark of Lilith, in which brings us to 10 yards. The 10 yards of Lilith. Has that ever been said before?
No, I know. I mean, that was something I found on my birthday that I found.
So when I bring that up, the reason I say it is because 10 is the marking. Like when you count and you want to rotate a number, except for 3, 6, and 9, they all rotate on 10. When you want to rotate in binary, right, they rotate on 6. There's 3 binaries, okay? I use the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 7, 5, 1. I use the 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to do full load binary in this one. The other one is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. And then there's the 3. Then there's the binary, which is 3, 6, 12, 24, 36. Did I do this right? Times 2 times 3. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, 4 times 2, 2 times 1 times 1. I'm just looking to see if I'm doing this right. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 4 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 4 and 4 is 8. Okay. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 2 is 4. 4 and 4 is 8. Okay. 3 and 3 is 6. 6 and 6 is 12. 12 and 12. Okay. Is 72. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then there's 4, 8. 8 and 8 is 16, 32, 64, 128. And then the fifth element, the binary, is 5. 5 and 5 is 10, is 20, is 40, is 80, is 160. Okay. And the next one is 6, 12, 24, 48, 96, 192. The next one would be 7, 14, 28, 28, 56, 112, 224, 448. Let me see, did I get these 3 and these 3? No, it finishes at 224. Then you end up with 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. So we've doubled up. So this is what happens. We did the basis of the binary, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and 1. Then we went to 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. No, we didn't. We went 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and 1. Then we went 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. No, we didn't. We went 7 and 5. And 7, 5, and 1. And then what you did, 3, 6, 12, 24, 36, 72. We went 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. And then here we went 4, 8, 7, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. And then look, 8, 9, 10, 11, 2. This is on the second level over here. This over here is going to be part of the ladder over here. This is the first part of the expression of the ladder. Now, when you go up, it turns into memory. Jacob's ladder turns you into memory. And then the last one, right, is going to be the 9, the 18, the 36, the 72, the 144, the 288. And everything ends here at 288. The 144 and then the 288. The first 2 equals the 54, the sun. The last 2 equals the 432, our birth into the house. 1/3 and 2/3. 1/3 and 2/3. 1/3 and 2/3. 1/3 and 2/3. This is where everything splits between the third and the fourth, the third and the fourth, the third and the fourth. 1/3 and 2/3. Splitting the day and the night between 1/3 and 2/3. But when we go over here, it doesn't look the same, eh? They're the same doorway. 88, 8 and 8 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7, 7 and 7 is 14. It's 88 and it's 77. 88 and 77 that meet up. 88 meets up and 77 meets up over here. And that's the gateway doors for this over here. A cosmic rock anthem. I'm going to be taking a 2-minute break in a second. Got to do this 1 second. What day is today? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
22222444444. A gateway, 7 and 8. 7 and 8. The gateway, 1 times 7, 1 plus 7, 7 and 8. The power of the Christ. Here's the 88 constellations. The manger, or the main, equals in 8. 6 times 4, 6 plus 4. Jacob's ladder, the half-life, all the 7 gates. When you have this over here, the piano, when you multiply it and add it at 1727, it becomes the high gates. Over here, the house of bait. 5 and 9, let's add in the tiger and let's add in the dragon. Right? The tiger and the dragon, the 3 and the 5th creation into the E world, right? Through what they call 1 and 2 or 1 and 1, which will give us our life at 66 through the gateway to have our life over here at 5611. The Aquarius and Pisces coming into the capstone. This is the generator between the 2 houses. This is the father, ABBA, to what is ABCD. Now we have to do all the math of the 2 houses. 1 and 1 over here. That will give you 7 of 8 usage. 7 of 8 usage of 8 and 8 to connect the 77 power pack. This will ignite the teacher. Q17 is what is ABCD. The reverse alphabet is 217. When you calculate each one of these, every single side has a 45. There are 6 sides equaling to 270. It's actually 240 plus 30 to equal 270 can also be seen as 260, and the 10-star system connect. When you connect the 10-star system, you connect A with I, you connect B with H, you connect C with G, you connect D with F. Gimel and Gamma is on the higher of creation. We come into the C instead of having the G Gamma, Amma, which is the soul from the outside, which it looks like Ada, which can be Dada. Raphael 7286 in a constellation of Pegasus. So when you look at here, you can see the breakdown of the constellations. 22, okay, 44. The 22 will come from above here. Then you add on this, then you add on this, then you add on this, right over here. This is just a basic detailing of the numbers. This one over here is going to bring us back to the Mayan time, which shows you that dividing 7 by 9 only gives you 1.2. We need a 3 in this. So we're going to be finding out a new understanding with this number. We're going to put 27 in this place. That is the house of Bait. Then you're going to be understand the creation through the 88 constellations. I will explain in a further video or in one of my lives. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to help support the channel, I have a PayPal account, right? And I need to bring my computer in. I have a computer to fix.
Okay, that's enough. Stop talking. Stop talking. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Always minding my business, eh? Always minding my business. So, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4. Do 144,000 divided by 11. You'll see the significance.
130, 90, 90.
Yep. And it continues with 6 nines.
Yeah, we don't even have to do this. What we can just do is it's 1/3, right? And just go to 909, which is 606. Forget about the other side.
Heard.
It goes from 1 to 3 to 9, right?
Yes.
That's exactly what it is. Three is 3 times 1, and 9 is 3 times 3.
There it is.
So this part over here, the Mayans, this is what I'm going to be doing right now. Take a look. I said nothing begins until here. This is a corridor. When you have this corridor, the second level, it comes out over here. But this is not in art creation. The only way to get into art creation is to pass 3. This number over here needs to pass 3. I need 3 of these. I need 3 8s. Thank you. So let me just look this up. So let me fix this up over here. So I am going to look up the Mayan. The Mayan.
I was working on that. I was working on that earlier too. Because I found something very weird with that.
Yeah, whatever you find, you show it to me, because I mean I'm trying to look for something that I have in my computer. Right, my computer's running slow. I need it to go 100 miles an hour. Mr. Tackpans, oldies, no screenshots. My computer's still in the shop, and it ain't ever coming out until I'm finished. Well, it's just I need to pay for it, So this is just one piece. Where is it?
That was.
Do you see the dimensions of the cube? But you see the way the cube spreads apart? The pharaoh's hat that spreads apart? You see the year?
5775.
You know when I did this? I did this 11 years ago.
What? That means I was 33.
Well, so was this.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Oh, whoa. Yes, that is.
12, 12. It's 33.
Yeah.
This is 555. This is the divided house of Abraham. You have to look at the dimension, when you look at this, right? This is an old one. My other computer's down. I'd love to put everything in order and just go ahead and see what you can, there's so much stuff to see,
It's so. I love seeing all this stuff. It's so awesome.
Because, when you do this, it's just anything you do like this, Oh, I'm going to open up the door. I'm opening the door. Okay, it's open. Now I'm going to close it. Well, wait a second. I'll turn it on to the other side. And now I'll close it. Boom. Open the door, close the door. So the angle, when you look at the angle to understand. Now, what if we went for the whole case? You want to just get something out of the chest. So I got into the chest. You open it up, you stuck your head in, and you shut the chest. Right? You didn't put it down here. It stops over here. So you understand where I'm going with this?
Yes.
So now, where is your 45 angle? Where's my 45 angle?
It would have to.
This is part of the problem I have with this. So in order to find it, what I'll do is I'll just make another one of these,
Right.
You see, it's not square. I need to put it square. So I'll just do this blank. So what you do is you do this. That's why I work with square paper, only square paper, because it has to be exact. That's the 45. That's the 45 angle. So I can run it up like that, right? And then you take it and you run it out like that. Well, that's not exactly the way it should be. Then you go ahead and you run this up over here. And now you have the Star of David. You have a brick. And now you can just go ahead and...
I have a word that I've been had in my head. I have a word that I have.
Well, you already know that's why bricks is here, right?
Bricks.
Yeah, that's why Bricks is here. I knew right away. I knew right away. When Bricks came up, I knew right away. Right? So you join the houses, you can see the bevel over here, right?
The book. It's a book.
I'm not sure if I want to do this.
That's the pentagram folded in on itself, octagon.
See what happens? See this over here?
Oh, I see. Yes, I see.
That's the crown. That's on the king. But when you stretch it out to his legs,
Oh, it's like the Pope's hat too.
so I'm going to just get rid of that. So you have the separation inside of here, you know, it goes like that and whoop, not there. Right? This is actually showing you. So when you see the lines on the flag, right, you just, whoop. Where am I? So, so I have it up here, and then you take it from here and you put it up here. And then this one over here, you put up, let's say here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Now you have the flag. Then you have the flag like this, right? You can connect that flag. Just connect that flag right over here. So now you have the right side and the left side of the same side. And they're funneling us into the house. Do you see what it shows on there? Take a good look. 5-2. House number 1 octagon, house number 2 octagon. Now you build the levels in the house. Just give me a second here. Just give me a second. I'm losing my vision. Just give me a second. Okay, here. This is the first part. The second part, let me see if I got, whoop, no. I need to use this one here. Need to take away a little light, too much light. So let me put this down over here. Oh, yes, and we forgot to do this. Right? We forgot to do that. Right? You start to see what's going on over here. Now we can do this. I was doing this real quick. So now we can see we have some kind of corridor going on between these two pieces here. And if you take a look at this piece over here, if you take a look at this, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to shrink this. I want to see if I can make this go. I just want to show you this. See, I did another one over here, right? And the reason I did that, I'm just going to just bring it up over here because I want to ruin it, right? I just want to ruin it. And what I'm going to ruin it with is this. See, this is the part I wanted. So when I get that part, now I can run this part, right? And run this part over here. And then I can run this part over here.
I need to do this one.
Right now, I can run this part over here. And I can run this part over here. I can run this part here. I can run this part. Should I move this over here? And this line. And then this one would tell me, right? This one's going to tell me about that one. Is that what that was going to tell me? What's going to be telling me to go where? What's telling me what? Oh, I got to go over here, right? Because this line over here is telling me to go through here, right? Through that line. They're not perfect, right? So you can see the building that we're building here, right? You see the building over here? Maybe we're going to do this for a second. Let me do this for a second.
There it is. There's that. That's it. I think. 12, 12, yeah, that's it. That's it. The connecting piece. It's a ship. Like you, it's a ship. It's a ship. It's a ship. It's a ship. It's a ship.
So you see the building that's being created? You're going to be
Yeah.
creating this part over here is going to be talking about that 2-4 side angle. It's also the W. And if you take a look at that, right? You take a look at that, remember this.
That's the only importance. That's the importance.
Remember that. You remember that?
Yes. Remember the ocean,
Which part of the ocean?
the Aquarius Ocean.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, the Aquarius Ocean. If you have a ship, there's one very important key to a ship. It's the anchor. The anchor is 23.
I drew a design 50
And
years ago.
now I want you to think about this though. My rising sign, like you got the sun, the moon, and the rising. My rising sign is Sagittarius. It looks like an anchor.
Not only that, now we're talking about Boston and back to the design logo you made. The anchor is your design logo with the buoy.
Yes. Yes. And if you look at the one in my chart at the top, it's the lighthouse. Keep
Okay.
us off the rock.
So for those of you who don't know Forbidden, let me tell you what I see. I see an avatar, an empty space. Sometimes I see some hands move. And I say to myself, wow,
I drew
wow,
the anchor.
this is a child that just came into this world that knows everything. It's just you don't know where the pieces go. Me too. I also don't know where the pieces go. And so it's like we're sort of down the same path. We each
Look,
have something
look,
that complement very strongly.
look. It's the anchor. It's the anchor.
Wow, you're gonna give me a heart attack with this. Anchorage, Alaska. So imagine how much is the landscape in Alaska? I don't want to get into this. I've just been warned. I've just been warned. Take it down, please.
Yeah, I was getting, yeah,
Just
yeah,
got
yeah.
warned.
Okay.
So in the game, in the game, we have rules and regulations in this game. When you get a bad vibe, you don't go there. Just part of a game. That's all it is. Just part of a game.
Yeah, I was getting that earlier. When the life shut out, my ear started ringing so hard I couldn't hear. It hurt.
Oh, but I shut out before you. Did you go frozen first?
Yes, and this is what it showed me. I'm gonna show you this. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, I'm
yeah,
still
okay,
on.
okay.
Hold on. This is what it showed me. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Just going to get my hot water.
And then my radio started yelling at me.
Well, do you know what I was told?
Look at the hours and minutes that it stopped.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Hold on, keep it there.
it's there.
How many times have we been shut down together? 2, 3?
Yes.
2, 3.
Just about every time, except for the one that we went all night and we didn't realize we had gone all night.
Well, none of mine shut down yet.
Oh, yeah, it shuts me down. I mean, it literally it locks me out. It tells me. I guess it gives me enough to what I need, and then it shuts me out, and then it tells me to like I think it's to let rest.
So just to let you know, the numbers on your board, right? 319
Yes.
equals to the 57 moon. 3 connections. Hold on. The 333 is 213 minutes. Okay? 213 minutes. Could be minimum, it's not maximum. So instead of ABC, it can be GHI. But what it does, 897, is it's 71 times 3. And you have a passageway right there, Ishmael.
The 319.
The 319 is all the sides, all the face sides of the cube. 31 is for the cube. 19 is where 3 and 4 come together. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 is that 3 and 4. It's the gateway through the moon.
Yeah. Then the 2 and the 4, and that's the 6.
It's actually, I shouldn't say the moon. I should maybe say it's the continuous energy flow between
Yes.
A and I. Perhaps more communications. Flow of AI by the moon, but not by the moon. It's by the moon and the mon. It's the gate because our moon.
Moon is 18. When you said Libra is October is Libra, right? I don't know.
The flow of the AI is by the wolf.
Which was the 2019, the Wolf Moon.
And the lamb,
The 2019 was the Blood Wolf Moon. Moon turned blood red. 38.
guess what?
Birth. Rebirth.
The lamb is 28. The dog is 84. Something's wrong. Man is 28. We're working at 1/3. We're not living up to par.
No, we're not. That's the night I cried at the moon.
Just give me a minute. I'm just having a little difficulty, like too much information. Thank you, Rain. October, September.
October, father. That's the death of the father.
The death of
19
the father in October.
October 2nd, 1999.
You know what happens there?
Death of the mother, 1/11/2001.
What is 1/11/2001?
Death of my mother.
Okay, so listen to this. When December comes, when it was October, when October comes, When the 2nd of October comes,
I endured.
when October 2nd comes, there will be a child that will not be born. October 2nd is 2 days before the release of the communications, which may end up falling on October 3rd, so that might be the day of the coming. The reason I say this is October is the 3rd month, September is the 4th month. We get to the 10th Capricorn,
The 118. The father was the 118.
the 11
51.
Aquarius,
Yeah. Yeah. The death of my son. I couldn't give you that one because they didn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me. They hid it from me.
So October 2nd is the 275th day of the year, 276 in a leap year. Between the electric and the life, 5 and 611. Yeah, I'll get over it soon.
2023. 7 people. 6 months. 6 people. 6 people. 6 people. A lot of time alone.
Somebody has to come up, so it might get a little noisy. I'm putting on my heater. I'm cold.
Okay.
I need to really stay warm.
Yes. 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 I feel the same way. I feel the same way.
So the wolf Fram. Have you ever heard of wolf Fram?
No.
Let me tell you one thing. My body is going so fast. I feel it sweating exactly where the cube is.
Yes. Like you just. Yeah, yes. Yeah. I feel that. I
You know
understand.
where
I
it
understand.
is? It's in the
Um.
tailbone. What happens if a tailbone gets broken?
What happens?
But it's all really just pieces and parts and expressions of connections, you know. Wow, we're
Mm-hmm.
down to 5. How's Bugsy, Rain, Weekend? Does anybody have any questions of what we're doing? I don't know why I'm a blue face.
Yeah. Hey, this is something that like I can't remember that lady's name that was up here earlier.
Somebody, is that your phone?
Yeah, it's mine.
Just gonna just plug my thing in right here. Yeah, so I'm still a little awkward at this. I don't know why I'm blue. So, do you
When the
notice
number
what's going on? Can you see my face?
yes. When the number 47 was mentioned, the significance the significance to that is motorcycle. Motorcycle is 47.
motorcycle's absolutely perfect for me because I said it's going to be Harley Davidson when it comes at the end. Harley Davidson is HD. Harley brings in the rabbit ears.
That's my nick.
Um,
That's my nickname.
Harley.
Rabbit.
So Harley brings that in. The David, right, and son. That is a notice. The Ra is the sun again. So inside Ra, it's the sun, It's the heavens. It's the divided heavens of Resh. Resh is R and R, the 18th, which is the 20th letter in Hebrew. See, they switched everything around between the English alphabet and the Hebrew alphabet.
You need to add two.
English,
Yeah, I
it
can add two.
just look, H for Hebrew and E for English.
I want to add to that for you, just for fun.
What is that?
You're gonna like this.
So I put the light on me, but when I take the light off of me, so I'm now, am I blue right now? What color am I?
There you go. Harley Davidson, 100-year anniversary, 2003.
Oh yeah, 2003, number 23, communication. And
That's
what is the motor?
that's a 107.
So okay, check it out. Check it out.
Originally the motor came as a um um uh.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. It comes from the four heavens or holy houses. It's full communication. 107, okay? 107 is the numeric value of 52. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 is 107, or 10 and 7 equaling to 1703. So that bicycle that you're holding there, that 107 is in the word 20. Do you know what the word 20 does?
No.
Well, we're living in the house of 420.
Ah.
It's the house of 420. Always ban, so you can never forget. You'll only forget in those who need, who want, knew before, but they don't know what they know. So this is
And
what I'm saying. Everything you ban is because you figure like this. If they don't remember, it's good. But they're going to remind you because they have to tell you that it's a banned substance. So
right.
the 420 becomes the banned substance. To forget, to not to forget, to having these rallies. So people put it in the dossier.
I'm a
So they
biker.
have to have all these documents, these file systems all opened up. Every part of our existence has to come in. We have to go through the whole system. I don't know why I'm blue.
It looks good on you.
I don't know. I have no idea why I'm blue. When I turn on the phone on my eyes, what does it do to my eyes? Let me just see this. I want to put the camera on. I'm not blue now.
No, we have the same color eyes. I am also red-headed, blue-eyed. 0.1%, 0.17% of the population is red-headed and blue-eyed.
Oh, that's crazy. The only thing I got is that a double crease. So to get on with this piece over here, right? I just want to see what I was talking about for a second.
Here we go.
Yeah, we were talking about the Harley Davidson. So the 107, okay, hold on a second. The word 20 equals to 107. So I need to keep just give me a second. I'm trying to hold my, how do I hold this up here without it falling? Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. So 107 equals to the word 20, and it's 420 equaling to 80 for the four houses of Abraham, the four houses of Bet and Vet, B, V, V, B, bet and vet. 2, 4, 4, 2. The divided houses. We're living in the flux capacitor. That's 22, and 22 and 2 is 24. Somebody mentioned, I think Decode mentioned yesterday, 22 and 24. And they're talking about billions, use the letter B. They're talking about millions, use the letter M. The I was the second letter in millions and billions and trillions. Why? Because they're just talking about this house or that house. They're talking about the letters, right? The B connects the basin, right? The M, right? It's the V part where the river is shared amongst the two houses. I'm gonna have to show you that in the design.
M's 13th letter, W's 23rd letter. B is the second letter.
If you like to ask me.
B is the what?
B is the second letter. MWB.
MWV.
B. B. B as in boy.
Okay, say which ones again?
M 13, W 23, B 2.
Okay, I don't know why I'm not registering. BMW.
Yeah, that's initials.
Okay, you know what really still weirds me out is that 13 and 23, they're not, it's not 22, it's 23. So 23, like 13, is just 3 on the next level. The 13, 1 and 3 is going to be at the heart of what is 23.
Right. See, like this right here. This is the only reason I went. This is what I did. I don't know why I drew it. I don't know why. I really don't know why. But I just what I do. So M. Like this. W. Makes the 8.
Right. And at the same time, what you can do with that is instead of doing the M, call it the W, what you did, because the M is what runs inside of that.
Okay.
You follow? It's like if you had square paper, you would see it right away. The M is what the V part at the top of both where the W is, the M runs through there. When you run like this, right? Mm-hmm. The W is not like the M. The W, okay, the W is the 23rd letter. Okay, yes. You have the 23rd and the 4th letter. And then what happens with this is that you run like this, and then here you run like this. Let me just see what this actually is. And let me see what this actually is to what this is to
738.
So what this is the
738. It's 18, 11, or 10, 11, 21. There it is, 21.
Here, you want to see? Look.
Yes.
This is the difference. When you create the M like this, the N like this, yes. I like to call the Earth moon. This I'm going to call the Mars moons. Now, this doesn't have to be real, what I'm saying, but this is the way I see it, and it works in the game that I'm doing. So remember, it's always back to the game. When you do this, okay, and you're on a property, you will have to have 2 of these, and otherwise you're going to have, 2 of these will equal to this. So 13 and 28 go together. Because they're the next ones. In gematria, they're next to each other. But this one, now if you create it this way, once you make it bigger, look at that. It's the same thing. Isn't that crazy?
It is.
So now when you run this, we have to run by the rule book. Here's the rule book, W246. Look, and we go up at an angle, 2, 4, and then it'll be 6. Then you'll come back into this one over here, 2, 4, 6, but you'll end up 6 up here. This whole thing this is just a skeleton of what so much more is. But I'm quite sure someone's done it already. So you can see that when we run the other way, 1, 5, and 9, well, you can see over here, right? 1, 5, and 9, the way it runs. So you have 1, 5, and 9. So this is the difference between this. And then over here, right, you're going to have another number over here with the W. If you're running it on this angle, if I have to run this to the top, you're going to have a whole lot more numbers here than you will with this one over here, right? I need to go at least 1, 2, 3 areas. 3 areas up, 3 areas down, 3 areas over. Usually 3 shows a separation, but not in this case, because I ran, see the way I went 1 up, 2 up, 3 up, and then I went 1 over, only 2 over, right? I only went 2 over. So I don't have any, I'm not going to have a heart line in this one here, but I'm going to have a heart line this way, but not a heart line this way. The heart line this way is going to go 1, 1, 1. The heart line, the division over here will be 3, 6, 9 with no heart line. If you follow what I'm saying with that.
Yes.
You follow me? So the letters are actually like, if they show us the difference, then we can't forget that difference. At least I don't think we should.
And that's what I did with I did the 1323 36, which is 369. Then I took the B2 times 2, 738.
I
Which
invited.
is
Good evening. Trust.
trust me.
How are you doing?
Hello?
Hello. Yes, we can't hear you. Trust. Can you hear me? Because we can't hear you. Yeah, trust. We couldn't hear you at all. We couldn't hear you at all. So we were back to the M is the 13th letter. And the difference between the 13th and the 23rd is you fell into the third realm, right? First, second, third. Third is going to be where bronze is.
Bronze.
Right. And that's going to be number 5 in this instance, right? Remember 5 was number 3,
Right.
but now it's number 5. See, I keep learning every day. I keep seeing old things. So 3 and 5 is where the 11 and the 12 comes in. Aquarius and Pisces. The 11 is going to equal to a 3, and the 12 is going to equal to a 5. Your 12 is going to be communication. Do you have anything to say about that?
My 12 Uranus is in my 12th house, which is astrological. It's very otherworldly communication, if you would.
It would be communication. So the communication is between Earth,
And spirit.
Mars. It's also going to be, it's going to be the Ab communication. So it's going to be the split sun in the house of Bait. So it's going to be Abraham. Sometimes they say Abraham, Abrams, or Avram. So it's funny that you get into the house of Bait, okay? Bait and Vait. And this is where the Spanish comes in big time, because they exchange the B and the V in Spanish. So right away, I know that between the French, the Spanish, and the English, I already see 3 differences, right? And the B is 1 times B, and the V is 11 times. Remember, in the Mars house, it's 2 and 9 to begin. It's the first 11. In the first house, it's under the divided sun. It's 4, 1, 4. surrounded by 8. It's
Hmm.
undeniable that truth in the game. It can't be changed. Oh, yeah, it could. But right now in my game, that's the way it stands. And all I keep seeing is these quarter houses of Mars, and there's like 8 of them. There's like 8 quarter houses, and I think they're the quarter houses of Mars, or the eighth, and
There's
the one quarter. And
eight sides to a pyramid. Two per quarter because
yes,
they
it's
have a
for the
small
Aldous
compass.
Huxley epsilon.
Yeah, 8 sides of the pyramid.
So if I want to get some interesting information that I might be able to bring truth of somebody who was laughed at, that was a fictional writer, Aldous Huxley.
That sounds familiar.
I see him. I think I can include him in my work. Well, he's been in my work since day one. Aldous Huxley. Oh, that's
What?
okay. Trust number one. Don't worry about it. Right? Don't worry about it. So Aldous Huxley, very important. So I want to look up that other piece here. What is Aldous Huxley? He was a fictional writer, and he wrote about. Not even sure what can be flagged out here. He wrote about how they can, build organisms and stuff until they become you and me, more or less. And they all sort of, I saw, laughed. I went to see a few teachers about this, and I got laughed at, and they weren't even open for the conversation.
I see that now. Okay. So that would be the 10 and 11.
Yeah, the 10 and 11. Listen, it's called blackjack.
Yeah. See the that's the that was that 36. The 13 on top of the 23. The three. Then it comes to 369 times 2 is 738. Then when you have the 738, you got 7 and 3, 10. Then 3 and 8 is 11.
Okay, I have to write. Okay, I have to go 2 and 9 equals to 11, and I wrote this out 100 times. But since we don't have creation until 4 and 7, right? We need four
Mhm.
and seven. We can't have it with 3 and 8. That's established because 3 and 8, that's fine. But the reverse of 3 and 8, it's where 1 and 2 came into creation.
Well, that's the 13 and that's the 13. That's the 4.
And I'm trying to remember why. Yes,
And
because 8 and 9, yes.
then the 23 is the 5. They're the ones that create the 369.
It's part of the star. I can't put it in.
The 23 is the Leo.
Here, this is it. Look, what happens, okay, is I said 2 and 3 is creation, right? We're supposed to be going this way. It seemed like we went this way. Instead of going over here, we stood over here. Instead of being in the house of Abraham, we're sitting at this flux capacitor area. The 8 and 9 are stuck with 1 and 2.
Maybe we're doing that because they said that because they said north is north, but north is south.
Well, regardless, but not really why, but it's in the game. So can we do it in the game? Really, that's not what they're. This has nothing to do with the outside world. It's
Yeah.
in this world here. Why they're not doing it out there? Yes, we can try and understand it for our basis in here. But my
Right.
basis is when you
They're
have
right
the
there.
complete 10 like this. This is the first diameter that you created. You created this center and this all the way around. You have the full extremity from this heart position. So you're not going to, what are you going to do over here? You follow what I'm saying? You create the
Yes.
ace letter, right? And then you
Yes.
create the rings around it. You have the ace letter is designed like this.
Yes, I have that. I have that. That's 11, 22, and 33 in the circles.
In the circles? Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I remember you have that. Yeah, so this is the way we have to split the ace apart. It's automatically 3. Nothing's
Right.
begun yet. right? The hive is over here on top. So when you have A and B, you have this one with this one and this one. So you have 1 with 9, 2 with 8. You need to begin with this, so you therefore cannot have this. You can't have this. So you have to go to this one over here to start off. And here's your 2, 3, 4 vibration with 7, 8, 9. 9 and 24. Equals to 33. And
There.
the bird is number 33. So I'm trying to figure out how we can put that into it. I know there's a separation of a gateway because of 2 and 4. Yes, 11, 22, 33. Yeah, I forget where you got that from. I forget what that came from again.
Pythagoras.
Oh, right. 11. What, it was 11, then 22, then 22 and 11 is 33.
Right. Right. And you
Okay.
can actually do a 44, which gives you the stars.
So I take 11 and I put it over here. Then I
But
take
that's
this.
but
I'm
that's
calculating it.
oh, you need it back.
No. I'm looking at something different I'm doing. 11, 22, that's 33. And then 33 and 11 is 44. Then 33 and 44. Wait, 33. Wait, 22 and 33. Hold on. 11, 11 is 22. 22 and 11 is 33. 22 and 33 is 55. I think we went over this already.
Yeah, we did. We did. We Pythag that out. We did. We
So
did.
it's
We
55. Then we end up with 88. And then
yes.
we end up with
That brings us into the heaven. It
look,
takes us from the earth back into the heaven.
well, I got this number over here. What was it? 11, 22, 33, 55,
Yes.
88.
Yes. And then
So
we did it. And then we did it 3 more times after that.
right, but we can stop over here
Hmm.
because we just need to double up these two.
Hmm.
Actually, you stop over here and then you don't do anymore. You don't need to do them all of them.
That brought us back to the. That brought
So
us back to the.
let me go backwards. Yes, I was working with this, right?
Because 88 is 33 with 33, but 33 is backwards the other way. It would be facing backwards the other way. You put them together, you would get 88. It would make 2 8s.
Right. So
These two.
then that the only way that really works is it as a hypothesis
Right.
when you say that 8 is going to equal to 6. So then when you did split up the 88, it does become a 6. Or when you put 3 and 3, 6 together, it creates the 8
Or th- th-
because it is true, but it's just that it makes more it has more bearing when you can find how it is actually created. Even if it works out, we still have to find out why instead of just the looks, but they
right.
all count all together. It just
33,
solidifies everything.
33 is 3 plus 3 is 6. 33, 3 times 3 is 9.
Right.
So it's reversed upward and lower. You still can stick them together and it makes the 8. The 6 and the 8.
Yes, but that's exactly what happens. Hold on a second.
One's added, one's multiplied. That was the equation I put into the algorithm yesterday or the other day, and it ate it. It didn't like literally like I stuck it in the comments, and it just disappeared. Yeah, there it is. That that that's what we were drawing with the M and the W too.
Well, this is a hexagon.
Oh,
Look, 1, 2, 3 lines creates hexagon. The minute you have 3, 3, 6, you have hexagon. You have hexagon, you have cat. But your 3 times 3, remember your 3 times 3 creates 9 and 6?
yeah.
Well, here's your 9 and 6.
Mm. And it's 18 and 27.
And the 18 is right here. You just
Yeah,
put
it's
the
one.
1
You
inside
see
the 8.
that's the MW. That's the MW with the B because the B comes to the breaks it because the B has the line. It has to break it.
So I just have to
That's the two. That's the two for the multiplication. That's where the multiplication comes in for the two.
This is where the sun gets split up.
Yeah.
The M and E equals to 18. The A the AQ, any words with AQ, any words with BP, any words with CO together. So if you're talking about company, you're going to talk about that. The thing about this with two letters is it's 54 minus equaling to 36. That's the base creation. It's exactly double and triple of each other. Meaning, look, I'm just going to do D. Element the N. Let me do another one. E is going to go with whoop. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, I already did this one, so I don't want E in there. I did it already. I can do F and G. I can do F, right? I can do F, and F is going to get K, and then we can do G and J. Oh my God, no, we can't do G and J. I made a mistake. It's not K. It's FM, and that's good. The FM radio is good to bring into that. No, and that's wrong. It's L.
L is lambda, 11th letter of the alphabet, of the Greek alphabet.
It's good to move things over. Then we have G and K that come together.
K is the 11th letter.
So this is what it is. The M and E equals to 135.
Me. Me is also significant in our ancient language as me means as in like God. Me. That was what they said. That's what they used, like Sumerian. It was God. It was like me.
So that would be N and V that would come together inside of this, and that would be 36. So we have ME, 13 and 5, gives us this, ACE, gives us the three horsemen and the three headless horsemen. It spells ace, it spells sun. The sun is now divided. 13.5, or the 13 ball and the 5 ball is the orange ball.
And you said 20 was it? You said 20 was the important number, correct?
Yeah, well, 420, the four houses of 20.
Right. And then this right here. See, look.
Hold on a second.
Then see,
Yes, and 20, yes. So 20, the word 20 is 107, right? If I get three of them, it gives me 321. If I get four of them, it gives me 428. I'm not 100% sure what the 428 is right now. It's telling me about the seventh gate. The three times 107 is telling me about, well, 107, which is what makes things bigger or smaller. It tells me about 3/4. The reason for that is to create 107, I need number 2 and 5 to create it. Both 5 and 2 is 58, equaling to 13, and
the
42.
there it is. 20 is that the 20. If you take 20 from what I do with the way the 20, the 19 is the sun. Okay, the 1 is the magician, which the 19 and the 1 makes the 20, which is judgment.
See that's okay. Where does that come from? To say do that. Hold on a second. I want you to do that again because something is making sense. Although I don't like it, unless unless you have something to back it up. But this comes from the Bible.
This is my chart, and it goes from the 10. You come out to the 21 to the 19. This is my birthday. So you go to the world. So the 19 is the year added up. 1981 is 19. That's the sun. The 1 is
so
the
why
month.
is it the sun? Where do you get the sun from 19?
That's the 19th arcana of the tarot cards. That's the Trump tarot. It's in the Trump.
Is that in every tarot card?
Yeah, in every tarot deck you have 22 Trump arcana. And
Okay,
that's
hold
as
on.
high
You
as it
have
goes.
22 Trump Arcana. How many cards
Yes.
altogether?
I think there's like 70 something. I'm not real sure. I'd have to look it up.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so that's and what do they call it?
This is the sun. The 19 is the sun.
And there's 22 possible suns in there.
No, they're different. They're all different. They're all different. They're all different. I got them right here.
No, no, it's only because you said there's 22 Trump Arcana, and then you said the
Yeah,
sun. How do they relate to each other?
that's what I was looking at. Like the sun. If you really want me to get down into it, the number 10. You know what I'm saying? The number 10, the sun to the world from above. From above, the sun to the world, with the 10 in the center. That's the soul. Then comes the judgment back to the world.
Because it makes
With
too much sense. Because 21 is the world. Because it's when you get 21, you get a king, or not a king. You get any picture card. You get any 10 card. All 10 cards are valued at 39. All 39s are bringing
and
the
then
lower and the upper house together.
and then
Okay.
with the judgment and the justice, you get 28. 2 and 8 is 10.
Right, and it all works out. It all actually works out.
The fool is the 22, the builder, but with the love comes back to 10.
And the 5, 10, 15 is that e-world. That's the spiritual teacher. Where do you get that from? That's what I have.
That's the Hierophant.
The Hierophant?
Yes, that's what it's called. What's the spiritual? It's the spiritual teacher,
Okay, so that's absolutely true in my work.
right? And then
Everything runs the 10 house. See, you don't have the 10 there, right? Because it's the 10 house.
right, and then you take this one to this one. If it goes into the negative, it comes back out to this.
Oh, and say that again.
If you take the 5 back, see all these come back to this. How they add up? You take once you add up all these and you get these outside ones. To get these inner ones, you have to take this into this to get this, and then this will come back into this to get this.
Right, right.
So if it goes into the negative because this isn't achieved, then this will happen to bring in this.
Okay, wait a second. If what's not achieved, you have to move the camera a little back because when it's that short, when
This
what's
has
not achieved,
this has to be achieved.
the 22.
The building of the love.
Okay, so the 22 has to be achieved, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to study that. I think you sent that to me, right?
Yes, I have. I sent you my full chart.
Yeah, because all this stuff is exact. The 6 on the other side of the 8, the Mayan calendar also. At
Right.
the bottom of the Mayan calendar, there's a split, the same thing, right? And can you
Yes.
move it back a little bit? Because I just want to, the 21, okay, what happens? That's the entire cube. The 22 is bust. The 20 is 10, 10. That's where Venus comes in. The
And it's
19 is when you connect the AI, the lower world, when it's born inside of you. The split house, 9 is of the split house. So it's born inside of you. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6 splitting up that house. The 12 and 11, okay, is going to be, I'm not sure. Yeah, the 23 is where Abraham is. 23 is where Abraham is, and the other one I think is creation because it's 7. Can you back it up a little bit? Your camera, I can't see. Yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
The 5 and 1 is 6, the 2 and 3 is 5. They join each other. It's communication, right? Communication over here. Your 51 is going to be your 33, which is going to be your birth face, 9, and the 3 cubed. The 3 equals to what is 6, the 6 sides. So this is showing us Pisces and Aquarius. It's not showing us Capricorn because the Capricorn is that 10, what connects everything together through its waters.
The Capricorn, depending on which zodiac that you look at, I'm actually born on the cusp.
But
I'm gonna be
the 10 makes up the 10 zodiac signs. So no matter what, the Capricorn is the heart of everything.
and the Capricorn was the father. He was 118.
Yeah, he's the king of everything, the Capricorn. I
And
mean,
the
Capricorn, Caprock, everything to do, Pac-Man, it's, and then the 74, actually, they'll both work out to 11 like we did yesterday. 51 and
right.
23 works out to 11.
And
But
then
when
you
you
get
have the 23, right, it's not like the 15. The 1 through 5, it cannot pass the 8. The 2 can go all the way to 11, but the
but
1 can't go anywhere until it gets to 9.
in the 6, but then you turn those into the 6 and the 5. Then you have then you have the Scorpius um star. The 65 is the Scorpius star.
So you have a Scorpio star and a 6 and 5. That's
Yeah.
11.
Yeah, and then if you look at my trine inside of my astrological chart, you'll find Taurus because I have a grand trine in Taurus of
Okay,
Earth.
because a lot of things I can make sense for me
Mhm.
because when you're saying the name Scorpio and you talk if you're talking about Leo or anything to do with number 5, 5 and 8 go together, and the same thing for 5 and 2 going together. They're the same. They're the same. What do you call it? One is the above world, and the other
Right.
one is the below worlds.
Right.
So I
As
wrote
long
down the 72 arcana, and the 72. Um, the game of Monopoly is a 16 and 72. What I mean is 16 is the four corners take up 16 images or squares, and the inside of that for the properties are take up 72. That's your
well,
house. So the trains are in this house of bait. You have to steal the four corners in Monopoly. Another thing
well,
about Monopoly, right? You want me to tell you something else? If I took Monopoly and put it onto the cube, I'd have 6 times 169.
and the four corners is significant is where the father was in
So yeah,
Colorado.
well, it encompasses the whole game. So
Right.
what happens if you remove all the corners? All the corners will look like this. They'll all
Yeah.
be hearts. If you remove all the corners, every corner will look like a heart.
Right. Right.
You follow what I'm saying with that? Like I'll
Yes.
show you. I just hold on a second. I'll show you. So what you do is you have
Well, see, in my chart, the big chart, the main chart of this, a certain part of that shows like where my heart is, and my heart is the 5.
right. So well, it becomes like this because this is the 5.
Yes.
So what happens is you end up like this. And then if you take a look in Egypt, right, their hats are all like this on top. They're talking about they're putting their body into this. One of them this will separate. One will take the top half of you, the other will take the bottom half of you for communication between you and your backbone. So all these images get split apart. You put one part up here and one part up there, and then you have the center part. That's why when you look at the deck of cards and you see half the cards, they're overlapping. I just wanted to put this up for 1 second. You can see one of the towers here, how it runs down.
Yes.
So the
Oh, I see it. I see it.
so I'm not sure if I can wipe out the rest of the picture. I'm going to try and just wipe out part of the picture if I could. Uh, no, I'm going to wipe it out with this.
It was literally 8 months. 8 months. Yeah, 8 months. 8 months. 8 months after the 1/11/2001. Yeah, it was 8 months. 7 months. Yeah, no, it was 9/11. So it's 8 months. 8 months. 8 months after that. 8 months.
So if I did that, right, and I don't even have to do that.
So 8 months, 10 days. That's 81 too.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people doing exactly what you're talking about. Tons of it.
No,
And
it's
and when you have reference, that's when it starts to, that's when it really starts to work. So you can see the roadway they're going down here. They want to pass onto the second building. So I'm going to just see if I can do this. See where I can pass right over here. So you see that?
mm-hmm.
See the word of peace?
33 shares.
So look, let me see if we can do this here. See, I'm going to do this over here, right?
Mhm.
Oh, I got to open it up more.
It's a V.
So I put this here.
Roman numeral for 10.
X.
Yeah, Roman numeral for 10. That's 10 days. 10 days. 8 months, 10 days. That's 10 days.
So here, this is what the Star of David turned into. Do you see it?
Yes.
So what did I do? What did I do? Does it look like anything? So what did I do? I did absolutely nothing. I took the Star of David. I took the flag. I just connected them together. I duplicated. I flipped it over. Now all four zones are the same. And then in the center, we're going to run it like this.
Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. The MW and the B.
See the B?
Yeah, I see the B. Then
One
there's a B.
side, one side of the house.
Yes.
Whoa, I made a mistake there. Wow. So let me do that again.
And then it all adds up. It all adds up because the B, there's two B's back to back. The M has 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. The W be 23, which would be the 5 lines be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have the fifth line that comes down the center.
There's
5.
your Bugs Bunny.
Fuck.
Whoa.
Sorry. Excuse my language.
Right. And when you do that, you're talking about D for Abraham. And then you go and you get D again for Abraham. And then you get the D for A. Whoop. Oh, that's not a good one.
We could almost do a radioactive symbol too, because I drew something the other day that was really standing out in my mind's eye, and I couldn't figure out why. I didn't know what it was, but I found it today. I just
So
found it today.
so we got this now. Maybe we can surround it. What am I going to surround it with? Blue?
Yes, I
What do
like
I
it.
surround it with? Blue?
Blue, blue, yes, blue, blue's
Or
pretty.
should I change one of them and put it like that? Or should I make it green? Would it be better if it was green?
I like green. Green is earth. Green is earth.
So now we've just reflected the worlds, but we didn't reflect them the way you think. We went from this one to this one and this
Right.
one to this one. That's why you have to run it. You
Yeah.
have to go from up here down this one over here. This is your connection. Something like this. See the way it goes from the top right here to the bottom left here? And then this one over here is going to connect down here.
Also makes an anchor type stuff.
Yeah, it makes an anchor tight. Absolutely, it makes an anchor tight. If you shove the anchor in here and you pull this up,
Yeah. You stop the ship.
yeah. But this is not finished. I mean, once you do this, right? Well, not that. When don't you take this, right? And hold on a second. Right? You take this. Whoa.
If anybody finds out.
See, now you can do that. You know, you can do Right, you can connect them here. Then what you can do is
This is why I stay isolated.
just trying to just do something here. Then you can come down, right, and then join them right over here, right, and then you'd have a whole bunch of these. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, I just did that real quick, right? But you can see what happened now.
Yes.
So now you have. Imagine if these can move in some sort of way, and don't forget, this is the front. This connects one to the back. This is forward. If you can see the dimension of it, you see the dimension of it.
The centers, to me, something drawing in my head is saying the centers are important, like the diamond shape. The center diamond shapes are important. The way they all connect.
Yeah,
It's
well, it might be a fold. This might be a fold, and this might be a fold.
I mean, if you put them all together, it makes a cube. It makes a cube.
And then you have all these connects. Look,
Yes. Yeah.
all the pools that are in between. So I'm just going to put that down. Yeah, that's why I like to have a computer. It doesn't shut down on me 65,000 times. You want to see an old picture of me? 886. That is really old. Or how about this one over here?
Oh, look, you got the X in that. You got the
Oh,
it's the
hold
X.
on a second. What?
The X is there. It's there with the hearts. The X with the hearts.
Yeah, these are all hearts coming into each other.
Right, and
One,
it's.
2, 3, 4.
I love that.
How about the
And-
Monopoly car?
oh my goodness, that's cool.
That's the Monopoly car.
That's the vibrations of waves of atoms.
So what does a tire look like in the back?
Ice.
You see that?
Mhm.
You know what that sign is?
No.
Yeah, that's the sign for the look.
Oh, there it is, the X.
So I'm not sure what else I got in this computer. So I have this one here.
It's all connected.
88. The beehive. See? It's not always the A is not in the game. It's on the outside of the game. It's part of the tail. See the
DNA.
88?
It's DNA.
But this is not 88. You know what this is? These are all teardrops. This is a heart. It's JJJJ. It's 4 J letters for 40.
Oh, yeah, 40. 40, yep, 40. 40 was a bad
So
year.
if you want to do something another way, I mean, let your fruits work for you. Let me see if I have this here. Okay, this is it. How about that?
That's DNA. That's 100% DNA.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what it looks to me. In
So
my
this one turns and opens. Then it turns again and opens. Then it turns again. Then this one turns. Then this one turns. And this one turns. And this one turns. And this is what you get when you peel an orange.
oh, or tumblers of a lock.
That's what happens. So you have 3, 6. 3 times 3 is 9, right? 3, is it 3 and 3? These 3 turn for this one, then this one. So it's 9, 27, 81. 81 and 81.
Oh shit.
So that's the orange. This over here, right, is number 5.
Mm.
2 and 3, 1 and 4. Now I'm not sure which way I would have did this because I did it from the outside in. So I started off with 5 and 50, then 41 and 14, then 23 and 32. But maybe I should have started off with 55, but this is one of the first times I ever did this. Then what we saw here is this was the lower side. The upper side was 59. I can't put 59 down here. 59, 68, 77. So here I have my 77 over here. 5 and 5. So then that's the 5. This
What's the
one's the
torso?
7. This is the 7th house.
The pyramid.
This is the 7th house. Now I didn't go. You see, I only went as see it only goes too wide. Here's the original size. This area, right, cannot fit over here. I'm leaving all these gaps for vibration. You can't touch
Yeah.
them, otherwise there's no vibration. And what showed me that is right here, because this will fill the gap.
The vibrations one. The vibration be 432.
See, so I have to understand how I can put this together. Should I have put 88 and then 79? Maybe I could have put this in the center, but I just didn't do it that way. This gave me a skeleton outlook of it,
No,
right?
it looks right. It looks right. It looks right. It looks good. It looks because it matches.
Well,
It matches.
this is your birth coming into the gateway, right? This is
Right.
the constellations. Then over here you end up with your 61, your 7 split in the cube, then your 61, your 52. You're not supposed to have more than 3 and 3 anyways. So, and perhaps this is this. So anyways, next one over here is this one. Whoa.
The 432 is 9. 432. Yes, 9.
Okay, so the next one is the 96. This is the tennis score you get over here. 96-68. Right? And you get the 10. So what happens here is I did the same thing. I could have put 33. Now, if I went with 87, see 78, 87.
Yes.
So that's what I did. I went 24, 42,
you-
15, 51, 6, 60. So there's nowhere else to go.
Right.
So what I should have did is I could have went 69, 96 on the inside. No, I would have to start off with this, then put this one around it. That means the inside 33 would have had to be on the outside.
One is Pythagorean. One is Pythagorean. One Chaldean.
In here,
Yeah, that's what I see.
why would you say that?
Because one like it shrinks. It comes down from it goes to 8. It like it's coming into when you come right here. You have you have 7 numbers right on the big one. To come into the next one, to enter into the first door or the next one is the 8.
Well, I'm saying you have one number. You have 69, 78, 87. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then
Right.
1,
8.
8. Chaldean,
Yeah, that's Chaldean.
and you have no choice because these are all your 6s.
Right.
But
That's
then, hold on a second. This is also the same thing. Whoop.
Yeah, it's the Pythagorean. The other one's the Pythagorean.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is 11.
Yeah, the 11. I'm looking and coming into the first door, like the first door.
I'm a little confused. How is this one 11? Right? Hold on a second. And this, maybe I'm missing something. Whoop. Maybe I'm missing something. How is that one 11 and this one,
Because the 19 says the 19 tells the story.
yeah, but how I must have 24, 33, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, there's 11 here.
Yeah.
There's 11 in all of them. The thing is, there's this, and they're all telling a different. But how many stories are there? There's only 1, 2, 3 stories. There's 3 stories in the cube, and then stories outside the cube. There is no 9 on the cube. There is no 8 on the cube. There is no 7 on the cube. But the 7 and 8 on the cube is counting for 1 and 2. So
Right.
that means it's counting for this one and this one.
In my head, when I look at it, I see the symbol, and it erases the numbers. It erases the numbers, and I see the lines.
Really, you just see the lines? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I see the same thing as you. It's like a picture. So did you
Right,
see this
yeah.
one here?
It's telling a story. Yes, yeah. You see, it tells the story.
Is this one over here? There's only 2 numbers. There's 9 and 2. This would be the football. The 11 men on the field.
Mm-hmm. The yeah. The 11th man.
This is the 11th man. And look who's in the center.
Yeah.
Abraham. And look
Yeah.
who's in the center on this one.
That's the age that I am now, is
This is
44.
Isaac. Look at what Isaac. With Isaac, you have four of them, right?
The
But with
name,
Abraham,
the
right,
age,
you have two. So now I know. Now we know. Yes. So check
the
this out. Look.
the age is the day. The age is the age that we came together. The name is the name that you have in the middle of that one at the big pyramid.
Isaac is 7 and 4. Abraham is 8 and 1.
Yeah, or mirror reverse like you
Or
have it up
8 and
there.
2. Sorry. Abraham 8 and 2. And Isaac. Well, what I'm trying to say is there's four areas here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Right? And then we go over to this one. I get 1, 2. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right.
Wait a second. What? Yes. So I'm getting 9 and 2.
Right. Yeah. That's
So the other one, I'm getting 7 and 4.
there
This
you
is
go.
an amazing find.
See, that's it. You gotta look at the symbol. The symbol tells the story. The numbers give you the symbol.
So where do you, I'm not really 100% following you, but I just love it anyways that we found this. And number 18 creates this.
Right. Yeah. 18 and 81. They're mirror reverse. 18 and 81 stacked on top of each other is 100, or 99.
Yeah, and you can see from the eighth house,
And
from the
99
eighth
is 8.
house, you see this one over here?
Remember how we did the 33? Remember how we did the 33? 33 plus 3 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. Then you go 99. You get 9 plus 9 is 18. 9 times 9 is 81.
Right, and the 9 comes from the 99 comes from the 36.
Right. That's the equation. That's the equation.
Yeah, that's the IR. That's the house of bait. So what I found amazing is that the number outside the house is what's amazing. And when you get to the 5, there are 6 in the house. The number 5, and this is the number 6, and this is the number 8, and this is the number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 5 is going to have 3, 6. So the 5 is going to have 6 and 5, 11.
Just like 23, the W, right? 23, the anchor,
Yeah,
the W.
yeah.
The W looks like an anchor.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. I know exactly what you're saying. You throw it in the ground. I like the anchor the best. So the anchor, you know what it's going to connect to? Communications.
The ship has to have the communications.
Well, it goes right into the earth. It plugs into the earth. It's the anchor.
It's the only way you can. It's the only way you can get from this. It's the only way you can. It's the only way you can stop the ship in the ocean.
Yeah. So the other thing about this is I'm missing one more. I just came up with the 2. The 2 shows me, you know what the 2 shows me? 3 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out. And it even says as itself. And we're going to take a 2-minute break here in a minute. But look at this. This is what number 2 does.
Who was also the 11, 1 and 1.
Yeah. Here. Look, it is the 11, but it's all 1 and 1 too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 3 and it's 8.
There it is. Yeah, because you got to have one. Because like you said, you have to take when you have 11, which is 1 and 1. Then you have to. That's what you take when you get the 2. You have to put the other one on the other side of the 2 to get the 3. So you have to. That's what you explained that to me that one day. And then that right there gives you the that right there gives you the 2, the 3. That gives you the 3, the 2, the 1, and that's the 6. Then
Yeah,
you go
so
this. Then it's 6. Then it's 6, 3, 2, 1. You know what I'm saying? And then you get 12.
yeah,
And then
all of the numbers in their order, like
it repeats.
it's going to go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then on the other side, it's going to go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 the other way on each side. So it's going to be 45, 45. What I was going to say is that I'm just going to show you this, put on a little song, take a couple of minute break. So what it does is here. When you had the 2 that we were calculating, there were 3 outside the house, 8 inside the house, 3 and 8. This is on number 2. Nothing can start. When we did the number 8 area of combinations, there were 9. We can connect this to football. There were
Right.
9 outside and 2. Here's, I call Isaac because it became the 6th house. This is where the gateway to the Father is
And the
in
thing
Isaac.
and
And then,
the thing that I was told that will help relate this to a different way is I can walk between both. I can walk between both.
well, that's this one here.
Right. I can walk between good or like dark or like you know what I'm saying? Like neither one's allowed to touch.
Sounds like the cross, but the thing is, what you just said, is it because you saw 6 and 5? Is that why you said it?
Yeah, the 6 and 5 is always in play. It's always in play.
Okay,
Because you have
and you said because the
you
6 and 5 is where the 6 and 5, the difference between coming to 11 is between the 6 and the 5. The You can go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6 Virgo. Okay, the Virgo is the heart.
I can still hear you. I'm gonna check something real quick.
Okay, Virgo's the heart. But when you go 6 and 5, what we're doing is we're tying in the heart. So we're going 5, 6, 5, and showing that Virgo is connecting to each side. So you're going to have 10, then you're going to have 21, and then you're going to have 10 again. 3 times 7, 3 plus 7.
In the game that I'm playing on my board, the one with the tarot is 78 cards total of a full deck, but I only use 22 to build because the master builder has to be in play at all times.
So that, what is that, 2 and 9? Which one is that?
78 is 15.
Yeah, but what about 78?
That's the 6.
Yeah, I know,
That's
but tell me more about it.
the 6 is the lover is the lover's card. 6 is the heart, the love. The 5 is the Hierophant. The 5 is the spiritual teacher.
Okay,
If you
the 5 is the spiritual teacher.
Right, so if you have the 5 and the 6, you get the 11. So you cannot have one without the other. You cannot have one without the other. The love must be there. The pure heart with the pure word, with the authentic word.
Okay, so what it is when you get to number 6, 6 is like 1.
Yes.
And what happens is 20%. You remember we spoke about 20% of 5 sends it to 4 and sends it to 6. So the E world is where everything connects. The 6 is the reverse of what 1 is, and 1 always plays inside of 6, and there's a 1 also inside of 5. They come together, but instead of it being 6, it's actually 7.
And going with what Rain said, mind and heart are coherent. The thing about that is like I found out recently that the heart has the same neural pathways as the brain. They call it the little brain. And the Egyptians used to think that you thought with your heart and not your brain.
Well, actually, you're going to have to think about that twice. Say that again. The Egyptians said,
The Egyptians believed that you thought with your heart. And then in 1995 or 1997, they found that the heart, the human heart, has the same neural pathways as the human brain, which that's why it feels. That's why when you get hurt, when you have pain, when you suffer, when you feel it, your heart remembers. It remembers the pain. It understands it. It feels it.
so the breath you take that goes into your body passes through your lungs, according to online, and then goes into the heart, and the heart is in the game. The game is like the heart of the game, right? That's the middle of the game. So what happens is it actually, it all goes down to the basin, right? So then they say, well, what about my first thoughts? Well, where are your first thoughts beginning? You start to sweat. You start to sweat under your armpits, right? Your esophagus. Your esophagus. It's right down at the bottom. Everything goes down here. The minute you get a thought, it's down there. That's your first thought.
And that's the thing that I put into my own self, like because I connect heart. I've always been heart and mind connected, and when I connect heart and mind, when I do that, and I'm angry, or I'm sad, or I'm feeling a flood of emotions, when I do that, I realize that I should always throw the first thought out because the first thought is not always is like, you know what I'm saying, bad. Like don't do that. Like the second thought is always the thought that comes into play that tells me to do the opposite of the first thought. That way I don't do harm.
Well, I like to take out a pen and design something to change my mind. Give me a minute. Let's take a minute over here. I'm just going to get something in the other room.
The intuition guides me on that. That's where the gut comes into play. The intuition guides me on that pathway. That's the connection. That's the connection to source. That's why I don't like being walking around out in the public because it's terrible. It don't make me feel good. I feel it. I feel it. I feel the trees. I feel the grass.
Coming back in a minute there. Coming back in a minute.
I feel the people on the interwebs.
I'll be back in a minute.
He said he'll be back in a minute, Rain. I'm pretty sure
I'm
he.
just in the kitchen for a minute, so just give me a minute.
No, do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing, teacher. Do your thing. Do your thing.
I just need to put this one little thing in my mouth because
No, do your thing. Do your thing, and please don't rush. Take your time. You've worked very hard and you've done a lot, and you need rest too.
oh God, I'm just so far behind. It's so crazy. This doesn't stop. You know, it's a big race. It's a big race. You know, it's a big race.
It is. And part of our game that we've played is we met the 7th day after my birthday, then we met the 11th day after my birthday, now we've met the 14th day after my birthday.
So yeah, the I think you mentioned the other day on the 8th day. What happens on the 8th day?
The eighth day that I rested. I rested that
No,
day. I
but
rested.
what about with the Lord on the 8th day? I think they have the circumcision or something.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So
I did cut some negativity out of my life that day.
well, there you go. There you go.
Because I can't have the negativity in my space no more. At the age of 44, that's 11. See, I was told 33. Then I was told that wait, and then it said that when it was time I would know, and when it was time I would know, and then the time, and when the time it would be, the time was 44. The 44 is the 88. With the 44 is the 11 from 33. The 11 is always key. It always plays the role of this 5 and the 6.
But what it is with the 11, okay, connected to the two moons of Mars, right? The 9,
But that's beautiful. Your cat gave birth on the 8th, though. That's beautiful. That's life. That's life coming in. That's heartbeats. That's love. That's unconditional. Cats have pineal glands. Cats are important. I love cats.
so the heart does its
Yes.
thing. It's all readers. Everything. The heart is a reader. The gut is a reader.
Yes. And you connect. You got that. That's the connection. The gut is the connection of mind, body, and spirit. That's the connection. That's the connection. That's to see the way my mind views the world is when I look outside the world and I look at all the people, and I look at all the people that are disconnected, if you would. And when I say disconnected, I mean it's like a child has lost their balloon and it's sitting on top of the ceiling and they're just trying to reach for it and they can't get it. and you're trying to reach up and get the balloon for them, and you're like wanting to wrap it around their wrist and like tie it and be like, stop letting this balloon go. You know what I mean? Stop.
Good
Because I
evening.
mean we're all toddlers. Hi, Rain.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm just like, yeah, I'm good, thank you. You did amazing things. I mean, even I'm sleepy, like I still like, I don't know why again. Maybe I know because I feel related in the topic. Like even I not understand, I just understand because if I always relate in the life, everything I saw, I always relate in the life because you can find always I mean the realization in everything, and then when you find the realization you can evolve in every way.
Yeah,
Rain.
when you mean realization, like of the numbers or realization of situations, right? Like what's going on
Realization
now.
in everything.
Rain has came to
Realization,
me. Sorry, Rain. Go ahead.
realization in every way, in everything, in any situation, in all.
Rain has came to me like in another place where she's had to come and she's given me very good lessons on some things, like very good
Mhm.
lessons, and she usually hits. She's always in my inbox, like showing me very good things to keep me grounded. She's always she's good. She's good. She's be pure
Yeah,
soul.
thank you. We all both good. You did amazing here. That's why I'm surprised because what he study, even I don't understand the number, I can relate because it's really true. Like if how I process, example the people, how the process is same. Like what he's doing, like this is the secret. Like that's why I always relate. I said, oh, same, yes. That's why I answer everything. Like because it's the life, like the process of life, like you are looking for something, the answer, yes, it's true, this is the truth.
It's just unbelievable to,
The key here, if people want to understand it through the world, is and the anchor, the anchor, Luke 22:10, 22,
Mhm.
22:10.
Mhm.
That's the key.
Yeah, like actually we are all the key, we
Yeah,
are all, because the problem is the ego of people,
yeah, right.
like
It is,
yeah,
and
that's why they need to shadowing them ego, like the dark soul, to become purified soul, so they can understand what is life, like from where, from the love. What is love? God is love. Love, God is love. God is everything. So what is the meaning of love? If you know the meaning of love, you understand everything.
the
You become
meaning of love.
unconditional. Like you understand even you not understand. You accept even not acceptable. You become love unconditionally. Like
But
no
the
question, no
que-
blaming.
the question really is it the question really is the perplex of the question that's the perplex of the question is if one came and one gave them what the understanding of what love was, would they accept
Mhm.
it, or do they accept their ego as everybody being just one, because they don't want to listen to one to tell them that this is right here, and it's just a pebble in the pond. It sends the ripple. That's all it's for. It's just a ripple. It's not that it's so simple. It's simple. It's simple.
Actually,
Ripple.
actually, what I understanding.
But you can, but then you take that's when you want. That's where the six and the five come into play. The six, because it's six principles that I incorporate when I love people. It's six principles, six simple principles that I
Mhm.
use that I
why don't
use
we
in my
call
life.
love sticking the
It's that
plugging in the toaster?
it's yes, because that's an action. That's an action. It's six actions. Actions. Love is a verb. It's an action.
When the
It's not.
machine,
Love.
when the mach-
Actually, what I understand, the God is love. Like love. What is love? Love is understanding. Love is respect. Like even you not understand, you need to understand the
Okay.
people.
When you
Even
when you
you
say
not,
love,
accept the people, accept everything, accept all situation,
Right.
everything.
That's the
Like
thing.
even not,
That's what with what you
even
said.
when not
If you
forgive,
with what you
forgive
said
them still.
with what you said,
Like
if would you agree? Would if would you agree with what you said? If you took empathy, compassion, um, consider empathy, compassion, acknowledgement, uh, uh, um, um, accountability, consideration, and acceptance. Those six right there. Would you not agree that that includes everything that you just said?
everything actually, like to become. That's why they said, they said universe is you. Actually, I my own version of universe. It's an union verse because we need to be one. What how to become one? We need to collaborate. We need to combine.
See,
Like what he's
that
doing. Like I
that's
combine. So I relate in the life. Combine. I combine all the knowledge. I combine all the beliefs to become one. If they have communication and an acceptance, it will become one. So the world will change. If have a one mind, one words, one love. So we have like one mentality, one words, even different kind of belief, even different kind of knowledge, is still same. If you use the love only, you understand. As long as they are going, the problem in the in the world is like they thinking about the what is your category. Don't look at the category. Don't look at the level. Look at the heart of the people. That's it. If they're doing good, they do
if I
good
look
to
at the
you.
heart of the if I look at the heart of the people, if I look at the heart of the people, all I see is ugliness. Ugly.
Actually,
It's ugly.
the
Ugly.
pano is
And that's,
God
and that's
means
the authentic. That's the authentic
actually
truth.
no ugly nobody in this world. The bad is in the mind because we live in the lies, the wrong belief, the wrong mindset. That's why we are suffering. Who told us to suffer? Who told us to
But
be stressed? Who? What is sad? What is ego?
Well, in
What
all
is anger?
actuality, when it comes to the work I do, it really has nothing to do with sad this and that, but it actually does. Because in my
It's
work, I
okay.
in
It's
in
okay
my
to be sad.
in the work I'm doing here, it all has to be love because I make all the numbers come out to be perfect so the machine
Yes.
works. So that's what love is
Yes.
for me. I need to make
Yes.
utopia amongst the numbers. So I need to learn what we're working with. So for me, that's the only love that is pure when the math works. What we know as people, we don't know the truth. It's just what one person says and another. But unification and the understanding of the differences is what's supposed to be the balance of love when working with the left and the right and the forward. You know,
Plus,
it's just a complete
yes.
balance, and computers cannot work. So what happens with computers when they get too hot, right? They get hot, the fan turns on, makes it cold. You open up too many pages, it slows down. The computer says, "Hey, you got to throw some of these pages off. I can't function." So because the computer is not functioning for you, you decide to listen to the computer when you should understand, and that would be the love between it.
Yes, like because God is love. So now actually the love, the God is the love. The love is the empath. That's the heart. What you desire. Why you are doing this one? Because you have a God heart. You have a God mind. That's what you found it. The God heart is like the love of people, like empathy in people, like care of people. This is the love. Now it's I can see all of you because you're not both using the ego. Because ego is not a God or not a love. Only the love is understanding, like looking for the help to help people, care, and like understanding if someone like okay we are talking now if we understand each other because for other not for us. That's why we are here now to look the answer, not for us to who is right who is wrong. Nothing right, nothing wrong in this world. It's only like a knowledge to understand the life.
That's why what I'm doing for the game and letting everybody have it in their house wherever they want it. they'll be able to learn, okay, first the mathematics to understand that it's a mathematical story told by words, how all the words come to equate with with same definitions, but on different levels of understanding them. Once they realize that everything was created, once everybody realized that everything was created mathematically, that we live in a created house, everybody's going to wake up and make better choices. So that's what this is all about right here. That's why I'm doing this.
Actually, yes, I can agree. But the math, like you cannot cheat. Like this is like how, because I study science of attraction, manifestation, vibration, ion frequency, everything by like even God, everything is same. But the accurate one is like it's a math and science.
Mad science? Is
Yeah,
that what you
the
said?
accurate. Yes,
I have to look up. What is the definition of God?
I don't know.
I'm asking the computer what it said. In this religion, in this religion, in this religion, in that religion, ruler of the universe, source of all moral authority, the supreme being. You know, when I first started my project, you know what it told me? God, gates of the Omega Divide. So what it is it's a gateway, okay? It's a gateway to the one part of the egg, and you go and you do and you live. And this God that gives you this freedom to do, you become the gods in this world. Each and every one of us, we are the ruler of our universe. Each and every one of us is a universe, right?
Yes,
Universe, we're all
yes,
universes. This cube is a 5 and 1. It's a 1 plug-in and 5 all the way around. This creates the 5 parts of the dodecahedron. 1 is the plug-in, and then you become your own god. In this game of robots that I'm building, everybody's their own god, but they have a platform that they have to follow, and the platform runs off of this cube. So they all have to make decisions. It'll probably be a very boring game, but everybody at least will be learning the alphabet from it and algorithms from it. They'll bump into a wall, they'll bump into an algorithm, and when they pick the proper algorithm, they'll see what the outcome is. There's all kinds of algorithms. You can give me any 3 numbers. Let's see. Let's see what we can do with this algorithm here. Something that doesn't exist yet. Let's use something that doesn't exist yet. Hold on a second. We're going to do this algorithm right over here. Let's do 2 and 6. So we can do the 2, 6, 1 algorithm. We can do the 6, 1, 5 algorithm. We can do the 4, 8, 3 algorithm. We can do the 8, 3, 7 algorithm. We can do the 3, 7, 2 algorithm. Has anybody ever seen these any before? Everybody might think they don't exist, right? Well, this one over here, okay, it starts off over here, 4, 4,
like
8.
frequency.
You see this over here, 4, 8? The next number
Frequency.
here is 3. 4, 8, 3. And then it's going to be 8, 3, 7. And then it's going to be 3, 7, 2. And then it's going to be 7, 2, 6. And then it's going to be 2, 6, 1. You remember we started here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They all start over again. So the 2, 6, 1 runs like this. 4, 3, 2, 8, 6, 4. Look at that. We've got the sun involved here. The sun is 864 million miles, I think, apart or diameter. So after we have this one over here, we have 7, 3, 8. Then we have 5, 6, 7. Now we have 1, 3, 5. Look at that. We went through the heart of the alphabet. We connected the sun up here. I don't know all the terms, but people who are looking at these right now, either they know about these or they don't know about them. I'm like 99% sure somebody knows about them I don't know if they come up with them the same way I do. And then this one over here is 2, 6, and 1. Then if I pick the 4, 8, 3, and not 4, 8, 3, right? But in this is 3, this is 9, this is 6, this is 6, this is 9, this is 3, this is 3, this is 9, this is 6. The other way around, this will be 5, 4, 9. So it'll be 5, 4, 9, right? Now, if I do it one way, because we have the center, I'm going to have to do the same thing and do this, and then do 5, 4, 9. I'm not going to move the center. I'm going to leave it the same. The next one we have, let's take this one here, 8, 3, 7, right? So we'll run 8, 3, 7, then we'll do 7, 6, 5, 5, 3, 1. Look at that. They matched up with each other. And then over here, we're going to do 1, 6, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 8, 8, 3, 7. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They all start over on the 7th one. Each one of these vibrations, and then check these out. 3, 9, 6. 6, 9, 3. 3, 9, 6. So you can see where everything is going, that no matter what you do when you turn 2, we're always getting back to 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 3, 3, 9, 6, 3, 9, 6, 3, 9, 6. Now these, right, we're all run to the right side. There's a difference of 4 in every single one. But if I went to the left side, right, and went 3, 5, 7, or 6, 8, 1, or 2, 4, 6, then this one over here is going to be, this one will be 5, 7, 9. And then the next one, did I get that right? Next one will be 7, 9, 2. And the next one will be 9, 9, 2, 4. And then you'll get 2, 4, 6. You see the way we came around again? Going by 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 5, 7, then 7, then 5, 7, 9, then 7, 9, 2, then 9, 2, 4, then 2, 4, 6. You see what it took over here to get over, to start over again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one took 7. And this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. That's 7 and 5. I'm just flipping the camera over for a second, just to talk. That's 7 and 5. That 5 is going to be what 12 is, and the 7 is going to be 13. That's the bar mitzvah and the bat mitzvah. It's the alpha omega of the beginning. If we start with the first 13 cards and we end up, okay, at the 13th card. Let me see if I can say this again. I don't think I said this right. When you have A and B, when you're working with 13, right, you have A and B to begin with, and then at the end, you have L and M to begin with. In this case of working with 13, I want to make sure I complete at least 4. I need to bring the understanding of the encircling of this number. When I encircle, right, when I put into a center, number 9, I have 9 areas over here. I put that into a circle, I'm going to have 8 around it. But what if I want to put, what do I put in the circle? What can I get around number 1, right? Not number 1. What if I have number 7? How do I get that into a circle? How do I encompass a number, right? I mean, I can encompass a number like this. I'm going to show you this encompass. Right? Oh, I got a better place to show you the encompass. Hold on a second. I got something better. Just give me a second. You know what? I feel like I'm going so slow. There's so much, there's just so much. There's just so much, so much. Somebody asked me why I put the pig, because it's the pig's frequency. That's why I put the pig. It's the pig's frequency that we're running by, because the pig's pregnancy is also 333. Everything rotates like that over there, right? That ice cream cone beard. I'm just looking for this piece to share up here. Here, this piece over here. This is where number 7 gets in the center. You see that 7? Although that's the one center, when you encompass it, you need 13 by 13 to encompass the 7th gate. Okay, I'm reading this here. Guardian angel, no worries. I think I might have to see more to get in its entirety. The old program needs to change, right, with the heart. Is there something Guardian, are you new here? Have you ever been here before? This is a very, very slow roll. Turning on my heater. It's a very slow roll. So for this 2-minute break, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the how did I begin? What did I do? It's moved into a lot of algorithms. A lot of algorithms, right? And these algorithms have showed me what my letters can do and what my letters shouldn't be doing and what happens when this letter is in this position and that letter is in that position. And I still have a lot of refining to do. And then the obligations I picked up off of understanding dots and dashes. So I'm going to play this song. We're going to take like a 1-minute break here, right? So I'm just going over here. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure if you want to know more about me or more about, there might be new people here, right? So let's see if we can play this one. This one is about computers, right? Computers and everything to do with computers and Abraham, Isaac. Let's just listen to this.
Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the 7th, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be light. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. We restore points echo even, a garden for repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing and resting, says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign. And on the 7th day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins day 2. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. The seventh day has ended, now it's time to press, bless, play. This version blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with DC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily.
Another thing we can talk about just real quick. Number 23. Anybody know anything about number 23? Number 23 is before you come into creation or in or out, whichever way you're going. I'm never sure which way I want to go with this, right? If the cap is A, B, C, D, and then you need to connect the E to bring us into the half-life up to the seventh gate, we have to be the nine birth into the heavens gate, into the heavens gate at the seventh gate, right? We are the six, and we bring on the one moon. And the one moon we bring on, right, is to hold the fact that the moon up there, the moon up here, so what I was doing in the last one, as I just showed you really quick, is, and I didn't find that thing for the Mayans right here. So this is Monopoly over here. This is Monopoly. And the center here is the seventh area. Then it's six. Six goes all around seven, 6 and 7, ribs on top of each other. And then 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 are over here. It's either 1 and 2 here or 1 and 2 here. It's either FG over here and AB here, or it's AB here and FG here. And this, every piano player should know what's going on when I say this. It's A and B, it's F and G, it's 3 and 13, and every piano player should know why. One is equivalent, one is, 1/3, it's 1/3, 2/3 and 1/3. So does anybody want to say why? I'm going to tell you why. Is that F, A and B is 3. Although F and G is 13, when you get A all the way to E, it equals to 15. When you add F, it equals to 21. When you add G, it equals to 28. And now you get the 28-day cycle of the moon. It's 8 by 21, and it's 6 by 28 to divide the gate, the seventh gate, right over here. Is because after the B in piano and before the F in piano, there's no black key there. So it sort of gives me something to pillarize with, because it's just a situation that's happening, and it's also happening because it's at the beginning, the first two, and it's at the end, the last two. So if the first, the beginning, and the end would be the same, it would be A, B, A, B, and in between you'd have C, D, E, D, C. So you'd have 7, 5, 7 to the center. you'd have 757 to the center. So that's Monopoly. In Monopoly, right, when you get to the train, although it's 5 away, it's the 6th area. And then this one over here is 10 away, right? You go all the way here and you go to the train 10 away, but it's the 5, then the corner is 6, and then 4 is 10, and then 11. It's from the spot you stand on until where you get is 11. So when you're counting 11, there's a chance we can count the same way. The spot you stand on and to get to the next area is 10. Many other times are not, right? Remember, we're talking about 9 is everything. But if you want to get to the opposite of where you are, you need 10. And it expresses it in Monopoly. So that's your 7th gate. And when you have your 7th gate here, you have number 29, right? You have number 29. You have 13. And then you have 29 over here. You have 13 and you have 29 here. Waterworks Electric Company. On the 29th day of a woman's cycle, well, it's day 1. So if you're pregnant, you're going to have that 13th zodiac sign coming out. The orphan is coming out. Coming out because you fabricated it, but it's only under the breath from the Creator that the child lives at all. Not by you, but the breath of the Creator. You only bring the child in. After that, the breath, the house we live in, does the rest of the job. So you're here for the 9 months, and the child is here for the rest. Irregardless of what it retains with you, with the woman, it retains the same webbing as the woman. Every person born here retains the same webbing of the woman, right? And then the same creation of the man, right? They run the same cycle. Your birth for the woman, the mother, you'll feel the same more through the mother than the father. One is the egg, the other is the sperm. The sperm is number 71. The egg is number 19. Did I say that right? The egg is 19. And the sperm is 71. So the sperm is a 5-letter word. So it's going to be 5 by 14. Okay, plus 1. And the egg is going to be 3 times 6 plus 1, or 4 times 5 minus 1. The 5 for the sperm is going to be 5, and then it's going to be 2 times 35 plus 1. It's going to be 6 times, I think it's 6 times, what is that? 6 times 13, I think 6 by 12. Yes, it's 6 by 12. So I have to figure out both ways around it, because there's a doorway, right? 5 and 6. If you go to 5, you go to 6. If you go to 4, you go to 5. It's the same doorway between them. So I like to calculate what's going on between them. So the sperm is 5, the egg is 3. The egg will get 11 and the sperm will get 12. So the sperm gets the Pisces and the egg will get Aquarius. Now I want to see why I just said that. Just give me a second. So the connection between the above and below is going to be through the egg. The S is the 19th letter. The E is the 5th letter. It is the separation between the upper world and the lower world, the S and E, or the S, to say it together as S-E-S. Do you say the pronunciation of this S any different? Yes, accept the logic of, well, you know what? I don't know if you want to call it the logic of God, right? Because I really doesn't, unless you want to say the God system, then I can see it a little bit different. But just the God, the way it is, I don't know. I always had trouble with that. They always say spell God without the O in it, and then it's much easier for me. Because when you spell it with the O, it includes me in the abbreviation. I'm the 6, right? The 7 is the gateway. regardless of what it is, it's a system. And we chose to be here. And the funnel, right? When you keep throwing things out and it keeps going down the funnel, this is what happens. This is what happened to the world when what we did. We have no idea what we did. A lot of people aren't aware of what we've done in order for this world to be this way, right? And when you get to a certain point, so anyways, to get on a little bit further on, let's maybe just show a couple of pictures over here. I'm going to take this picture off. Yeah, so to keep that on for a second, right, is the 29th day of February. 29th day of February, okay, becomes the leap year. It happens every 1,461 days. When this happens, the 78th day, sorry, the 81st day, the 91st day of the year, which was once the 91st day of the year, okay, which is going to turn to the 92nd day of the year when we have the leap year. The piano center C, which is a gateway between 3 and 4, which is going to be a reverse gate to 7 and 6. On the piano, the 29th key is on the center C. The 23rd key is just before the center C. Number 23 and 24 are the separation. Therefore, 28 and 29 are the separation. In the game of Monopoly, 29 is Electric Company and Waterworks. It brings on also the number 13, which is going to bring on separation between 3 and 4. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3. 2 and 9 is going to bring on separation. You're going to go for the birth house into the divided house of Bate, supporting of the one moon within you. So far, you following me? When it becomes the 92nd day of the year, 13 by 7 equals to 91. The Mayans, when you go look at the Mayans, you can see they run the same way, So when you get onto the 92nd day of the year on April 1st, you're marking 4-1. Now, when you go to March 31st, right, that becomes the 3rd month and the 31st day. 3-1-3. 3-1-3. Our cycles are cycling at 3-1-3. 3-1-3. 1-3-1. Jacob is 1-3-1. 11-11-11 is 13-31. Abraham and Jacob is 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, 3 and 4. Eventually, on the 3rd level, 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 equals to 12 and 7 equals to 19. 19 is going to be connected to the DNA. When you minus it, it's going to be 0.5. You're connected into the ocean. Again, connecting that 5. The 5 is the ocean between A and I. The 5 is the ocean in between and what's connecting A and I. But when they connect A and I, they connected through 2B and 8H. That's where the teacher comes in. The teacher comes in when you start counting 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. When you get the 4th TH, the 4th runs all the way to 20th. And that's your 17 elements of the teacher, or 17 parts of the teacher. Just give me a second. I was looking at this other thing. They even have games that express, there's Forbidden was showing me the 510 before. Well, here's your 510. So how many? So you have 2, 4, 6, 8. You have 2, 4, 2, 4, 6. You have 6. I think you got 6 areas in this board. I don't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and it's 1.5, 1.5. So this is Pinush. So you can see 80 in the center. right? And then you can see 60. You have 60 and 80, and then you have 40 and 20. You have 80, you have 60, you have 40, and you have 20, right? That 20 is to enter into the game, and that's the same numeric value as you get by the sun, right? And all you're doing is pitching around a bunch of planets in here. I think you have 7, 8 planet circles that you throw in here. And then you land one in the center. I think you get 100. So let me see what else we got here. And I've mentioned this already a few times. This is where I pick up some of my understanding for patterns. This is a cycle. Start over here and down here. This one over here is going to be another 7. This brick will be, there's many things to do with these bricks. Okay. I either discount them or I don't discount them, meaning what's going to go here. The only way to know what's going here is number 9 goes here. We have 6, 8, 1. What's going to go over here? 3. We have 3, 5, 7. Up by 2, up by 2, up by 2. Down here is going to go 9. And then I have 9. Look at that. 9, 2, 4. I went up 3. I went down 2. Wow. I don't know what goes there. I went from 4 over to 2. Okay. So I'm going down 2. The number that goes here is 6. So it just seems like all I'm going to be doing, right? And you can probably find this pattern by just going 1 through 9, right? I can go 1 through 9 over here. So what is happening? Over here will be a 3. Over here will be a 6. So I have to find out the formation of this. This is just the core of it. And for those who want to see how perfect the number 8 is, here's the number 8. If you'd like to know how it works, you can go both ways. If you show me yours, I can see it also. I'm only going with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I didn't start in any particular area, but 1 times 8, 2 times 8. So you go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When you get to this one over here, this one is very special, right? The 24 is very special. Anything to do with 6 is going to be very special. 6 and 3. One of the reasons for the 6 and 3 being special is not only because it's part of creation, but your rotators all run the same. Meaning that if you get 111 or 222 or 333 or 444 or 555, 666, 777, 888, or 999, what happens is you get 151, you get 342, you get 6 hours and 33 minutes. You get 7 hours and 24 minutes. You get 9 hours and 15 minutes. You get 11 hours and 6 minutes. You get 12 hours and 57 minutes, right? And when I do the 777, when I do the 888, I should never pass more than 720, so you'd only have 57. Then the 888 is going to be 14 hours, right? 14 hours is going to be 840 and 48 minutes, and 999 is going to be 16 hours. And this is what happens. 111 minutes, 999 minutes, 51 and 39, 90, 42 and 48, 90, 33 and 57, 90, 24 and 6, 30, and 15. The heart of everything is 4, 5, and 6, the feds. Nothing begins until here. then we're going to have, and see the way we had 3 and 4? When we double that up, see there's a 1 separation here? Now we're going to end up with 6 and 8. So look, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 3, 3, 3. So now we're going to match the bottom with the top. Where should I be matching from? Does everything stop here? 1 and 5 is 6, 2 and 4 is 6, and 3 is 6. See, they matched up here. So this is a 5 code, and then but it doesn't start over again, right? But it's the same numbers. So this is 3, 3, 3, 6, 6, 6. And everything starts over here. 1106.
See, like I literally created a story out of all your numbers, Mr. Tacpan.
Go ahead, I'm listening. You want to go on?
It's up to you if you want to see it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me turn my camera on. Like this is all your this is your name. It comes to the 9, which the 9 tells me that's the end of the cycle. That's the end of the cycle from like I'm there. I'm right here where I need to be. Like I met you. This is for me. This is a story for me, in my opinion. So then I come down here and I look at your level. You're a level 10. You have a team of 13. You have the 23. The 23, they're all 5s. You know what I'm saying? Then it comes, you add those together, it brings down to the 37, which is 10. So you bring that over together, it's the 20. So the 2 is also equal to the 11. So that's the 1 and the 1. The one person meeting the one person. So then you come back down here to your followers. You have 1,227 followers, it was 12, which is the 3. So between me and you bringing in the 2, we can reach a third. If we can reach a third, then we can reach that. But this also brings you as the master teacher. So when I look at the master teacher, because you're following only 246 square numbers. So you're trying to reach a square. The 12 is the 6 and the 6, which is the love, double love. The love you're showing me and the love I'm trying to show back. And in return of the information that we give each other and the sacred energy that we're exchanging becomes the 3. So we're touching somebody somewhere out there, which then again becomes the 12. So then you get the 3, 6, 9. So now we're manifesting. We're manifesting.
Is that what 3, 6, 9 does? Manifesting?
Yes, sir. That's the manifestation.
Okay. Now, where does it say that somewhere? Where does it say that? So we have reference, because we're not the only 2 here. So if you tell everybody else, why is it the manifestation?
That's the spiritual meaning of 36. Like if you have a life path 36, it'll be 9. And if, as Nikola Tesla believed that if you shared, like if you knew the meaning of that, you would know you'd know the meaning of all of creation.
Yes, because the 2 Sophia goes, that's all they say is 3, 6, 9. It's all
Right,
3,
so
6, 9. The in between of all the vibrations are all 3, 6, and 9.
So we get the 3, 6, 9. So then we come down here. 3, 6, 9 is 18. And then you come over here and you look at your PayPal. Your PayPal is the end numbers on it is 7286, which is 23 again. 23 is 5 again. So the 2 have reached the 3. So the 3 can reach. So the 2, the 3 can reach 5. We can reach a few more. So if we reach a few more, then you put the 6 and you put this 6 and this 5 together, because the 33 is 6 still. So you put the 6 and the 5 together, you still get back to the 1 and the 1. You bring down the 18 that we have, we come to the 29. And as soon as you said the 29th day of February, I wrote that number.
Yes, so
I knew I was on
that
the right
number
path.
right there, that 18 and 11, right? That's the year we're in, the 18 and the 11. It's the IT system. It's the gateway to creation. What you have to do is 1 times 8, 1 plus 8, okay, is going to be equal to 8 and 9. 8 and 9 equals to 17. And when I multiply it, 8 by 9, it equals to 72. They create the communication between our creation and the e-world with the moon. What that does is, the reason I say that is number 75 and 57 is that cap. When you go ahead and take a protractor, you have to go around an area space. Well, when you go around that area space, you put a dot in the center. Connecting that area space is an automatic 10. So we have to bring everything to formation at 10. 1 gets 9, 2 gets 8, 3 gets 7, 4 gets 6. If you're only talking about inside the house, well, then 1 gets 8, 2 gets 7, 3 gets 6. If you're talking outside the house, well, you can't talk about 1 anymore. Okay? Because outside the house is this side and that side, this side and that side. So now you're outside the house, you don't talk the same anymore. So that's the reason for this. And that's where the 147 comes in. 147 or 10, 13, 16. This is where the 13 and the 16 come in right now. Because the 13 is going to be a 4 and the 16 is going to be a 7. The first time you come back to your zodiac sign is after 12 months, equaling the 13th zodiac sign is the first sign.
So, and then like the 2-9 with the 5, and if you look at how many, well, there was 7 people watching. So then we came down to the 34, and there was 7 people watching, so we had 7. So it was 34 was the 7. So then there were 7 people that were reached. So then we come over here and we break down the 29, which comes back to 11, and then we come back up here and we come back over here, and we get the 33, which is the 6, and this right here was the 5. So we bring the 5 back down. So all that 5 is going to stay there though. That's a big that's that master. That's that spiritual teacher. And then we come back over here, and we get the we take this 11 right here from the 29. We take the 11. We put the 5 with it. We get 16. We get 7 again. And we get 7 and 7. We get 14, 5. Then add your 9 that's up here at the top. That is you. Add that 9 back to it. Then we get back to the 5. So we bring that 5 back over here. So we have the master teacher that's brought the 6. That's bringing the 5 to the back to the 1 and the 2 to where me and you were right here. This is me and you. Then we bring it to the 2. Then you take that 2. You bring it over here. You get the 3. Then the 3. Then the 1, 2, 3. Then you get the 6. Then the 6 goes to the 12. And that's the story. And then it comes down here to the 33 and the 65.
Where did you get the 65, 33 from? I mean, the 65 from?
The 33.
Oh,
I just put this right here
okay,
together.
okay.
65. 65. Then you get the 98.
Okay.
The 98 comes to the 17. The 17 comes to the infinite
Right, I
loop,
just
the whole.
marked that down, the same answer. So it's all, I'm not
Right
sure
there.
how many people can follow you, but I followed the gist of the whole thing. It's because what he didn't do is he didn't show you the flux capacitor. The flux capacitor is where one number falls between 2 numbers and he comes up with the average. He does that below and above, and then he comes up with the heart average of everything.
Which would be right here, actually, the 11 and the 2, which when we bring back that, when we come to this 6 and 5, when we get that 11, we come to 2. That's where
So
that would
now
come into play
in
like
that
this.
area, they say don't change the 11. So can you change that number and keep the 11 there with the 5? Because that 511 says key in its own. It shouldn't be changed. Don't change the 2
So
because
leave
you
it
cannot change the 2 worlds we're from. You cannot change the birth in the worlds we came from. So you can't actually change. I mean, this is my rendition, and not only mine, but you already know online, right? That no one's changing the 11s. The 11s is all the
Right.
cube. The 11 is everything. You can't move the 11.
The only thing that I was going to do with the 11 is take the 11 and put the 2 in the center, and then you get the
Yes,
121.
that you can do.
That's what I was going to do with it, and then that gives you the 3, then the 4.
But
You know what I'm
it
saying?
gives you
It
the
gives you
2 and
three.
no. If you work it to the left and right, go 2 times
Well-
1, 2 plus 1 is 3 and 2, 5. And then do it on the other side, and then in the center, go 2 by 2 is 4 plus 5 is 9. So you go 5, 9, 5.
There it is. See that there's in the 595, like you just
Yeah, it
said.
becomes 19,
And then
joining
the
the 2 worlds, the top world with the lower world. EIEIO.
Yes,
121 EIEIO.
there. That's me and your story right there. In numbers. That's how me and Mr. Tackpan read it. That's what we see when we read a story and we put things together and we look at people's things. This is how we read it. This is what we see.
Yeah, but but you didn't put it. It's a hard trinity that you showed there because of everybody that's here. They can't read it the way I mean, I already know, you know.
Right. Right. Well, this is the ones like there's a few out of these that can read
And
it,
then
not
when you
many,
then
but there's a
again,
few.
now you see you have the 347. So the 347 is a representation of the number one. The number one is what divides everything. The reason I'm saying this is because the word three and four, it's the same house, it's the same hallway. It's not like the 2 and 5 7. It's also the 3 1 3 relationship, meaning that when you have this seven, unlike the 5 days a week and the 2 days a week, you have what is the 3 days a week separated by the Wednesday, and then you have the 3 days a week. So your 3 4 equaling to seven is going to be a 3 1 3 7, unlike the 6 and 1 7 or the 5 and 2 7. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's just like the nine. You have the 4 1 4 9. It's not the 5 and 4 9, right? It's not the 6 and 3 9. It's not the 2 and 7 9. It's not the 1 8 9. It's the 4 1 4 9. And it's the same thing with the 2 1 2. The 2 1 2 does the same thing. It's a 2 1 2 equaling to five, but it's not the 3 and 2 equaling to the five. It's not the 1 and 4 equaling to the five. Now, the 1 and 4 is where you bring the house of Abraham, right? And Isaac together inside of this. It's communication. It's a communication bringing the house together, the 10-4 code. And that's the last building they built. And the 10 and 4 is on each side of the spectrum of Jacob's ladder.
Yes, sir. I would love to give you
So
back your
no, I
floor,
want you to
sir.
show everybody
Thank you.
your wooden stuff there. Can you go through your wooden stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
explain that to them?
Yes. Like this is just the numerical values of each individual number broke down from numerical code.
So you can see in the third house, it's going to be 9. When you see in the fourth house, right, it's going to be 12. So you have 9 and 12, and that says Lily or Lilith. The third and the fourth house say Lilith. Did you follow what why?
Mm-hmm.
And if
Because the three, one, that's 12. 12 is three.
right,
So
and
you
you
have the
can go to
12.
Pisces and Sagittarius with this. At the same time, you can go to Pisces Sagittarius because 3 6 9. But when you add these, right, the base of adding it is the L and the U is 12 21. That's 33. You're not going to count. See, it's in a singular house, 0 through 9. So keep it in the lower house. Only add up the upper houses. The reason for that is the L and the U, right? The L is 12, the U is 21. When you revert this, when you reduce the value of L, you'll reduce it of 1, 9, and then 3 for 12. When you reduce the U, you will reduce the U twice. When you reduce something twice, you count it for Mars moons. When you reduce it for
And
once, you
I'm
count it for a singular moon. When you don't reduce it at all, I don't know which way to count it, but it's in between the sun system before you need the moon.
see these two right here. That right there is big significance to me. Like the way I'm told in my head. Like the way I'm told. Like no, not the way I want to read it. The way I'm told I have to read that is a certain way that I could tell you, Mister. But like
Well, that's
I
number
don't know if I
36
could get
right there.
right. And the reason these two numbers right here are right here.
Right.
Right here, right? You see how they stand? You see how they
Yeah.
stand alone? They're all by themselves. You got the rest of the mass. You take that away, and you have the rest of the
So
mass out
this is
here.
what this is what I believe in this, okay? Anything to do with 2 has to do with the BC communication. It's either AB or BC. Since BC connects everything, you have 2 letters here and every other one is 3. So you can go IR with any one of the other ones except for the 1. You can go 9-2, 9B, 9K, 9T, 9D, 9M, 9V, 9E, 9N, 9W, 9F, 9O, 9X, 9G. Now, when you go 9G, these 3 over here, they're not the same as anything else. The 7, 8, and 9 are not the same as anything else. The 7 and the 9 on each side of the 8 ball. Remember that? The 8 is the 8 ball in between the 7 and the 9. Even though the 15 ball is the furthest one away, it's a 7 and the 9 equal to the mother of the heavens. 7 and 9 is the mother. MO is number 28, right? Like in the word mother, 28. So now you're going to accompany the BKT, which HQZ, and that's going to be headquarters, and that's going to be Mars. Number 8 is going to be Mars. Mars is everywhere. 8 is 8 is 8 is 8. Always.
And this right here is very, 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 very important because it comes back to people's ego. It relates to the human ego because, like, if you tell the story how it's supposed to be told instead of how you want to IR listen to it, that's your ego. That's IR.
So those two, that is what the geometric shapes get broken up between I and R, right? It's three times 3 and 3 times 6. They go together. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, and that's the basics of the house, building of the house. This is what divides the house, I and R.
Right,
It's
IR.
actually
That's
it's
literally what divides
AIR that does it. So you spell the word air by
and
breaking up the house. The 1 and 9 go together.
well, if you see with that being 18, if you add the one, it can bring the house together. Because the air is what we breathe, the air is what we have. If you bring the one into it, see 9 and 9 is 18. It just comes back to 9. It just comes back to self, always self, always self, always self. IR.
Right. That's only with only when
It'll,
it multiplies, it always comes back to 9. But when you add, it becomes part of everything else.
even when you multiply, you become 81,
Right.
which
But
is
when you
still
add it
IR
to any other number, it becomes that number.
or RI. Actually, 81. Okay, 81 would probably be like IR or RI. But like when you add the one comes back to 10. It brings it back to 10. Brings it back to a whole. Brings it back to start. Brings it back to its source. Brings it back to God or true self. That's when it becomes 10. Because you have 1, you have 18, then you have 1, then you have 19. That's 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. So it brings it back it brings it back full circle to 10. It takes it past the 9. It takes it back into the spiritual world. It takes it into the double digits. That's how I read this. That's how
Right.
I
You
read
could
this.
there's a lot of ways to look at what you can also do is you see
Right.
the B is an even number, right? So we can skip and just go 1, 3, and 5. The way we say that the sun gets divided, so just do 1, 3, and 5. The 2 and 4 divides the gate, so you can use any one of those letters. That's the lower world. If you go to the upper world from 2 and 4, you're going to go to the divided gate of 6 and 8, which is going to be Fox headquarters. Move it over to the
If we do that, say we use the 2. We use the 2, that's the B, then we add the I, and then we add the I, the R, and a D, we get bird. Now with bird you get the 2, the 9,
yeah,
and the 4.
99 between the divided
That's
gates.
so that's
Did you know that
18,
the bird is
18
number
and 6,
33?
or 9 and 6. So you can do it 9 and 6 even 9 and 6. So you get 9 and 6.
15.
That's 15, right? Right. That's the love. That's the love. That's the 6. That's where we need to be. But if we can't, but if you don't take this one and put it with this one to get the air, where does the bird fly?
Air. Sky.
Right. So if you don't have the bird, in the air to get the love, you know what you end up with? You end up with selfishness. You end up with IR, and you never
Right.
move.
So
You stay
so the
stuck.
bird is number 33. So the bird is number 33. So it shows the face of light. Is that what you would look? It's the master number, but it's the face of light. 3 times 3 is connecting
Yes.
all of your nines.
I mean, and that's not to get to 99. You'd have to have 33, 33, 33, 99. And then this right here is the 11, the Aquarius. And then you have the 4. The 4. Well, like you said, the 4. or the DMV
right?
in the car.
And it's funny because in French they call it.
Then you have the four.
In French, it's the
Then you have the
department. In
four.
French, it's.
Then you have the 444. That's the 12. That's the 12. That's the 12. That's the 12 that go and spread the word.
I'm going to show you. I wanted to show you here. So here's your 33.
You have that right there. Then you have the 12. That right there, that gives you the 23. That gives you the star. That gives you the star of the lion. That's the courage. That means the courage of this one has to stand up in order to get you guys to understand to quit saying this. And if they don't quit saying this, and I mean, it is, you are that one, you are part of that, but it's all about unity. If you don't bring yourselves back to the 10 and allow that one to teach you that, and quit thinking that it's all about IR, then we're never going to go.
You know what
anywhere.
happens once you bring the 10 in, right? There's the 5 is at the heart of that 10.
Yes, sir.
So you can't say 1, you have to say 5. 5 is 1 because it's 5 is 1 because it's the 4 corners with the 1 in the center, which means you are 1 in all, 1 in 4. You're bringing Abraham into this.
Look. 10 times 10.
It's
that's
C.
100.
The answer is C with that.
That's right. That's the 100. Now you take this right here.
So I'm going to show you the 33 right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Typeman.
Thanks. Well, you brought this up, so I just wanted to just show you what you just did. Here's your 33. It's your 7 and 15, 22. It's your 8 and 14, 22. It's your 12 and 10, 22. That's 66 and 11 is 77. The 33 for the Christmas, and that would say Christmas, what I just did.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Which is the Christmas, there's so much like the Christos is okay.
Well,
you know how
Christ is 77 and Mass is 33.
right, and
But there's different ways to connect it. Here, wow, how come? Okay, here is 22. Here is 22. Here is 22. Here is 22. Connect it with 11. Or what you can do is just go all 33s.
And that's okay. The 77 and the 33 on top of each other, you can basically call that 10-10.
Right, but it's not only 33, it's also 44.
Right. And
because you cross over 22, 22, 22, 22, you cross over here 4 times. This becomes Abraham to all Isaacs.
Now that story right there, see, that is the story that we're trying to get to. That is the story. That right there is the story, but it's not about the things that people are thinking is not what it's about. It's something way bigger. But they have to open their minds to understand what you're teaching.
So yeah, okay. So with that said, really, I'm just, regardless of outside the game or what, but maybe that has to be said. I don't know.
The problem with that is like dealing with the numbers that I deal with, and that numbers that we have. My job is to deal with everything outside of the game. I connect outside of the game into the game.
That's what it's supposed to be. Good. Because I just do in the game, and I help everybody that's outside of the game.
You help me understand inside the game, because I understand outside the game. I don't understand in the game. In the game hurts me. I don't like it.
Really?
Outside the game, I love it.
Oh, and I like it inside the. I mean, I'm not sure what game you're talking about. I'm talking about what I do here is part of the system.
Right. The game. See, when you talk about your game, I think about it as the game of life, the game of everything, that like people moving around with each other. Because that's what you teach me. That's literally what you teach me. You teach me about everything, like going to Walmart. You teach me about going to Walmart. You teach me about interactions with people. You teach me about how to talk, how to discuss, how to read what I'm reading, how to see the numbers that I need to see, to know that I need to be in the place that I need to be in to say what I need to say. To bring that from what's out there to that moment right there. And if I don't do that, then I'm failing. And I don't feel good. And I don't like it.
Well, and that, right. The basic thing is that if we interweave our way and understand, like, look, in this game, I have clerks and banks and all kinds of stuff inside the game. And there's collections to be made and payments to be made. But in the game, it has to be fair, right?
It does.
Everything is fair inside the game. So I'm trying to see which way I'm going with this. That it's supposed to work the same way. All this information that I received is everything that was outside the game. I brought everything inside the game, and I'm walking into a lot of walls. And if everybody would just see how it's supposed to work, then they would stop collecting falseness and stop calling people. But that we've come into the time of Dorothy, into the funnel. In French, they call the funnel the black funnel, right? Where we've put ourselves in such a position, we're just spiraling all the way down with what we think we need to follow, when which we don't. And it all starts in collections. If everybody would just drop it and just go to their job and just don't do their job, just like the rest of the society, right?
Literally.
Just don't do your
Yes,
job
because-
properly. Don't let
because-
anybody do their jobs properly unless you're packing something, right? But when it comes to bookwork, nobody should be doing their job properly, especially when it comes to anything to do with international.
And that's the thing. That's where my mind goes with it. My mind goes with, I don't understand the things of why people are having these big fights. Because the big fights, to me, okay, if those guys want to fight, because you got one big top guy that wants to fight, he's going to send hundreds of people there to fight hundreds of people that have no problems with each other. And if those hundreds of people that don't have no problems with each other would just set everything down and say, I don't have a problem with that guy. Why am I fighting that guy? You two want to fight? There's a boxing ring. Put some boxing gloves on. Go fight. That's your problem, not mine.
Right. Yeah, I know. That's why I stay away. I haven't looked at the newspaper in 2 months, and I don't want to know. I have just this to do. I don't want to get off. I need to learn, just to keep learning the numbers and keep sharing. Like, did you know that when you count in Celsius to Fahrenheit, that every single number that you go up 1 in Celsius, it always has the same result? It's always a 5.
And did you also know that it's the Freemasons that did that too? Because water freezes at 32 degrees, but it stays liquefied at 33. And 33, if you don't, and if they can keep the people at the 32, then they can keep them frozen and stuck in what they're doing. But if you can get them up to the 33, then they'll have learning, then they'll have knowledge, and they can build.
So really and truthfully, that everything that everybody's doing on this planet is because the planet was made that way. They just know the formula. They were given the formula. That's all. It has nothing to do with what they created. They didn't create anything. If they don't follow the rule book, everything falls. But when we start, when one side starts to balance the other side out, their 1%, if they gain 10% on their 1%, right, and we gain 10% on our 99%, what do you think is going to happen? That's all it is. That's all it is. We have to gain between 10 and 15% of people understanding this, and it's over.
And it has to go back to the story of the bug's life with the grasshoppers and the ants.
When they're 10 times their strength?
Yep, 10 times their strength, and they always beat them up. And if they say, and like he says that when he's there, he's like, if they ever figured out that they have more than us of them, they're going to realize that they really have the strength.
Oh yeah, they can knock us all down. All they have to do is start between the walls.
There it is. And I mean, but we can do it in a whole different way. We ain't got to do it with violence.
Oh no, right here, the way we're doing it right now. I mean, we already have a billion people that are suffering. They don't have to even move. They just have to stop participating. That's all it is. And it starts very easy. Don't go to the shopping center. Don't buy something you don't need. Just keep eating. That's it. Don't buy anything but eating. Another thing is when you sign your name this way, you sign a hexagon over 3 worlds. You sign it this way.
Buy one time. Buy seeds. But if you buy one time, you buy seeds. You buy seeds, you can plant. You can take the seeds out of the food that you eat and replant.
Yeah, but they're making non what's it called, seeds now. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, they're doing that on
Yeah,
purpose.
yeah. So I mean, you can't go nuts. Just forget about trying to save any kind of money.
Right.
It's either the money or the time or the this. You just got to go by the basics, you know. It's. I mean, I don't
Did
like
you
to
ever
say it
notice?
that way, but this is what it is. There's one world here, one hexagon here, one here. We're living here and here. This is the distribution center.
Yes, that. And then, like, I just looked at something. Did you ever notice that the 100 looks like a one with a lazy eight laying on down?
Yeah, yeah, but the 100 is also brown and it's the letter C for 1010 or XX. And when you create XX, right, it's going to
Yes.
create an O in between. So it's going to be what's going to be XX 48. You're also going to add in a 15 and it's going to equal to 63. And that is going to equate to what is 3 and 3 and and hold on a second, and 3. It becomes 333666. The 24th letter. The 24th letter. 6 and 6. In between, you put them together, creates the third 6. The reverse of this is C. The reverse of this is C. The reverse of this is C. It becomes 9. It becomes 9 and 18. Remember back to your 9 and 18? 6 and 6
Mm-hmm.
and 6 equals to 9 and 18 equals to 27 equals to R and I. Because this is your bottom
Mm.
line creation. Without this, there is no doorway. There's no doorway. So I also look at just jumping off of things. Genesis. See the
See, yes, I see.
Jasera Nasera, the sun and the moon. 234, vibration. 919. In Genesis, you connect the system right here.
Yes.
Here is your 19. Here's your 12. This is your connection to 5775, the sun and the moon, the IT system. So I think we're going to take another 2-minute break here.
Okay.
It's hard to just, keep without big questions, and just getting involved in a certain way. It's draining a little bit. I'm just going to need a couple of minute break. If anybody has any questions, what's going on here? Anybody wants to join the panel? Hello, Kate. Hello, Lost Discovered, Monroe, RTH,
24.
Divine, Saint, Gem. I'm not sure what Gem is, but it looks like Quebec, possibly. Solo, Running with Scissors, Grace Torres, and Wigan Warrior, WW. W is not like M. W is W, and M is M. They're on two different levels. I'm just going to check my water in the kitchen for the 19th time. I'm going to come back and see what numbers I can roll. There's just
In
so
2020.
much. Tomorrow, I mean, today I said I'm not going to do it. Today I said I'm not going to go on. I'm not going to go on. I have too many
Me too.
equations to run still to understand. But I just know for like undoubtedly how this system is running. And one of the pieces somebody mentioned the other day, I'm not sure if it was you, Forbidden.
Uh-huh.
It was about the rotation and cycles between Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Earth. Are you the one who did that?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the ones in my chart. It's 16. The one they were.
Can you just go slow? Can you? I want you to mention because I'm only going to listen and I'm coming back in a minute. I want you to just.
Okay.
I want to know about Mercury, the how long it takes
Mercury.
to go around the sun, then Venus. Don't say it
Okay,
yet.
Mercury.
Then
Okay,
Mars. Only when I get back, Mars, and
rotation.
I missed Earth, so I'll put Earth down here, and then we have Jupiter, right? And then we have Saturn, and then we have Uranus, and then we
And
have
you want
Neptune.
you want to know the revolution the revolution timetable for them, right?
Yeah, that they go around. You have that number, right?
No, I had the stars.
Oh well, tell
I
me
had
something
coordinates.
about the stars, but only after when I get back, and only a little short piece.
Okay, those were the coordinates.
So, Rain, you're
Oh,
okay, Rain? I'm just reading some until they laugh at me. I have to stop. Well, everybody laughs at me, but I just wait for them to just cut me off. They can laugh all they
Uh,
want. It's okay. Don't mind. Makes no
we don't
difference
mind
to
it.
me.
We read it, they don't. That's okay. We can try to teach it. If they get mad at us for
Well,
that, that's
I'm
fine.
just sharing. I don't know if I'm really teaching anything other than
Oh,
something that's concrete to the fact that 1 and 8 equals 9 and 1 - 8 equals 7. So I'm just really going over the algorithms and what shows up and what's not there. Then I replace it with the letters. And then I go over to things like coincidences like Grover Cleveland, which is GC, right?
which,
Grover.
see, to me, this is like the mystery
I
schools.
that
That's what it's like to me.
because
Yes.
I
Sorry.
what
Sorry.
I can understand what are you talking about? Yeah, sorry to. I'm trying because why I understand you both because all you are saying is true because like how mature also in the life like I put in my life I mean the life of people like what you are doing both it's so true that's why I said it's true that's why I why how many hours I'm keep waiting here because I want you to see it because I saw both of your counting calculating like this is the right method because this is what I found in the method like you using the number but I using the I mean the number you using but I using in the in 3D reality just like that
Right. Like
so
telling the.
yes that's why I relate because like what how you counting I counting too by in my real life
And it,
in
and, it,
my
and,
life
it, and it, and
huh
it's amazing how it all just like falls together. Like when you read it, it's like that's what I love about it. Like reading Mr. Tacpan's story, it got me really excited. I was sitting over here, so I had my phone on mute because I was over here getting all excited. I was like, "Oh yeah, look at that!" Yeah, I was really excited. I was loving it. I love when I see it because I opened it for some reason. Something said it's like see that's like when I say I bring the things out there into in here. It's like something smacks me in the back of the head and says, "Hey, go look at that." So I go look at it and I'm like, "Whoa, there's a lot of revelation there." You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. So I start seeing the 23s and I start seeing things adding up. I was like, "Hold on, okay, I need to start putting all this together. This is awesome."
yeah because we are we are connected that's why you attract who you are so we attract
Yes,
each
I mean,
other
we're
that's
a tech.
why
We're see that's why they demonized that number right there. They made that number so bad that one number that 666. They made that number bad, and it's not bad. That's how we're all connected. We're
yeah
all carbon. We're all carbon humans.
I
That is the
agree
that is the carbon atom. That
I
is the
agree that's
that is
why
the atomic number of the carbon atom.
That's
Yes,
why
and
even I don't know everything I don't know actually, but like all the people I listening all the two because if I relate in myself, yes they are true, but the accurate one is the math and the science
yes, the math and the
because
science.
others can manipulate other belief, but the math and science cannot.
And it brings it all together.
Yes, cannot manipulate
Unify.
the math and science.
If
This is very
if
accurate.
people if people could unify together like me and Mr. Tacpan unify these numbers. Uh,
That's why this is the method. That's why I
that
say you
that
are
that
right.
that,
You are
that
right
one
both.
verse
That's why
that
the method is to become unified is to collaboration. How to collaborate to prove
and the thing
that the math that you have to calculate and my calculation about the life and then we can prove that this is the right method, the math, the science and the real life.
because to me to be
Combining
honest with you, to me to be
Combine the
honest with
math,
you,
the science, and the experience, the perspective.
what I've learned today. You know what I'm saying? Learning what I have learned today about myself and verified what I have learned because I have been trying to prove this wrong for since 2019. And trying to prove that wrong, that means that I would not have had to have the life that I had to have in order to be here. If this was if people could do this, then I wouldn't have to be.
For me, I will not stop. Even that the people criticize me because I believe what I believe because I know. Because I mean, if you believe like what is your theory now, Don't stop. No, don't stop. I mean, don't stop. You know
I'm
what
not
is
going.
right.
No, I'm not. I can't stop. I can't. If I do, when we say the word anchor, you have to
Mhm.
relate that to you have to Google that,
Anchor is
and then you can
Alaska.
yes, you have to Google that to see what a definition of the anchor is. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll understand a little deeper.
Yes, because
And
this is I've been there. Because I found that's why I keep listening to you because it's true. I need only someone. We need all of us because that's why I said even I found the truth, you found the truth, you found the truth. We
yes,
need to combine that to understand communication to become to understanding. Open the gate for other too. The gate is the ego. If we not use the ego, if we use the love to people, we are open to listen. Even like kid, we need to listen.
they
Why
won't.
not? If the key is to the kid, because we are listening, because we not judge people, right? So we need to understand that things. Then if they have logic, why not to help people? Don't like when don't we not judge people. Don't like look at them, look at her, what she's doing, what her doing, what he's doing. No, find the logic,
I
find the
mean
truth.
that's true. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I can.
But I know I understand also people because they are seeking actually we are all seeking for the love, for the truth, for because we have why you are here, why she is here, all of people here because they are the love for people. That's why we are keep digging these things. Other they just if they criticize us, they just because they don't care. That's it.
There is a huge deep lesson that I can honestly give that
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm sent here to say, but even if I say it, would it be listened to?
Again.
If people really want to know what they need to do, you okay?
Yes. Yes, that's why sometimes I cry because sometimes I want to know like why I study this one like and then I not in how many years like alone and then but still because this is the process so I understand that one. If you really love what you are doing, you will not stop and then you will still
Oh
like
no, I love this because one thing about this is because I live home alone. I have a house and I've been alone pretty much like forever. And when I come to here and I get to talk to Mr. Tackpan and I get to learn from him, and he teaches me because I was guided to him to learn this. I was guided to him to show me the significant. Even if I read it in my own way and I show him how I'm reading it, and he says, "Oh, okay, I see what you're doing and how you're reading that." That teaches me that he's teaching me how to read it. He's
Mhm.
teaching me to understand what I was given. That
Yes, yes,
I didn't
because
find, I didn't go and research. I was given this.
because you open your gate because you're not using your ego, you are like willingness to to
It
understand.
the word I got was, I mean, it was an ancient word that I was given, and it was missing a letter. And the weird thing about it was is it was missing the 11th letter. One it has two of the same letters, and they equal 22. And because they sit next to each other, and it was missing one of those letters when I had it typed out. So when I typed it out wrong, it brought me to these numerology tabs until I figured out that I was missing a letter, and I put that letter in there. Did I realize what the word was of that language? And when I found that language is one of the oldest languages on our planet. It's the oldest living non-dead language on Earth. And it's in the word meant for me, of me, to me. And when I added it up in numerology, it came up to the number 21, the day of my birth. That was the first
That,
word I ever did in numerology.
I believe,
first word.
I believe. Yes, that's why we need to help people, them to open them too.
And
So you
Like
just
I,
what, like what knowledge we have, we need to share to
So I,
people.
I I just sat by myself with lots and lots of paper and everything I could think of a name for, and just started doing I mean, I did all the ancient Sumerian gods numerologies and tried to figure out how they go together. I even learned that I even learned in some cases I can take both tablets and put them together
Yes,
and find certain things that I need to find.
yes, I believe because it's
because
true.
because there's one key element that's missing here that a lot of people don't know that there's one more thing that's missing right here, and I haven't given it yet. I mean, I don't know if I'm, you know what I'm saying. It's pretty fun. It's that fun thing. It's that fun thing. And
when you went to the Sumerian stuff, you they have an alphabet you understood.
they don't see, that's the thing though, is like when you try to understand their alphabet isn't alphabet. It's really numerical.
So I've never seen it, so I wouldn't know.
It looks like this. Okay, like okay, you know how you get the star when we drew a star when we were kids, and we drew the X and we drew a line through it, and then we drew more lines through
Right.
it. That's their word for God.
Do you have something you can show me?
Yes, like I can draw one. It's just like this. This is their
Well,
word
your
for
camera's
God.
not on.
Yeah, I'm turning it on right now.
It's
This is their word for God. So it'd be like one, two. Ooh, look my lid. So it'd be like one, two, three, four. Then or one, two, three, four, five, six, like that. You know what I'm saying? And that was their word. That's their word for God.
Do you have
And
any
a lot
other?
of times,
Do you have any other words? I mean, where can I find this? Can I go take a peek, a quick peek?
yes, yes, you can go. You can go. You can literally. You can Google it. You can literally Google it. I mean, there were. I mean, it'll be stuff like this. It'll look like this, and then sometimes it'll come down like that, and it'll look like this.
And that it's Sumerian, you said?
Yes, it's
Sumerian
ancient
writing.
Sumerian. Yes, it's called Sanskrit. I even got to the point where I was starting to, and what they even, and what's weird about it is the tool that they used to mark on the clay tablets, they actually called it a stylus.
Stylus pens.
Yes, sir. It got to the point to where I was getting to the point where I was decoding some of the emerald tablets.
Wow, you I don't know how you did this. I can't figure anything out, but what I can tell you is that you have the original pictograph and then you have the cuneiform. Now the cuneiform, okay, just gives it all away to me. I've made 1,000 mistakes marking the word cube, okay? And every time I mark the word cube, it comes out the coon. So right away, I see they're talking about the cube in here only because of that stupid mistake. The other thing
Mhm.
is the Babylonian, the Babylonian. If it's the baby, then there has to be an adult to this.
Yes, that's EA. EA was their was one of their main gods in Enlil. Those are their two main. Those are their two main gods. Those are the ones that are in the book.
So
That
yes, so
book.
EA would mean it's a one major god that puts in the system, and then it's the E, okay, that is the communication amongst the two systems. The E is going to be the
Like
communication.
remember this right here, Mister Techpan. Remember EA.
Yes, yes, EA. Oh, they have that for you too, where you are.
Yeah, that's everywhere.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's international.
Oh, I didn't know that. So now,
That's a main marketing brand.
okay, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
That's huge.
I just thought it was here because it's not really EA. For me, it's EEA.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know if you can see this in my camera. This.
now. I like both, like
Yes, yeah,
bigger.
that. and they say that, like, and that's why they always say every time they would get too noisy that they would cause a great travesty or a calamity that would reset everything.
Right. And yes, and when you said for me, to me, you're actually talking about a gateway. You're talking about the number
Yes.
4 and the number 2, because when you say 4,
Mm-hmm.
anytime you say FOR, it's FOUR.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you say 2, it's number 2. So
For me, to me, of me.
of me, of meaning 1.
Yes.
But of me meaning 1 is actually referring to the cube and the gateway through your
Yeah.
vibration, which, because of is the word, which
Right.
is 15. It's the 15th letter and the 6th letter. So it's going to,
Or look, it comes up. Remember my symbol?
yeah, the X, yes. Well, they're not the same. That X is, don't be fooled with that X. That X,
Right.
don't,
I'm just using as a symbolization.
no, but the X has,
It's
it has 3 formations if you use square paper. That X has 3 formations before it becomes anything.
yes. Right.
So at the same time, what you can do is you can put either an X, or you can go X, 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 or what you can do is you can encompass the X, right? And then you can have 9 areas of X, or 9 times 24 equaling to 216, which is going to connect to the moon. Or what you're going to do is 4 areas, I'm going to show it to you, okay, is going to equal to 96. Which is going to be the rotation, because Mars and Earth, right? I'm just going to just do this for a minute. See, this is the, see, this is your XXX. This is your 1X.
Yes.
This is 24 that goes in the center. This is 4 of them. There's, what's that?
46. So something 40. I was looking to 40.
When,
I was looking
when
to
you
46,
do the
or
96, you must also include this over here. These are all half O's. I'm not going to count 7.5. When it's 7.5, I like to say it's connecting to the electric moon. I just want to count the full O here, right? I want to count the O here, the O here. So that's 60.
I just drew that like a few minutes ago. Some, but not like that. But I did. Like right here. See?
Oh, yes. Okay, let me put this back over here. Let me spread this open over here.
I didn't know why I drew that, but I did it with 16 dots.
Okay, well,
and then
that,
connected
what you
them.
just drew right there, that is the Saturn square. If you use 16 dots, that's
Oh.
4 by 4. See, there's 2 ways to look at this. I
Right.
don't know which way to look at. I look at both of them. One is 16 dots and one is 9 areas. In 16 dots, you will have 9 separate areas if you take a look.
I had 12. I have total of 12.
Yeah, that's because
full
you're not
dots.
using square paper. Let me see something, if I can see something here. 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. Is that what you have?
I have 2, 4.
You have
4,
2, 3,
2.
2, 3, 2. This is communication.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, 2. Yeah, 2. Then 3.
So
2.
now,
Yeah,
hold
okay,
on,
I
don't
got you.
move it. I want to see something. Okay, yeah, keep it close. 1, 2, 3. Then you have, I'm just trying to see 4, 5, 6. I'm trying to see, because if you take a look, you'll have 2 O's over each other. You'll have X's and O's. So there's going to be more to this. Because it's done without the dots, it's hard for me to get a full comprehension. But if you can see 8, 88, and 8, and then 8, 88, and 8 the other way. You can also see dimensions
Right,
in this
and
if you connect some of these dots up.
right, and for somebody, they told me to leave it just like that.
Skeleton
He
mode,
said,
because
leave
now
it
you
that
can
way.
think about doing something else.
Right, and when you did it, like when you said the 1, 2, 3, like, and I have 12 dots, that's where I get it right here. Is 1, 2, then 1 and 2 makes the 3, then 3, then that right there is 3 and 3, which comes to 6, and then that's 6 and 6, which is 12. which gives me my
Yeah,
12
that's
squares.
1 times 2 times 3. That's exactly what it's going to be. 1 times 2 times 3. And then 3 plus 2 plus 1.
Right.
I'm trying to see where, I'm trying if there was something I wanted to show off. I don't know where it is. Wow, I saved something in Paint, and I don't remember what name I called it.
I just didn't know why I drew that, but I drew that. I don't know why.
Wow, I did something in Paint. I don't know where I got it from.
Well, it's also the 33 too, though, because if you use it as the X, like the X splits it, right? Then you have 3, 3, then the 3, and then the 3. And it's the book. It's like your books, like you show your books,
Oh, yes, the books.
or
Yes.
the L.
Yes. Except there's
So
a
it's
less space inside of that. I just
right.
give me a second. If you take a look, you've made 2 rectangles over each other with an X going through it. You do see that, right? That looks like
Yes.
I call that Running Man. I mean, I don't know who can see it. I mean, I know because I've done it before. I call it Running Man. You could put a head right on the top in the
This
center, 2 dots. Put the diamond there. Put a diamond. No, yeah, yes, right, like that. Right now you put a head on the man. Now make a short stick running out of it, out the top. But yeah, a little stick going up, and now put a little higher, and then put a D on it, like a half a D or a part of a P. Sorry, part of a P. Just a P over that line. Yes, like that. So I call that Running Man.
and that's a moon.
Oh, is that what it is? I don't know.
That's what it looks like to me. It's like Saturn. If this was Saturn, that would be the head sending the communication to the moon.
Well, it's all off of Saturn. Everything is off of Saturn.
So that's the communication to the moon, which is the 18 in my card game.
Yeah. So what happens is, and there's so many little bits and pieces, and I have to write a lot out. I just have to write a whole lot out to be able to explain everything. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, game over. Right? So when you're calculating, when you need to get to a life, you need to pass and get at least into 3, between 3 and 4. So this Valentine's Day, this has nothing to do with us. This I don't know what they're doing with this, but for me, it's only to give. You're supposed to be giving love to yourself on that day, not to anybody else. So this you would say, it's supposed to be a day of full consciousness for oneself. And you don't have to give anything. You just have to be honorable on this day. And if you're just honorable to one, that's no good. Right? So that's why they want us to be honorable to everybody. So you're always giving out that free love. So the honorable to one is only yourself. And you have to work with self-respect. That means you cannot dishonor or be mean to anybody, because that goes against you.
It does, because they found that the harmonic vibration of being good to others is healthy for your soul. Is healthy for your cells.
Right. Well,
cells.
we are all
Cells.
of each other.
Yes.
We are all of each other. It doesn't. It even if we're individuals, the soul lining, the breath we take, we're all taking the same breath.
That's the key. That's the key. Because like the people are taking the IR, like I was saying, to it. They're not understanding what they're doing. The IR is, yes, you have to take care of self to take care of self. But in order to take care of self, acts of service. You came here to be in service to others. I am here to be a service to you. That's what I'm here for. It's your responsibility to understand that you have the control not to take too much. That's the act of 6.
It's funny that you say that, because the act of 6, A, B, C, D, and then A times B times C equals to a total of 6. So they become 66. 66, when you add up 1 through 11, that equals to 66. When you
That's what I'm. That's what I'm trying. That's the incarnation. That right there is the incarnation.
Okay, where does that come from? Just ring us in on that.
Like there's things that there's things that I get, things that like there's when it comes to the outside world, the outside of the game, outside. Basically, look at me like this. We're playing the Monopoly game, right? That's what this is, a big Monopoly game. I'm the banker. I don't play in the game. I just run this over here. I try to show you how to budget this, so that way you can give it out to each other evenly, to where nobody's broker than each other. And if anything happens to that, well, that's when the anchor gets broken. When your anchor gets broken, you can't stop. That's the key to the anchor.
So then that anchor in that boat is going to be the blue nose. Like I'm trying to figure out the 25-cent piece in our pocket, the 10-cent piece, the nickel, and the penny. So the penny is going to be the one that's going to run the house, A, B, C, D. The penny happens before the hash mark. So you have the penny. Hold on a second.
See, and that's where that comes into play. Like if your anchor gets something, you know what I'm saying? It's going to send it to the mass. Does that make sense? Through the consciousness.
Okay, hold on a second. I was writing something down. You're going to say it again.
I'm going to okay. When the anchor gets something, and I think on it really hard, it seems like things like that just seem to it's weird. It's weird how a lot of things revolve in my everyday life happen like that. If I'm thinking on something really hard in 2019, if you look at everybody's the big awakening, 2019 was the night that I sat in I literally like I fell to my knees under that moon on that night. And I punched, I mean, I was punching the earth. I was mad. And I was like, I'm tired of these people hurting each other. I'm tired of seeing this. Either let me come home or fix it, was my words. And I was in massive tears. It was my birthday because I was tired of spending all of my birthdays by myself. All of my friends ditched me. Every year they ditch me like that on my birthday. Every year. And I have no family, like we've discussed. I have none. Like I had to sacrifice and lose my kid, my mom, my dad, everybody in my family. I had to lose all that. I had to, but I'm okay with it. I can deal with it because I chose that to be here. I chose it, and I understand that. But is it?
There's no such thing. You have to move forward every single day like it's the only day you have. So
and then I have people, and then I'm brought to my teachers like you that teach me that.
Well, that's my belief. It's not me. It's just that if you do it any other way, how do you reach tomorrow if you don't live for today? And if you interfere with your own life today, what will be tomorrow?
That's the lesson. That's the lesson right there. How one affects one, the 11. How the one affects the one. I mean, if I'm sitting here day after day by myself alone, I've been in isolation, haven't left my house in a month. I have not left my house about a month and a half, I'd say. I have not left my house. I live alone in a 4-bedroom house, and I have not left my house. I don't leave. I don't go nowhere. I don't like being out there. I don't like seeing it.
Well, when I go out, I'm always pushing myself into. Oh, I go to the bookstore and I look it up. I'm usually standing next to people looking at the Bible or looking at games or looking at tarot cards. So I hang around that, and I go, "Oh, didn't you see this?"
Right.
But when I'm from, it's a little bit harder because it's French and English. But I'm hoping to get the French in on this. Yesterday, I was shut down on 2 different channels. One was a French channel. He says he laughed at me. He says, "You're working with squares." I says, "What? I should work round and only have half an answer?"
I mean, what's her? How do you say her name?
Cynthia.
Cynthia. Is that her?
'Her? Where is Cynthia? I mean,
I mean, I, what, what's her? How do you say her name? Cynthia. Is that her?
Where is Cynthia? 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 Where is Cynthia?
right there. She was saying something about she's very social. I mean, I would love to be social,
Social is
but I feel vibrate.
social is a tea biscuit.
I feel right. I feel vibration so heavy that it literally, when I get out there and it's negative, it makes me physically ill. Like I cannot stand to be around it. It drains me. It makes me to the point where I'm ill. I'm depressed. I don't like it. I don't. So I go out. I usually go outside. Like for my socialness, I go outside and I put my feet on the ground and I look at the birds and I stare at the birds and they come and they talk to me and I'm okay with that. Like that helps me. That's where I ground. That's where I find that
Are
that
you
that
from
that.
what, Georgia or something? Or
I live in
oh,
Tennessee.
I knew it had to be something out there to have the 65-degree temperature. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't believe that because it's like February. I mean, and every year, every year I put a lot of energy into trying to get to. It snows. Like I've got a lot of people that leave every year on my birthday. It snows, and I put a lot of energy into that because I love the feeling of when everybody goes outside and they
Oh
play.
yeah.
I love that because they get in touch with their inner child, and it's the happiest and it's the best. It's the
Somebody's
greatest.
asking what's the topic on today's channel. Okay, I'm going to tell you their reality voice. Sorry to overlap everybody. On most days, often or not, and will be coming very soon or shortly. We talk about number sequences, how the alphabet works, how this piece is an item that can be found just about anywhere, but it's actually, for me, it's a schematic on how to understand the 9 number system, how to understand what 10 is, how to understand the ABC, where I find algorithms. And this is also to understand the tetrahedron, right? To also note that what is a face? So I noticed that on this cube, right? I've been studying many things. Maybe this is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to put that song on what I do, and then I share the information I find through the numbers. So let's do this song over here. I'm going to take back the floor for a minute.
Please, I want to go give me a
Everything is
snack.
connected. This whole entire planet, I've taken this, I turned this into a game where I learn algorithms. Words, all words have numeric value through the letters and their connection. Through the value of words, it is connected to the zodiac, the astrological signs, sizes of the planets, the amount of time it takes for the planet to rotate in itself or around the sun, person, place, or things, all the zodiac signs that connect to different states, all the sports that were ever connected, that were ever created, what it is inside of them that can give you a formation of what happens with numbers. In basketball, you're from beyond the arc, which is a 3-point play. I also use the planets Earth and Mars against this. We have the 6th planet Saturn. We have the 1st planet Mercury. We have the 3rd planet Earth. We have the 4th planet Mars. The thing is, look at that. There's a Mercury inside of Earth. So this is basically what I do. I'm going to put this up over here. Let me see if I can play this song.
It's like plasma. There's only 2 places you can get plasma to.
Well, when you want to talk about that, one thing that went on with that is that anytime you go to the Red Cross or anytime you go to you get a blood transfusion, the thing about that is what I understood is there's a reader on it, and in order you're breathing at the same time, so the reader is able to understand how it's picking up the electronics and the air you breathe. So that's really one of the reasons for doing what is happening to us, so we can create the perfect human or the perfect AI, is in order to understand the air you come into this world. And this is some of the stuff that's hypothetical, but I know that when I came into this world, I came in on an umbilical cord. And now I came out of my mother, and it's the breath, my own breath. How is it that my mother got my heart going? My mother built the machine, and then I took on the breath. This breath, look up what the air is, the oxygen is. It fires you up. Our bodies were made to breathe this. It's the information center to deliver to you, and it can do anything it wants to you. Almost.
Different. And that's like that. I mean, learning that the water is actually sentient.
What does it say, that word? What is it? The water is what? How do you spell
Sentient.
that?
Sentient. S-E. Let me write it right down. Sentient. Or Sentient.
Okay, and that fits
I
perfect.
believe. Let me double.
Yeah, feather is a father. That's funny that you say that because in the E world, instead of FA7, you have now FE11. So that makes perfect sense. FE11 over FA7. That makes perfect sense.
Sentient. Yes, Sen.
Okay, the spark of life was introduced to you. You do it, have to be of the same genetic to be incubated. I'm trying to fully understand it. I understand partly. Um, anyways, we're going to just play this for a little break here.
Thanks, Lord.
Give my voice a rest.
Thank you.
Okay, here's what we got. Whoa, whoa, what happened? Ronald Fremont, widely recognized by his alias, Emmertech Pans is a mysterious and enigmatic figure whose talents span multiple disciplines, known for his uncanny ability to decipher the hidden connections between numbers, symbols, and the cosmos. He operates at the crossroads of mysticism, numerology, and technological innovation. His forte lies in uncovering the unseen patterns that govern the universe, creating a fusion of art, science, and spirituality that captivates those who encounter his work. Is not just a name, it's a philosophy, a persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting to. Can you do a video with this in a spatial 5D with alphabet and equations floating? I decrypt. I decrypt. I create stories from history, words, games, language. Is not just a name, it's a philosophy, a persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting to. Can you do a video with this in a spatial 5D with alphabet and equations floating? I create stories from history, words, games, languages. Yeah, I don't want that one to play again. I'm not finished or ready. If you guys want to chat it up, I'm just going to shut this off. So if you guys want to chat for 2 minutes, I'll be back in a minute.
Boy, I feel like I've missed a lot this time. I kept getting kicked off.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. How are you? I didn't get a chance to meet you. Thank you for being here and understanding the numbers and helping.
Oh, yes. Yes, I know the numbers very well.
No, I could tell. I was watching. I was like, oh no, yes. There's somebody else. I asked if I could.
I'm really big on the Zodiac. I'm the circle.
Oh.
I'm really big into the Zodiac and, all the numbers in that. Doing your buy wheels and all that stuff for your map.
Yeah, that's kind of what put me on my path is when I just didn't realize about I didn't know about the royal stars for almost like 2 years. And then I found those, and then I was like, that's weird. And then I realized they matched my moon sign and my sun sign. And then I realized that my mother was a Leo too, and I was like, this is even weird. And then when I did her life path, it came up to 32, which is the reverse of 23. It's that mirror image.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So
see, the numbers, they'll help, that they help unlock our memory from beginning, because our memory is stored in our DNA, but it passes over from one life to the next.
That's what I got told was like the Akashic record is just really in your DNA.
Yeah, it's all in your DNA, and we literally all have access to the same waters of life because we all have carried on the waters of life. So your DNA is your book of life.
Yep.
From all your past lives included, that's how you can meet your ancestors. You can do your time travels forwards and backwards in time.
The only weird thing that I've learned
because of your star, because your star is your storehouse. So you need to know your stars.
Yes, I do have the 4 royal stars present. I have 30 fixed. I have 30 fixed stars that I've learned in my zone. I'm not sure how to read it yet. I'm kind of learning. I mean, as I learn, like it's brought to me, if that makes sense. Like I'm conscious, but I'm subconscious too. Like when I'm conscious, it's like I'm still operating like I'm asleep.
Since you're good at rotating the numbers, you will be good at rotating your multiple alter egos on your charts, because you can have like your Chinese chart, you can have your Vedic chart, you can have your tropical chart, you could have your Native American chart, you could have your birth chart from when you entered upon the land, you could have your birth chart from your zygote possible fertilization time, which is your true beginning as the father cell.
I've never even known none of that. Oh, I got the one. I got the birth chart that just tells me. I guess it's just my basic sun and moon, and that's all I've ever learned. And then, but then what? See, that was the thing. That was one of the other things that kind of struck me odd. You know what I'm saying? Because like all of my, if you look at the coordinates or the degrees for each from houses or whatever, how is that? The houses like one matches 7. 2 matches 8, 3 matches 9. I mean, they match all the way down, like 1 through 6, and then 6 to 12. You know what I mean? They all match like that. It's they match exact coordinate, just like that.
Yeah. Well, your harvest time is when the moon enters your sun cycle, your sun house.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't.
The alchemy of your body for your Christ oil harvest, that's the Lord's Supper.
No,
see, the Lord's Prayer is telling you it's starting in Aries. The Lord's Prayer begins in Aries and ends in Pisces. That's why the Bible is very beneficial to us, because it gives us pi. It gives us a lot of stories that we're, technically not supposed to take literal, but at the same time, it's pertaining to astrology. Like the Book of Job. The Book of Job is literally a job.
Yeah, right.
There's so much in the Book of Job it's the job for us to dig and find. We're sent here to forget, and we have to recall. So we have to dig. And that's why the cat in the sandbox is here, the Sphinx.
That some of them like it tells me how to read it, if that makes sense. Like it just tells me.
Yeah, it tells you the Father's house of many mansions. You have the throne room. You have the sun's hoopah. It's, that's why you have your 4 quarters that equal $100. The whole dollar, the 100%. So your astrology, your character, your alter egos, you'll have smooth sailing.
So,
Stars help us in our navigation,
would
and
you
it's all seen in numbers also.
would you be care if I follow you and ask you to be a mentor for me?
Yeah, you can follow me. That's why, Mr. Tech Pants, when I met him, I was mostly on Facebook. That was my main platform. And, since everybody's so brave to share, I decided to branch out and share my own truth. Because, I've grown up in like the Bible Belt, and I've tried to bring the astrology to the people who are thumping the Bible when they don't understand that the Bible is talking about astrology.
Really?
So that's part of my mission here. Also so we can destroy hell, because hell is pertaining to the heel.
Yes,
And that's pertaining to Abba. That's where we're at. We're literally in the heel. We're in the beta world.
that's
We're
that's
the alphas and beta. We're the angels.
that's
We're also the gods.
that's literally all I've been basically. My path is to try to open people, or like,
Yeah, we're all a part of a beautiful story, and everything, your bodies are perfect.
you really
Lots of
are.
people have received programs that build fear, but our bodies are perfect. Our algorithm is perfect. We are the prime creators who are
Well, after
here.
well,
And
after after
so,
after
the sun and the moon and the planets assist. There's literally no way we could go wrong.
and that was
You have multiple lives.
We have all the information we need right here.
Yes, basics,
Here's the face.
blocks.
Here's the face. For those of you who have joined us for the first time, you've never been here before. If you have any specific questions, one of them is, what do we do here? This is basically about building a game. If we had to build a game of life based on history, what would be the algorithms? What would we be using? Where would we find the information that was given to us over the past 5,000-6,000 years? In fact, not 5,000-6,000 years, but just because we have the English alphabet, we have the Spanish alphabet, we have the French alphabet, just because we have that, we can give names to items that were thousands of years old, right? It's a name. A name is a story. It's a person, place, or thing. You notice in person, place, or thing, right? Do they use land? What do they say in the English language? Do they say animal? I don't hear animal anymore, because in the word animal is the word man. It's A-M-N-N. We are in the land of the land, animal, and man. We are one of. You cannot deny that the animals and the humans are breathing the same air. True or false? I don't know. But for me, so far, it seems to be true. That we all walk on the same earth seems to be true. That we walk on the land, we fly in the sky, we're a fish in the ocean, all seems to be true. All part of the totality of the system. Then we go ahead and see things we were born with. I want to know if everybody's counting by 9. If you are counting by 9, what are the different ways to create 9? Well, there's many ways to create 9, but I'm working only on the few basics, not to lose anybody in this cause. See, I can put this here, and I can move the 9 down here. I can move the 8 over here. I can move the 5 up here. When you're playing moving those checkers, there's always one missing. There's never 9. There's never, ever 9. When you play those games, always one moves. But even if you're missing the moving piece, that moving piece is still an empty space all the time. Empty or full, there's always something in that area of space. I just bent my book. So what do we have? If you want to talk about 9, that everything is 9, that 1 and 9 is 10, right? We're not going to use both of them, two ends of the spectrum. I'm going to count 1 to 8. That would be, then I'm going to count in 1 to 8, then I'm going to go 2 to 9. Though that is my connection. That's my hook. The 1 and 2 hook, the 8 and 9 hook. Now you bring on creation. Undeniable. that 1 between 2, and this is where creation begins with 3 and 6. Now, did we reduce down to 4 did we reduce to 9 all the way to 3, or are we on the way up? Which way we're going, I don't know, but I do know that 3 is in between 4. It's the same house. I know that Isaac is number 33. I know that Abraham is number 44. In this game, we use 2 dice to start off. We can see 1 and 1 is 2, 6 and 6 is 12, but number 66, okay, is woman. Number 66 is when you add 1 through 11, it equals to 66. It is a passageway of 8. Let me see if I can show you what this does in artwork. And I take it from games, the game of pool, the game of darts, bowling, hockey, football, baseball, it doesn't matter what it is. They're all giving me an algorithm that they use. How are all these algorithms so perfect? Yeah, I'm still looking to learn all about all this Zodiac and stuff. And when Cynthia puts it out there, if I can connect the numbers to it, and I have many, but I need, I always need reference in order to be understand it. My biggest reference is Christmas. That's a huge reference. The word Christ and Mass is 77 and 33. 77 is what's going to create the heart to the system. It's going to create 7 times 7, 7 plus 7 will equal to 49 and 14 equaling to 63. What lives inside of 63? It's 4 and 5. So what you have when you create 63, the 7 times 7 is 49, 4 and 9 is 13, 1 and 3 is 4, Abraham. Then you have the 7 and 7, 14, 1 and 4 is 5. You connected to the ocean. You connected the 7 and 7. Now, the 7 and 7 or 2 times 7. Now, 2 times 7 or 27 is the house of creation in the house of Bait, and it goes back to 3 and 6 again. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, 9 and 18 equals to 27. So this is how I put it all together, because all the numbers keep telling these stories where the positions are. The bar mitzvah is 13. The bat's mitzvah, okay, is 12. So I know right away star math teaches me to multiply and add. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 equals to 3 and 2 equals to 5. 1 times 4, 1 plus 4 equals to 4 and 5. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 equals to 3 and 4 equals to 7. So you now have the bat mitzvah and the bar mitzvah equaling to what is 5 and 7. Now, I'm really hoping to find this piece that I did the other day with the Monopoly. Was it the Monopoly? Oh, I took a picture of it, so that's okay. I'm going to show it here. That's good. First of all, to show some of the patterns I'm working on. These are patterns you can find anywhere. All I do is put in the algorithm and the obligation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is your face. It's 9 areas. The 5 is impartial to all. 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom. 6, 7, 8, 9 at the top. If you're a tennis player, 6 and 9, 15. 7 and 8, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. That's your 40, and then game. The 13 and the 7, I'm not sure if I have this properly, right? But when you come to the Mayans, right, I think this is what it is. So when you have 13 and 7, right, you have 2 separations in the timing. 7 and 13 is the 13 suits in the deck of cards, and the average is 7. Therefore, that spindle will run inside there as 7. So the game of cards and the Mayan calendar fit in perfectly. And also, all the Mayan numbers are calculable by a division of 7, which means if you divide 7 by 1, 1 by 7, let me just put this up here and show you. When you divide by 7, each one of these, you end up with this. The first time you get above 1 is when 8 shows up. Now, everything in creation is above 1. 1 for 1 moon. When you get 2, it's 2 moons. When you get 3, you have 3 moons. And then when you get 4, you have us. You have full rotation. So I need 4 by 8, 32 to bring this up at 4.57. When we do this, this will be 4.57 over here if I got that correctly. This is going to connect my moon, my AD, my gateway, and my AD. You notice there's no 3, 6, or 9? Because when you're creating through the harmonics of 741, 258, you'll never have a 3, 6, or 9. Just give me a second. So here is the beta communication house. I like to call this the House of Isaac. I'm going to be finishing early tonight, and not long. I might come on after. I'm just really tired, and I feel like I'm out of order, but I'm going to be giving this in. When the moon enters your sun sign, it's the Lord's Supper. So now we have to know when it enters the sun sign and why you say the Lord's Supper. Now, in the word Lord, you're also going to get the purple and the yellow. The L and the D in pool are the reverse of each other. They're the purple ball. So you have the 4 and the 12 in this instance. That's going to be, that Lord's Supper is going to be over here. Wow, why do I only have half of a board here? Wow, something I'm missing. Oh, here it is. This is where you had the Lord's Supper right here. This happens to be the house of Abraham. So if I'm having supper, I'm having it in this house. And if it's the harvest, then I'm going to go to this house here. This Lord's Supper and harvest between these two. Harvest is going to be the rabbit. It's going to be communication. It's going to be between the rabbit ears. It's going to be counting for anything to do with 2s. So for all the presidents that have went there 1 term, count them. They went there for the lunar moon. If they went for 2 terms, they went there for the moons of Mars. This is all about Earth and Mars. And then everything else that expands from that. So no, that is Cynthia's area. Cynthia, 11 shrews.
Yeah, you'll have to do a birth chart. Okay, and you can do your birth chart from your time upon the land. That's when you access the silver matrix and the sun with the gold matrix. And you do your birth chart, and then you'll see where your moon and all your stuff is at on your birth chart. But you need to understand the moon is a separate calendar. Okay, so you have your house of your moon, but you're following the moon, and you're just watching when the moon enters into your zodiac sign.
So then,
and then that'll be your body's natural rhythm.
So then if that's true, then this has to happen on her 12th birthday. Everything changes on her 12th birthday.
Well, your body, okay, so by your 12th, yes, that is a pivotal time, because by that time you have started a new hormonal
you're the one
in your body.
Right, you said gold and silver. When you're saying gold, sorry.
So would I have to do another birth chart for when I turn 12?
No, it's 13.
That's what I thought. Because 13 was a pivotal year for me.
No, you just follow your birth chart from beginning, which would be when you entered the land. Okay, you exited the love tunnel upon the land, then you are the Christ upon the land. So you do your birth chart, and that's pertaining to your sun, moon, and rising, and where your planets are. That is your specific screenshot of your planets at the time that you entered. Now, if you want to track your weather, because we have the collective weather that, everybody is under, because we're all experiencing day and night together here. We're all experiencing, the moon going through its cycles. So you have your collective weather, and then you have your personal weather. So you would take your birth chart and you would put it at the center, and you would become the pinball wizard to see where the planets are at today, and you would do your degrees. Like if you have trine or square, you would match these up, and these are variable positions of, energy, basically. And it's all calculated, and you can use that to like foretell your forecast, your personal weather. And then with the moon, now the moon has her cycle, and when she goes through the house, she goes through once a month, she'll go through every single house. And so once a month, that's our each of our times activation. We experience this on a collective, but it's through the constellational houses.
So wouldn't this be happening every single day since there's
So
2
like
hours?
my harvest is coming up.
Hello? Oh,
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I'm like, so like on my sun and moon right now, like in my, just like the day of my birth with my time and everything, the moon and the sun are the moon is 14.41 and the sun is 14.42.
Okay, so what you would do, you would take your chart, okay, that shows like your position, right?
Yes.
It's like your captain's log, right? It's your system's navigation, and then you take the system that is current and you cross-reference them. You put one
Okay.
on top of the other, and then you'll see things like what is in opposition. What is, so like a sextile, some would consider a sextile to be unfavorable, whereas a trine to be more favorable. Okay, and then a square is considered unfavorable.
I got a lot of
Okay, and
those.
that comes into play with your planets. Like your planets they have a certain time period that it takes them to make their cycle. So like Jupiter, when Jupiter is further away from your chart, it's less favorable in luck because Jupiter is considered the king of luck. When he's closer to your chart, where he's at in your chart, then he's considered more favorable. And this applies to each planet, and then each house also has a planetary ruler, right? And the houses have domain. And depending on like what planet, say like you have a house that is ruled by Jupiter and Saturn is in that house,
Mr.
there's different kinds of weights that come into play with that. So it is kind of a lengthy process to do a birth chart. But if you go on like AstroSeek, that's a very good source. I like their information. You can click on that and just fill out your birth chart, and it'll kind of tell you about your housing and what you're reading. Okay. And if you don't like that reading, you can go and get a second opinion. But I prefer to learn to read for myself because, you don't want anybody to read over your story. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like we can read books for ourselves. So we want to learn to read our chart for ourselves as well. We want to be the master and commander of our starship.
So you have to, what I sorry to interrupt. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I once got a birth chart, and you know what? Just talk to Cynthia, and I'll interrupt you again. I want to show you what I do to the birth charts, just because we have to square all these birth charts off so we can understand them against the cube to see what we're going up against, right? The Hebrew calendar is like supposed to be perfect. It moves this way, it moves that way. It's never the same time of the year. So I mean, I'm still definitely I must learn. It's like super important to learn, for me, the birth chart as well as the astrology in order to bring more of a balance to the numbers. Although I know most of the numbers and how a lot of sequences work, I know how to achieve the sequences. If you give me the answer to something in the beginning, I'll find the in between of it all. It doesn't matter really what mathematics it is, because it's all about everything gets what they call a shim. Everything gets a shim at the end. In the diesel trucks, you get a shim. In diesel motors, you don't have any in the gas motors. So we have to understand the difference between the diesel and the gas. We also note that they always put diesel out in green. The word diesel is spelled D-I-E. Right away, you have Demas and Phobos, almost like they got to fly diesel fuel up to the moon so they can keep the power station running. That's what I believe is going on right now. Every time you see these rainbows, they're not rainbows for nothing. They're rainbows because of the diesel fuel in the air, or the gas, whatever they're burning up there. And it's just trickling along along whatever you want to call those guidelines. That's what I seen. I seen that for years. It's the same colors. If you go for the diesel fuel, let me see if I can look this up. What's the
So
diesel
like,
fuel look like in water?
so it turns, it's like it separates. Yeah, it turns like, but
So with the birth chart though, to me, when you know your stars and you know how to follow the system navigation, a lot of your numbers that you're talking about and the system and how they work, it all
no,
intertwines with each other because that's the original analog system. Now
that's
this
what.
this system is original to the planet, and there has been a system created over the system. So like I did a piece earlier talking about how the go-go dancers were originally in the stars. Okay, and they've taken the go-go dancers and they've brought them from the above into the below, and they've given them an alternate meaning. Just like the pole dancers are concerning the zodiac dancers and the deacons who dance around the pole, and they've taken that information from the above and they've brought it into the below and they've given it an alternate meaning. It's the same way with like a lot of the stuff we talk about with Mars being Area 51. Well, Mars is actually 51 in Gematria, and you can see how they've taken that from the above, that information, and they've brought it to the below, and they've created something totally different from it. So I feel like when we get to know that the system in numbers is pertaining to the analog system, because literally we're already in the internet because we're in the system of the 88 constellations. That is the net.
And
Okay, and we're
that's why.
literally the alpha intelligence. We're the original AI. The original AI is the alpha intelligence who has created the artificial. So, that goes back to the analog original system and how it's been brought here. It's been hidden away and it's been rediscovered. So, that's where the big reawakening was kind of planned. And it was planned because they hid the zodiac. So a lot of the reawakening happens with the zodiac because that's what I use each lifetime I've used to activate all my memory is through the circle of the wheel. It's pretty simple because it's 12 and it's also the clock. I mean, a lot of people are following the zodiac and they don't even understand it's the clock that we follow every day. It's a 24-hour clock. You can't add a 13th constellation because you can't add another hour to your day. It's a 24-hour clock that we're all following. So and also speaking in code, speaking in numbers is not new. It's just something that we weren't taught because it was reserved and hidden away.
It was meant to be hidden for purposes like this.
Yes, and at the same time, it's good that it was hidden because at the same time, it gives us a drive further. So like I study the Vedic calendar and, we're in a Kali Yuga
So
golden year as well in their calendars. And it's a time where we all reawakening and we all give a great push because it's time. It's pertaining to Aquarius and the return of the god. So it is literally our return. And I think that's having to do mostly with the awareness.
my question, like this is the question that I have. Okay, like so my moon is the one that's 1441. They're mirror numbers. They both come up to 5. Leo is the fifth house. Then, but my sun, it actually ends up it's 14 and it's 14 and 42, which is 14 and 6, and still comes up to my and adds up to my my exact zodiac location. Like, like how does that happen? Like, why what is that?
Yeah, it's just a part. So when you study the numbers, your name, you need to understand your name is an algorithm. It's
I know
all
that.
go. Okay, and so when you study the numbers, you're going to start seeing more synchronicities like that. That's what I find the same thing all the time. My address right now, it speaks to me. Literally every phone number I've ever had has been chosen for me, but it has spoken to me because it's carried a message because I look for the numbers.
Is that normal? Is that normal?
And I think when we, huh? For
Like
me,
you got
it's normal. I mean, a lot of people think that it's weird that I'm around. They think I'm kind of weird because
no, I'm talking about this right here.
I'm talking in numbers.
No, I'm talking like the 14, right? The 41 both equal 5. That's 10. Okay. Then the 14 and the 42, that's 5 and 6. That's 11.
Yes.
You add those together, that's 21. That's my moon and my sun coordinates. That's where they were. That's the coordinates they were placed in the sky when I was born. They come up to the day I was born.
Can I explain part of this?
Yes, please.
Okay, because then Cynthia can add on.
It's just
you need a dimension. When you come into birth somewhere, you need a dimension to the both to the left and the right. You're not going to have both. You're going to have one. You can live in between both of them, right?
right.
So your dimension, what number were you on?
Okay, my moon is 14 degrees, 14.41 degrees. Okay, my sun is 14.42 degrees. Now, when you put those numbers together, after you put the period in between the 14 and the 41, you get 5 and 5 for my moon.
Okay,
Now, when you put the period in between the sun, you get 14 and 42. That's 5 and 6. That's 11. So when you add those two numbers together, that's 21. That's the day of my birth.
Okay, so what this is going to do here is because there's one difference between the two. I mean, you can bring it all the way down anyways, but because 41 and 42, right? First of all, 1 and 2 is the creation. You need both of them. You're going to be including 3 moons in this, the 1 and the 2.
Okay.
It's a rib. You cannot. You only have a half space between 1 and 2 is a half space. The window between them is 1, so it's a shared half space.
Understood.
So now you have to live between that 1 and the 2, the 43. Now, when you add them together, the 43, that's a perfect space. The 4.
Well, okay, so because that makes sense to me now, because like when I researched that, it said that what that shows is that I don't show anything I don't show anything different from inward to outwardly. I'm like, if I'm going to cry in front of you, I'm going to cry in front of you. I'm not going to show you anything different. I'm just.
Well, you're in the
That's
same window. If you told me 41 and 43, that would be a whole house each,
okay.
right?
Okay, I see.
You would
I
have
see.
41 and 43 is the whole house. 41 and 42 is a halfway house.
So it's literally saying that like I'm not going to live in between. I'm literally going. I'm
No,
not going to.
no. This part is that with the sun, it's the halfway house.
Okay.
Whatever your sign is, it's the halfway house. I don't know what it means. I'm quite sure Cynthia can brush up on this, but everything is counted by 2s.
Okay, so Cynthia, from what I was understood, somebody explained to me, and correct, please help me understand. Like the moon is what you show, is like your inward emotions, like what you show when you're by yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's truly, and respectfully, that's supposed to be who a person truly is. And then like your sun is what you
Yeah,
would
for
show out.
self-reflection.
Right, you show outwardly. So when I'm looking at this, what it's telling me is I'm not going to show you anything different from when I'm alone to when I'm with you.
Well, it depends on what house your moon is in. The houses have specific, like, okay, so
I can put my birth chart up.
I call the game also the hero's journey. Okay, and so each house is going to have a different set of rules. Each house is going to have a different purpose. So, whatever house that your moon is in, that's part of your reflection
That's half
in
of
your
it.
journey.
Yeah.
It's part of your work and your mastery. So like the moon is likened to a vessel, okay, because we're the vessels who have water, right? And the
Yes,
moon
ma'am.
is likened into a vessel. The moon is likened into a woman, but it's also likened into a man. And so the moon, it fills up and then it pours out. And so likewise with our emotions and our energy, it is being collectively integrated into the system, mostly during the full moon, because that's when we're like filled up. Our water is high. The waters in our body is affected by the moon. So if you have
like
energy that you need to like expel, it's best to do these kind of things during a full moon for a release, because when you release, you're also opening yourself up to receive from the outpouring of the moon, and then the more moon pours out and then it fills up again. So like, okay, I'm also a gardener, and so I plan a lot of my planting around, the seasons. I take the seasons into consideration. And then I also take the moon into consideration and where it's at, because the moon, when you plant a seed, it will help draw the seed out. Okay, the water activates the seed and it helps draw the seed out. And so likewise, we're the seeds. It helps draw us out.
Just like this moon regulates the waves and things, because in us, because we're 70% water, just like us.
Yeah, we're definitely affected by the moon because we're tethered to the moon in the bronze matrix. While you're inside your mother's womb, your tomb is developing, because the womb is the tomb. Okay, and that's pertaining to your cell salts, because we're the salts of salvation. We have 12 cell salts, and as a man upon the land, we lack 3, and it's our job to find these for balance in our body. And it has to do with the natural rhythm of our body. And so your body naturally knows what it needs.
Yeah.
That's why you'll have like cravings.
Yeah, that's one thing I've always done.
And your body tries to communicate with you to tell you what it is, because your body remembers everything for you.
Right.
Just like your subconscious mind, it can see and it knows everything. And you're kind of like a participant in it, and it will release information to you even in your dream state. So your dream state is a very creative state as well.
That's something I got to get.
And the moon takes a role in your dreams as well.
Right.
A lot of people have more dream activity during the full moon, because it's a time of release and retrieval.
That was something that.
So if you're going to cut your hair, you want to cut your hair when the moon is.
I was told
full.
not to cut my hair.
Okay, so when you're looking,
or you could cut your hair as the moon is growing, so your hair will grow with it.
okay. I was just gonna say hello to but I guess she just left.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think it was Monroe. You wanted to come up. I was just gonna talk to you. So what I'm looking at here, although
whoever's chart this is, there's a lot of activity.
So
it's mine.
Very busy.
Just the thing about Leo, Taurus, Aquarius. So you skip 2, you hit 1, you skip 2, you hit 1, you skip 2, you hit 1. This is what you have to do all the way around. Skip 2, you're on Leo, skip the next 2, hit Taurus. Skip the next 2, hit Aquarius. Skip the next 2, hit Scorpio. What's happening in Scorpio? You're not in Scorpio here. You broke the it changes. You see, every time you do 3 parts, the next part changes. Did you ever notice that? It's always 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
No, I don't know how to read. That's why I was
trying to
read
it either. What I'm saying is,
oh, I see. That's what you're
when
saying.
you're running on the Tesla 369, there's really only supposed to be 9 areas. But when we run the Zodiac 4 3s, I'm looking this as Abraham. So Abraham seems to own the Zodiac. Who owns the sun? See, it's a divided sun. Now I'm seeing Abraham owning the constellations. So the sun, it looks like it's going to fall in Jupiter. Is that possible, Cynthia?
Well, I'm just, for a good understanding of how I would, view his chart. First, he has 3 planets in Libra, and then he has 3 in Aquarius. So, just a grouping like that, it shows you, you need to go and look up these houses and what these houses are for, that show you how your planets play a role in these houses. And then he has his moon almost completely opposite the board of his sun. So, in a way, he's kind of balanced in that.
That's what I was talking about. That's what
I was. With Chiron, being in Taurus, which is the alpha, he plays a role in hiding and tying all the planets working together, even though they might seem to be at opposition. You have one planet, it looks like, on the cusp.
It said I had a grand trine in Taurus.
Yeah, all in all, you have what I want to tell people when they look at their chart. There is no good and bad. So you need to look at your chart as always positive, because for me, the mint is pertaining to the mind. And so if you always stay positive, your algorithm will always stay positive.
Oh,
so,
to be honest with you.
Go ahead.
To be honest with you, the main thing I loved about I love my birth chart. The main thing I loved about it was the fact that it's shaped like a pyramid with the shadow over there.
Yeah, you have great shapes. Yeah, and see, lots of triangles, lots and lots of triangles. To me, that really shows, an overall balance. Because keep in mind, I don't know if you've studied the Native American culture, which I call them also indigenous to the land, but, they have the dream catchers.
Yes.
Okay, and so the zodiac is the captain's wheel, and this is your grand weave. So what you're seeing is your grand tapestry here. and it's kind of showing you about your role that you have to play here on the planet while you're here. And technically, you've already done this, because keep in mind, all time is written from beginning. So literally, the prescription was written, right? And then you come into time and you fill the prescription because you're the doctor. So,
I mean,
you know, that's one way to look outside
Explain
your
why
chart
you
as
say
a
you're the
god.
doctor for
This has
the other
already
people.
happened.
Explain for the others that are here why you say you're the doctor.
I mean,
Because for my perspection with the dice, because keep in mind, during the Hellenistic time, they used dice for the casting of lots, and the lots are pertaining to the arrows and the fortunes. Okay, and this might sound, you know, foreign to people who haven't studied this, but with the dice, it shows you white space and dark space. So literally, before you come here, your chart has been written, okay, because you're the doctor. And then when you enter into time, which is dark space, it's cataloged through your star bank, okay, and that's has to do with your algorithm, and it carries over from one to the next, and it's specific to your DNA. But when you come into time, you fulfill the prescription. The prescription was written by you, and you fulfill it. So technically, it's already happened. So like when you cross back over, you have your black hole, which is your pupil, right? Because we're the study, we're the student, we're the teacher. When you cross back over, your life will literally flash before your eyes because it's already been written.
Yeah, it's almost like we lived it somewhere
life.
else. We lived it somewhere else, and we just came here to finish it off.
well, I mean, I see.
Yes, and that's why you can have premonitions and you can see your futures, and they can happen exactly like you've seen them in your dreams because they've literally already happened. Okay, and it's a part of the grand study. We're all here to study, we're all here to learn, and we use each other to do this. And so that's why, you know, you want to say the creator made multiple copies of himself. He did, and it's all for our learning together. There is a huge upgrade coming to this system of operations. It's current.
Yeah, you see, because we can't
We're a
lose.
part of it.
We can't lose because we're not us.
Yeah.
We are just a fingertip at the end. I don't know how to say it. If you're gonna make a game, if you have a piece of paper and you hold the pen in your hand, this is exactly what's going on in basic form. Every single one of us, okay, with a pen, every single one of us decides, well, the good Lord who built this whole house, we are just the extensions of that pen, giving the free will within the system, right?
Yes.
But so I'm just
so all time, the Zodiac, you need to know the Zodiac shows all the stories. It even shows the story of the beginning. So literally all time was written beforehand, meaning everything was written before we got to come here and play with our hands. So when it says in the Bible, the stars and the hosts were created and they rejoiced, that's talking about us from beginning.
So I just need the basics.
And then, yeah, it's already happened. The end already happened. So that's literally why, you know, we should just be creating heaven while we're here, so we can access this over and over and over and over.
Nothing significant.
We have to make the earth a garden. That's what the earth, like my visions of the future, the earth is a garden. That's all I've seen. And we're the walking trees of life. The more we activate, because we're the crystals upon a grand grid, the whole planet's going to reactivate.
Why do I carry
We all
these
play a role in this because we're connecting.
Why do I carry
See what
these
I'm
numbers?
saying? Things are going to start floating.
But why do I carry these numbers?
I know that sounds silly, but at the same time, there's nothing that's impossible here. So
No,
if you say you can't, then you can't.
My only concern is, why do I carry these numbers? Why do I have these? Why do I have these numbers?
Why you're born with them?
It's just a part of your. It's a part of your purpose, and you know,
that's what I
what are you going to do with your numbers? You know, everybody has a grand role. What are they going to do with it? Are you going to just sit on the couch? You know, and listen, my role this lifetime is mostly a stay-at-home mom. A lot of people wouldn't think that's very grandeur, but I am creating
even while I'm sitting at home with my children, and I'm able to access this teleport with my telephone. I'm able to access my mind's eye and connect. And,
So,
I feel like my role is vital just like anyone else's. So
so
we are all
Cynthia,
significant.
Cynthia, when I take this
Yes.
chart, when somebody's born, right, the best thing to do with this chart in order to work the shapes with it is I need to put their birthday either here, 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 or here. One of the reasons for that is this is the 21st hour. This is also the 9th hour, 9 for birth. This is 3 for creation, the 15th hour. This is the divided sun. So when you're coming to birth, I would have to have your sign sitting over here, but I can't. If your sign is sitting over here at the divided sun, why did I say the divided sun? I'm looking at the clock. I need to base everything what we were given. So I need to use the clock. Now, should I be using the 24-hour clock?
Yes.
So then this is what happens.
Yes.
Now this,
Yes, because the zodiac is the 24-hour clock, but you need to understand they have started with the flipping. Okay, so like a lot of the zodiac, people have a hard time understanding how to read the circle, where it starts and where it stops. And on the zodiac, there are multiple stops. That's the story of the 8-spoke wheel. It shows you the 8 pit stops for Octomom. So yes, some of these charts here, they're going to seem like they're off kilter, but at the same time, you can use your MC and your ascendant for your navigation. And you can also use that to help tell whether your chart is a day chart or a night chart. And those it's kind of varies. Like if it is a night chart, it's gonna read a little different than a day chart.
well, because yes, I know, but so this is what I'm trying to do here, okay? I already know that I can reduce my 12 down to 8, down to 6, down to 4, 3, 2, 1, dividing up my 12 zodiac signs, right? I don't want to make this smaller, but if I did make this smaller, right, I want to show you because
yes, and you can go down even to smaller increments in your birth chart, and you can see literally every second of what you're doing in each sign. I've gone like I've said before on your channel, I've gone 68 years out in my birth chart, so I could do like my fair weather reading. And I did this for myself. It was very time consuming, but it also gave me a grand peace of mind. And I did that with multiple charts, so I kind of know like what's coming for me, what to look for, and then I can adjust my mindset. So like I just had a Saturn return not too long ago, and there was a lot going on. And when I really did some more digging into my birth chart, I was like, wow, everything I was going through, literally the planets helped me understand. And then I got to see also how my work, that I was doing in the present was guiding me to a higher timeline.
So there's a couple of things I want to go over with this. Okay, so just let me explain it. Number one, we can run, and instead of having 12 zodiac signs, I'll make this smaller. I'll have each zodiac sign run over 1.5 times into each other. Because in life, we have to be running into each other. It has to be your full zodiac sign and then half of the other. And then it has to be your full zodiac sign, right? And then half of the other.
Yeah, and see, that's how the waves happen.
And then we have to do this.
The waves happen between the houses.
So this is what's happening. This is where you get Libra into Virgo, Virgo into Libra, and then you have Virgo sharing both houses. Okay? So this is what I think happened. I think this is how they changed it from 8 into 12 or reduced it. So what I'm trying to show here is because this is 6 and 18. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, okay, equals to your area right here into the house of Bait. This is number 12. This is going to give you the E world and the dividing 7th gate, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4. This one is number 9, 9 o'clock. This one's going to give you the E world, connect you to the ocean. This one over here is 3:15. This is going to divide the sun. I need to know that when you're born, are you going by the ocean moon? Are you going by the sun? Are you going by the 7th gate? Or are you going, so hold on. This is This is the heart of the area. This is the house of bait. This is the whole house over here in this area. So if I know where you're going, so I'm going to be able to put this in a proper perspective and turn this. We also know that Capricorn starts at midnight. So we also have to align with that. We also have to understand that, hold on, I'm turning around my camera. I mean, I also need to understand that when you advance, every time you advance, every single day, we work at 3-day increments. And when you advance, although your first zodiac sign started at Capricorn, let's say at midnight, the next time you come back to that Capricorn midnight, you've advanced 3. Because every time you advance when you advance 24 hours, you advance 6. When you advance 12 hours, you advance 3, which means if I start off on 1, the next time I'll be at 13. So when you're going back to the exact zodiac sign, you've mentioned 13, you automatically have to go to the 4th sign. Do you follow where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So it's always there. That's why when we're counting, I call it the house of the pig, because this is 1, 4, 7, 10. Everything's by 3. When you go around 12 hours, you're advancing by 3. So although you're in your same zodiac sign, you're now going to be connected to Cancer. So let's say you start off at, I don't know, let's say we start off at Virgo, right? With Virgo is 6. Once we go around again, it becomes 18. Virgo becomes 18. Well, that's 9. So now you're in Sagittarius. It becomes Virgo Sagittarius. And then you go around again, and then instead of Sagittarius, it's going to be in Pisces. And then you go around again, you're still going to be in the same zodiac sign, but each time you go around, you move one part of the clock. And you have to do that 4 times to come back to your sign again. Do you follow why? Because when you're counting by 12, you've added up 3 more. 12 is 1 and 2 is 3. So every time you advance, 3, 6, 9, you come home. 3, 6, 9. So every 12 hours, you get to come home again, back to your sign. When you count by 6, I have to write this all down. I'm just using off the top of my head. I just want to know, Cynthia, did you understand where I went with this?
Yeah, I can I'm still trying to follow, the system that you've created
I'm going to show you exactly. So I didn't create it.
on
It's
top of
already
the
been there.
zodiac.
Right. So, okay, a new
Yes,
algorithm.
I
you're
understand.
saying,
I
right?
understand that.
Yeah, a new
Yes,
algorithm.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
And see, I know with the wave, it is in and out. So like we are on the tail end. Pisces has literally passed because we're in Aquarius, but we're still kind of at the tip of the end of that wave, and we ride that coming into Aquarius at the beginning. And then we really get into full fire come like the midsection of Aquarius. So we're not in full fire yet. That's still, several years
It'll
down
happen.
the line.
It'll happen in
But
2030.
we're still having like some carryover from Pisces into Aquarius,
So we're going backwards then.
if that makes sense, because of the wave.
Yes,
It'll
because
be
we're going backwards and we went
It's
into
kind of okay. It's kind of like a retrograde. Yes, we're kind
that's
of experiencing the cleanup crew and the roll credits for
yes,
the begin end.
we have to go back into Aquarius because the beginning is Pisces. That's where the E world comes in, your communication center. So now we're going back into creation, which is what created the communication center. That's where Aquarius comes in. Your communication center is all through water. Otherwise, there's nothing. It'll also be the Hebrew letter of mem or memory. MEEM. 13 and 5 and 5 and 13. It's a double sun. Do you follow? We need both ends of the sun. The sun splits at 1, 3, and 5. When you say MEME, you're going 13 and 5. The division in the alphabet happens at 13.5, right, between M and N. The division of the first side of the alphabet changes between 3 and 4, or 3.5. The third part of the alphabet divides at 23.5, or 23 and 24. It's CX and it's DW. I like to use these and this all matches up with Abraham, Jacob, Ishmael. It matches up with the Canadian blue nose on the dime. It just matches up to everything. And then the crazy thing about this whole thing is we live in the house of bet. The bet is number 27. The to bet, to wager, to win, to place, to show. The second place is going to be the silver matrix. The third place is going to be the bronze. The crazy thing is they're always saying black, 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 black. Well, the B is black and yellow. They get the 2992, the same numeric value. To bring number. Okay, now I'm just trying to see where this was. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm going to write it down. So everything, even number 92 is 72. 92 and 72. Do you know why? 7 and 2 is 9, right? And 9 minus 2 is 7. So we need 5 plus 2 and 9 minus 2. This is gonna, these two over here, okay, 25, this will say blackjack, right? But look what this is. You see what this says over here? You see, it's the brown house, it's the money house. And this is what you have, the cent noir, because the one who was sent was black. This is the 8 ball. This is the 1 in the 8 ball. This is where the B comes in. The cent is the 1. It's the 9 birth. It's coming in with the black 8 ball. It says the one that was sent was black.
Yeah, the sentiment.
Sentiment.
I don't.
Sentiment.
No, that's got me. No, that has me confused.
I'll explain it to you. The penny in English is called a cent noir.
Right.
So when you say penny, you're saying CENT. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so noir is black. You also say funnel, you go on 10 noir. And when you say on 10, it's actually an antenna. And it's a funnel. And it's almost like a satellite. So you're saying on 10 noir, and that's to grab the water, and on 10 noir is to capture everything and send it down a funnel. So whether it went down the funnel front ways or back ways, it doesn't really make a difference to me.
Yeah, it's like your pineal. The antenna. The crystal antenna that floats in your waters of life.
Yes. I mean,
The resident energy. Energy.
Resident R-E, yes, E-R-R-E-A-R, yes, R. So when you use the word R, that's exactly, say that again why you said that, the energy in the ER.
Well, the resident energy, that is you. Because you're the landlord.
what?
Yeah, you're the landlord. You're the postmaster.
Yeah, everything on this planet, if you ever went to see a person named Miller, David Wynn Miller, this guy is the most amazing person in the world. Too bad they took him out years ago. David Wynn Miller. After I show this, they might shut me down. This guy here.
I've heard of that guy.
This guy here.
He teaches about syntax and maritime.
If you ever listen to this guy, everybody falls down. This guy speaks so much truth. They call it American pseudoscience theorist. But let me tell you one thing, he's more right than anything. I heard his stories. I heard him speak, and I've got a bunch of his stuff downloaded, like 20, 30 hours.
So does this explain? Yeah, this. I mean,
This guy explains that everything that's on this planet is in transport. It's all owned by the post office, the postmaster. Everything is transported. Every single weave, every single web, anything you get in your car, you're transporting yourself. You deliver a package, you deliver a letter, you have the internet. Everything is being transported. Everything.
and that's every person, right?
Every person, everything.
No, yeah. Every person is that person.
Yeah. And to get back into this cube over here, right? One of the reasons for 1,000 times something, I just like to once in a while, if you think I'm interrupting you guys, let me know. I don't like to do that.
I'm listening. I'm trying.
So I'm just trying to see where I was to explain this calculator here. this calculator, when you connect the system, the crossing system on this, here's the cross. We have 4 items, these 4, right? I'm going to see if I have... you start off with this. When life comes in, everything spreads apart, and you end up with this. You end up with this, taking the center of this. Let me make it a little bit bigger. You end up with this, doing this. Let me make it bigger. See that? 3, 3, 3. You take that and you put it over it. Now you connect all the 4 corners. We started out, Mars starts out small. The minute a life comes, boom, it pushes everything out. It becomes from what is a 2 cube to a 3 cube. What is an 8? Becomes a 27. Think about it. 8 or 27. 8 and 27 equals to 35, equals to the brother. 7, okay, what my cat just...
She wants your attention.
He is so cute.
Yeah.
Big fluffy kitty.
He said, Dad.
Yes, meow.
Call her, let's see.
Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Meow, meow. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
I wish I could have played.
Well, today, listen, I call them communication angle of transition. The numeric value for the cat is so let me see. I like to write everything down 10,000 times. Oh my God! I just spilled. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I just spilled. Just give me a second. The numeric value for cat is 312, right? And don't tell me this is not too crazy. Don't tell me this is not too crazy. When I say the numeric value for the cat is 312, is because the third letter is C. The first letter is A, right? And the last letter is T, so it's 312. Now the cat is for communication. 104 times 3, right, is 312. Exact same number for communication. Exact same number. It's CB codes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what they do. That's why they were worshipped.
And the new tower that they built in New York, it's 104 stories. The same number, and it's turned on an angle. When you turned it on an angle, right? You ever see what the building looks like? It's turned on an angle. It's squeezed between 2 buildings. I'm going to take this down and just bring you to where I did the same thing in 2017 or 16 or 15, right? I did this. I put it on an angle because the earth is on an angle. I have the 2 brains over here. I put the D here. I put a D here, and I separated with the I. I have the ID, Diddy, over here.
Oh my God. That's awesome.
And this is where Saturday and Sunday comes in, because samedi dimanche. And then over here, where I put the 2 towers, or the left and the right hemisphere, I put this one in between. This was done before the tower was done. I painted this years before the towers was done. You can see it online somewhere. Oh, there's Miss Kitty. What are you doing, Miss Kitty?
Yeah, see, and I feel like stuff like that is possible because it already happened and you were able to, because you work with the numbers so well, you were able to retrieve that memory.
Yeah, well, the ID is one of my first things, the first letters, because the D is on one side and the other side, and it breaks up a circle. So how do you break up a circle? With D and D, and then you put the I, the birth comes inside that egg. So I got that from that, the D and the I, and that's the first things they told me. And then what you can do with a scissors, right? The scissors is closed, the scissors is open. When it's open and closed, you can see the way the pyramid is shaped. You can see what's happening over here, right? I don't know the whole understanding for what I did, but I was like obliged to do it.
It reminds me of a protractor, the scissors.
Yeah, more or less, yes. And then I painted this over here with a little man on each study. You know, everybody's looking up at each other all the way down. It almost reminds me of the Lilith thing. And then all these over here, all these sigils and these constellations in the room. This is the guide to the constellations. I had no idea. I knew one day I'd be working on it, you know.
Yeah, see, now this is the grand map. So I was talking in your last video about the zodiac and how it's pertaining to the animals above in the water. The waters above, right? And
Right.
the animals, they're such great teachers for us here in the below as well, because they're teaching us about stuff that is inside of us. So it truly is the as within, so without. And then it also is as above, so below with the animals, man being the template for all animals. They are going to be great teachers to help us understand the cosmos as well as our inner cosmos. You know, everything kind of works together. So like the ocean, you know, a lot of people, you know, there's just so much unseen and undiscovered that hasn't been discovered yet in the ocean. And the ocean plays a large role for us on the planet with the energy cleanses. The fish, they help cleanse the energies. And we're also connected to the fish in the ocean because they play a role in our dreams.
Oh, it's crazy. You know, there's a big whale in the sky, eh? Just so we don't forget, when we sign our name, right? Always sign this way. Never put more than 2 letters in a row. Otherwise, you're crossing off and recreating. If you look you got to just be signing this way. Or the above and below also signs this way, but then you're signing through the queen. I like to sign on the cross. You can put it, this is your cross. This is your scroll. This is not. You're crossing off 2 hemispheres and then right through you. So this is what I see.
Yeah, so M says they thought we come of fish.
Well, we do come from
Yeah,
fish.
so the sky is blue to remind us of the waters above. So, you know, it's there to help draw us back to where we came from, because we are the stars incarnate here. You know, and so literally the cosmos is crying out to us each night to remember. Because when we came here, we had to forget in a way, but everything is neatly packed inside our DNA. I'm just waiting for activation. You're not coming here with a complete blank slate besides your new algorithm that is your name. But see how we've done on this platform, we've created our new names. So we have a new algorithm we have tapped into for our story to grow and develop.
That's the question. That's the question.
So we come from the fish. We do come from the fish, and we come from the bird. They're both an expression of our coming to here. One of the things is the fish is number 42. So that's through the 7th gate, and it says school. The fish swim in schools. Then we have the bird, number 33. Our heads high in the sky, right? And the face of our life is over here. We have 6 faces. Every face has this value to it. It's 45. 6 times 45 is 270, and that's our coming. Our coming is 270. So the Mayans talked about 260 and 10 because that's the coming of our life. The 90 degrees, one of the angles we come into. I have to think about where we get the 360, but we're definitely 270. That is the house of bait.
360 is full circle from 180.
Right, we're 3/4. We're not 3/4. We take up 3/4 of the house. We are whole in ourselves at 270, and then the house gets that 90 to run the system. We do the same thing with our computers. You can't take up all the space, or you can't work your computer. So it's the same for me. It's the same thing.
For 360.
And there's more than 360 because according to the cube, we should be at 500. I mean, we should have more. We're supposed to have 3 days in one. We're supposed to have 72 hours, then 24 hours, then 72 hours.
360
That's
is
the way. Go
full
ahead.
circle. 360 is full circle.
Right. We only can use half. We're half. We're only that. We're exactly that. That's us. What you have in your hand. And then we're not the whole thing. We're more or less the dot over there. And then our head goes up right in that area, and then we're covered. Each one of us is covered. The same thing they had with Mary when they put the thing around their heads. Because that's who we are within that space. We're only the half-life. We're living between the two worlds is the half-life. Half here, half there. And we're the full life plus the half-life plus the half-life. And in blackjack in 21, the payout, right, is 1.5 times that. And that's when you get ace 11. The ace is your 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, born into two worlds under one moon. The E worlds.
That's that right there. That's the 5.5.
We can't see.
The 5.5.
Yeah, so the 0.5 is that. So the 1 inside the 4 is actually equal to 1.25.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Right, because I have to mention it for everybody. Why is it 1.25? It's 1.25 because when you put a dot in the center of 4 areas, it's going to create the 5 area. The thing is about the 4 and 1 is you can also might be talking about 9 and 4. The reason for this is because when you have a 2 cube or an 8 area, right? All you have to do is mention the 4 face to it. The 1 can mention in itself that you are splitting up a complete area. When you split up a complete area, you will have 8 around 1. So you can be splitting up the entire cube, but usually in this situation, I use this the way it is. When you mark 5 and 5, automatically that's 11. So now you have the 2 houses, 1 times 4, 1 plus 4, 5 and 4. And then you have 1 times 4, 1 plus 4, 5 and 4. In between 1 and 4 is 2 and 3, 2 and 3, right? That's your communication between A and D. A, B, C, D. Yeah, I know I'm just saying that really quick. I'm a little bit.
I'm looking at it. So I'm trying. I'm kind of looking at it now. You know what I'm saying? That now it's making more sense.
So did we speak about this before? Let me just bring this back. Is that 2, 3, 4 you put there?
21-3.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why you did that. But 2 and 3 go.
Right here. This right here is 10. 5 and 5 is 10. That's my coordinate. That's my coordinates for my moon. That's what I was saying. 14 and 41 is my coordinates for my moon. That's 5 and 5. That's 10. So then I came down here and I was like, okay, well, this is 40, this is 14, and that one's 42. That's 5 and 5, and that's 6. That's my sun, which is exactly the sun sign for Aquarius, 11. So then you take those two together, you get 21-3. So that's why I was like, that's why I was asking what. I mean, I've seen some other charts, and I was just trying to figure that part out.
So when you also run that 5.5, I just want to show you a few more things that work in here. I'm just throwing a few things out before I end this. It's not, I don't want to go that late. Maybe I will. I don't know. So what it is when we run from these 4 numbers, right? These 4 numbers add up to 10. Their average is 2.5, but their crossing average is 3.5. The crossing average is right here. Between 3 and 4 is 3.5. Between 1 and 6 is 3.5. Between 2 and 5 is 3.5. The crossing average here is 3.5. 3 and 5 is what is Aquarius and what is Pisces. The reason for that is star math says when you have 11, 1 times 1 and 1 plus 1 is 1 and 2. When you have 12, it's what is 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, 2 and 3. And that's going to be your communication.
And that was the moon. The moon sign is Leo. which comes in at 5, which is the fifth house.
So we have to put Leo with Gemini.
Okay.
So what happens in this instance, Cynthia, when we put Leo and Gemini? Because it's not only going to be just Gemini, it's going to be Gemini and Gem Maxi. You have to go maximum and minimum. When you use a word like GE min, I'm going to see that it's going to go GE max. So GE min, I'm thinking of the Earth moon, and GE max, where I'm going to think about the Mars moons, because the maximum spread and the minimum spread. So I'm always working with Earth and Mars and minimum and maximum. If I see a word that says minimum or minute, right? Gemini could be minute, but if it's minute, it has to say maxi at the same time. That's the way I see this. The 3 and 5 is 11 craps, meaning 6 and 5, you win. What is I just want to see what the payout is. What is the numbers you need for 11 craps in craps?
5 and 6. What else makes 11 on the dice?
In craps refers to rolling the number 11 on the come out roll, which is considered a winning result for a pass line bet, meaning you win if you roll a 7 or 11 on the first roll of the dice. Essentially, you need to roll 5 and 6 to get 11. Winning numbers, key points in craps. Okay, so we have to know how to play that game, because that is going to be describing what is happening. And in the game, nothing begins until 4. When you're on the on, right? Or when you're on the off. When you're on the on equals to 54. When you're on the off, it equals to 81. Where does this come from? It comes from the number of letters in the word. Every letter is 27. If it's 3 letters, it's 81. If it's 2 letters, it's 54. The 2 letters will equal to the sun. The 3 letters will equal to Venus. Venus square. They're both the same ones. If you hit Venus, you automatically have to have 1 area in the center and 8 to go around. You automatically get this in Venus. Mercury is 103.
What's the number for Venus?
81.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you had Venus at the center of your chart that you did earlier.
Yeah, no, it's at 12.
Forbidden did that.
I mean, when you add them
around Venus. Yes, your house that you drew up earlier with your numbers was centered around Venus with your number chart.
Yeah, it's 12. It's 12 degrees. The other one's 4. Mercury's 14.
Sorry, Forbidden. You told me before you were going to tell me there was something you guys were both working on, because I would really like to catch up my work, and if I can learn about this zodiac. When I do learn about this zodiac, this is going to be a game changer. This is already a game changer. When I listen, I'm almost picking up. I need to just understand the algorithms. We need to flow the algorithm with what I know for the numbers, and what Cynthia knows, what you guys know, is just going to solidify. You see, the people in the world, it's not for us, but those in the world that see that the algorithms and the numbers that run off of everything. Like I said, when you run number 12, what is 12? It's 9 and 3. It's 8 and 4, right? It's 9 and 3.
The significance of it that I found is like the 16, the 14, and the 12, they add up to 32. 32 is my mother's life path.
Okay, you have to do that again. 16 and what?
16, 14, 12.
How does that get to be 32? It's 42.
42, yeah, sorry. That was the age my mother passed.
As the same age my grandfather passed. My great-grandfather passed at 42. My great-grandfather passed in June of 1938, and my father was born in November of 1938.
June.
So he never got to see him, and they're a spitting image of each other. I only got to see him like 10 years ago, his picture. And that's a spitting image. I couldn't tell whether it's my father or what. It was crazy, just crazy. The resemblance is like crazy.
22. So I mean, it's still my life path. It's still 6. Still the number 6.
So that 6 is, you're right next to the 7th gate. I don't like when somebody says they're a 33 life path. and they says, I am a 33 life path. Well, you know what? I'm a 33 life path. I'm a 24 life path also.
Right.
Because
Same thing.
when you come into this world in a 10 or an 11, okay, it's not the same thing as any of the other numbers. 10 and 11 are not the same as any other numbers. They're different. They're way different. The 10 is a capstone, right? The 11 is base creation between 1 and 2 moons. The 10 is the capstone. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. That would be Capricorn, capstone, Capricorn. So we need to understand, I need to understand the strength of Capricorn, because Capricorn goes along, Capricorn, right? Capricorn and Gemini are the reverses of each other. And I've always said you can't put, right? You can't put a 10 with a 3. You can put a 10 with a 4. I can put Capricorn. No, I can't even do that. I need to put Capricorn with with Libra to start off with. But in the Hebrews, what they did is they kept putting Capricorn with everything, okay, except for 15 and 16. 15, 16, okay, they didn't use it. They used 9, 6, okay, and 9, 7. I just don't get it. Do you follow what I'm saying? In the English language, we're using Capricorn 10, we're using it with Libra, we're using it with Scorpio, and we're using it with Sagittarius. But in the Hebrews, they're not doing that. They're using Capricorn with 1, with Aries, right? Then they're using Capricorn with Taurus.
Okay.
I'm just writing this down. And then they're using Capricorn, right, with Gemini. And then they're using Capricorn with Cancer. But then what they do after that, okay, is they use Sagittarius, okay, and they use Sagittarius with Virgo. And then they go ahead and they use Sagittarius, okay, with Libra. And then after that, they go ahead and they use Capricorn again with Libra. They use Libra twice. And then they go ahead and go Capricorn and Scorpio. And then they go Capricorn and Sagittarius. So you see, we had Sagittarius with Virgo, Sagittarius with Libra. Now we got Capricorn, Sagittarius. Are you following this, Cynthia? Because
I'm following along because that's basically what you just described is the story of the unicorn.
Damn.
And the scene, roll by roll, frame by frame, pertaining to the unicorn, how he goes through the journey. Right? And you know, the Capricorn starts out as the alligator, and then it becomes the goat, and then it becomes the unicorn. And then it goes to Mary, who's the Virgo. She persuades the unicorn over to her by way of the hunter, Orion. And then they harvest the horn, and then, you know, it's talking about the balances there. And then, of course, the unicorn disappears and goes back to the waters of life, and its horn is rejuvenated. So
here's the unicorn.
Oh, shit.
yes.
This is the cross. This is the unicorn.
I can't wait for this.
This is also Chai. The Hebrews go by Chai 18. This is 8. This is 8 around 1. Although you only see 4, right? The 4 that are missing is because that's what you lock in to this. You lock this in on here. There's a few ways to design this connecting to the ocean. There's different ways to connect this.
It's funny the way you said that. Because I just figured out something different too. Something.
Another
Yeah,
thing,
and see, I feel like that's why the unicorn is viewed as the figure of Christ. That is you, because we're all the figure of Christ, because literally your body is the Christ that dies in your behalf, because you're in the beta world. That's your behalf.
Right.
Okay, and you
Literally,
access the beta world, and then that's the material realm. We do not take anything with us past the material realm. Everything that is material stays here.
so literally,
And
this is
all of our memory is what we take with us, which technically your memory is being stored as soon as you speak and think.
so it's.
Okay, because everything is pinpointed. So, like, you can literally get on Google Maps and you can
So
Google
the numbers that
search
I'm doing
where you're at in your location, and it's the same way with your star. Everything is connected.
So the way you just explained is like just basically explains that like everything that I'm doing right now is pointless.
No, nothing is pointless. It can't be. Do you know why? First of all, the Big Bang, right? You know where the Big Bang begins? Remember, you have to start from the Earth. You have to start from inside of you. The Big Bang is in the bedroom. That's the Big Bang. Your two sex organs, right, are what the heart of nine is the sex organs. The heart is number one. The heart of number one where it takes place inside of number three. And then it takes place again inside five. Here's your five and three. This is going to go with the male. This is going to go with the female. You see what the male does? You see what the female does? This is it. It happens again over here. Yes, it happens here. And this is where Jacob climbs the ladder. Why do I say this? Because what you're missing from one, you see this 6 and 4? Well, watch as 1 and 3 comes up on the other side. Jacob's ladder to Elon Musk. Jacob's ladder to Elon Musk. They're on the opposite sides of each other. And the strings that we're talking about, you know, the satellites of Tesla that are flying right now? Well, I'll tell you one thing. This is what they are. This is a reassociation of the Zodiac. See all these black holes in here? Well, I'm going to string these up to show you how the Zodiac works with 88 of these or 91 of these. What this is although there's 6 sides, 2 sides are being strung along on the pole. Now you have to understand, is it going to be the R this way? Or is it going to be the R this way? And then when it is that way, we're going to turn all our letters. We have to understand that there's 3 sides that it's going to run on. There's going to be 3 poles, the 5, the 3, and the 1. If it's on the 1, it's going to be a 1 and 9, a 2 and 8, a 3 and 7, 4 and 6. That's how it's going to run. Forget about the 5 and 5 because it's running on that pole all the time, whichever one you have. Now you're also going to understand that it's going to be upside down or right side up or upside down. That's the way it's going to be run. Then you have the opposite sides. If you have the 4 up, you can also have the 3 up, and that's what's going to show you you're upside down. You're also going to look at this. This is where the expression comes in, here and here, which automatically shows me 2 ways to each one. You're not allowed, or the rule is never more than 3 in a row. If you have 4 in a row, it's the house of Abraham. 3 in a row is going to be the house of Isaac. And then there's different designs and obligations that come in with this. And it's going to be the 3 by 3 that's going to fit in the 4 by 4. It's going to be a 27 area space. This is going to be a 3 cubed equals 27 to what is a 2 cubed equaling to 8 to what is going to be a 4 cubed equaling to 64. So when you have 64 and 27 equals to 91, it equals to the spirit. You get the 2 cubit house and you add up 8, it equals to 99. And this is where your INR creation comes in the house of 8. I'm going to show you this. 3 cubed, 27. 2 cubed, 8. 4 cubed, 64. 64 and 27 equals to the 91 spirit. The 91st day of the year is April 4th, at the day of communication. April 1st, I meant. April 1st. You add the 8, it's 99. Could be 66. Jupiter is 99. The word 13 is also 99. The 13 by 13 area in order to create the Monopoly board. 13 by 13 to create the Monopoly board. Tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe is all about the ox, the ox, the ox, the ox.
And
You can also
that's basis of all creation.
the
Right.
ox.
No, the 99.
Yeah, well, the base of 99 is it's not Mars. Mars would be the dollar. So you now have three areas. So now you're creating the Earth. You're creating separation when creating. Otherwise, 99 cents, right? 99 cents, right, is found on the on the three because you have the whoa that sometimes it doesn't make sense. 99 cents
I
is a
mean,
two area space. It starts with Venus. I think I have to just go and say it's Venus. 99 is two areas. A dollar would be three areas.
that's where I
I
got. That's why I figured out That's why I figured out the dollar was like the 1981, and then I figured out the sixth planetary alignment starting on my birthday this year was 100 years. That doesn't happen, but every 100 years. That's how I found that if you stack the 19 on top of the 81, you get the 100.
So the 100 Taurus is an evaluation of
And
100.
and turning four, and I was turning 44.
Well, 2024 had the 7 planets alignment,
Right.
and then 2025 had the 6, and it's significant because 25 is for Jack,
Okay.
and the 6 planets alignment there.
Okay.
So
That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm looking at. That's all
those
I'm
kind of
looking at.
anomalies, those are things to pay attention to, because
Or
literally the planets are trying to help assist us
or coincidence.
and all of us in our awareness.
It's coincidence.
So I
The
have
grand clock. That's why the zodiac is called the grandfather clock. Okay, and then your star is the grand file cabinet.
Right. That's all I'm putting it together. It's just coincidence.
So when you go grand, you're also saying DNA, NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and also a seventh gate. When you use the word and, according to games, calculators, and stuff, the and sign is found on the 7 key. So I use it as a gateway. Inside and is also ET. When you use it in French, it's going to be non-disclosure agreement. The E reverse V, the T reverse G, almost like in very good. But what that is, when you put it together, you have the vet, which is the animal. You have the bet, which goes with the G. But what you have is you have 5G TV, and this is going to lead to a passageway that grinds through the moon, right? The E is reverse of the V. The G is reverse of the T, and that's where you get your 5G TV. It's both male and female. So when it's male and female, it's a continuous.
Right, and that's what she's saying. She's saying like that's what everybody does, right? It's continuous. It's
So Lynn said April 1st.
Yeah, and see when you can connect this and become more aware,
Right.
think about your awareness increasing, how much, because your body
the only reason
your
I want to
body
know, I want to know
it
why I
needs
know.
your awareness to increase so you can activate more than what we have been capable of. So
Yeah, that's what I'm
I study and practice a lot with my chi. I can move my light in my body. I can call light to areas in my body for healing. I
Well,
don't need anything outside of myself.
I want to know things like why can I talk to like why can I wake somebody up in their sleep in Scotland and get them into a chat where I can show where I can call them in there to talk to me, to ask them like how did you, and they're like, how did you why'd you wake me up? And I'm like, well, you know what I'm saying, they were over here talking about this thing, this didn't work, so like I wanted you to come in here and talk to
Yeah,
me.
we all have something for each other.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to like why can things like that happen? Why did I need a battery? And next thing I know, it's show. I just got told I had it there in my screen door.
So part of our memory is our sharing. We have to share in order to
why? I mean, why did I go?
See what I'm saying?
Why did I walk through such a hard path to be able to come here to do this? If everybody else can do everything, if everybody can else do everything, and you have no significance, why would you walk such a hard path to be able to help people that don't need your help? Why would you do that?
I don't even question any of these. I just keep
Oh,
working
see,
on
I
my
think
numbers.
everybody's significant though.
If you're here, you have to find your own purpose.
Right.
Yeah, I
Everybody
think
from the everybody for
significant.
themselves.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
This is for the grand purpose of life. The grand purpose of life is to live life every day the best you can.
To the
Remember,
full.
everybody. Like when I said I should put out a thing out here to explain exactly what's going on this channel. It's really not a chit chat channel. It's really a channel that should be run in a certain way to explain what's going on, how do we achieve what means what and why according to numbers with no questions asked. The only thing we should be mentioning is why is this over here? And then we'll look for an algorithm that goes with it. You know what
There
I'm
it is.
saying?
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I was looking for.
Like I don't
Thank
I don't ask myself any questions at all, and I don't want anybody to ask me, well, what are you doing this for? Somebody used to say to me, why are you doing this? Well, I'll
No,
tell you
no,
one thing, why
I
am
know
I
why.
getting what's that?
I said I know why you're doing it because it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's art. I mean, look at that. Everything that the background is art. It's beautiful.
I love it. Everybody, I mean, I there's only one person that hates it. I got two friends in this world. Do you know what their names are?
I'm listening.
Okay, you tell me the two names in
I
the
better be one of them.
you tell me two names in the Bible. I had four people in my life that meant something. I mean that rotated on with me. The first one was Jennifer, the other one was Caroline, my next door neighbors. Then I this began for me and I met two people, Jennifer and Caroline. Again, then all along the lines there were two other people that were missing inside of this and you already know who they are. One is Lilith and the other one is Sophia.
Uh,
Have you ever? What is Sophie and? Can you explain to me Sophie and Lilith, please?
um, I know Lilith as far as book wise, if that's what you mean.
Well, listen, I don't mean anything other than um, Lilith is somewhere in the Bible, and I want
Yeah.
to show you where I find Lilith. When you look at this here, I'm going to show you this 1 second. When you look at this here, all these hash marks, right? See all
Ah,
these hash marks? They're one by
gotcha.
16. When you look at the cells, the centimeters, right? They're not broken up. They're broken up a little bit different. I'm going to see if I can put this on here. See the way these are broken up, right? Every second one. That's Lilith. Lily, Lily, Lily. Over, and there's 16 of them. Okay. The bottom one, okay, is broken up into one hash mark and one. It's 1414 in order to eat this in centimeters. Can you see how many? There's four of them before you reach the other side. So you're not saying Lily, Lily, Lily in centimeters. And that's 3 and 13 on the bottom. The top one is 16. So you're going 1 2 1 2 1 2 on one side, and then we get the hash marks, right? Remember the hash marks in football, what you need in order to get a first down. But in the inches, I'm going by 16th. So your football seems to be running in centimeters, right? Because I don't care how we get there as long as we get 1 yard. Doesn't matter if you get there in centimeters, but it's showing me that in centimeters, we need 90 centimeters, okay, in order to get 36 inches. So then we need 900 to get 360 inches. So we have to understand what is the 900 and what is the 360. The difference is 54, and it's the sun that's the difference in our creation. Look at that difference. This one will reflect the sun and the female. This one will reflect the male. This one is going to be counting in inches. This one's going to count in centimeters.
Yeah, it's right there. The sun's right there.
Yeah, that's where your 99 comes in.
Oh, okay.
So I'm curious. So Cynthia, read this out, and you maybe have an answer for Lynn.
He's saying he's curious if the precession of the equinox plays into this zodiac interpretation.
Okay, let me see the numbers. Let me
Um,
see this.
I would assume it does because it's
Precession of the
pertaining to the
equinox.
numbers and the system of the clock and the rotation of the clock, with the rotation of numbers.
Oh my goodness, it's 12:45.
Is it pre-session or pro-session?
I believe I'm back.
Procession. Procession.
So it says 600 years. Oh, yeah, it fits for sure. If this is what I just found out. Oh, yeah, this fits right up into the Mayans. This whole thing fits right into the Mayans calendar. Number for number. Number for number. Absolutely number for number. And you can't deny it. I mean, it's so simple to see. It's so simple to see.
What, my birthday?
360 by 360 equals to 12,960. This is half of it. This is half of it. You have two halves of it equals to the whole zodiac of 25,920. Now you divide that. If you want to go by the 24 hours, it's going to equal to 108, 36, 36, 36, broken up into Trinity. So you go 25,920 divided by 3 equals to 8640. The split up sun is 3 by 8640. Okay, then you multiply that by 3, and then you divide it by 4, and it equals to 6480. The dodecahedron is 6480 by 4. Okay, equals to the Mayan thing. The thing is that you need 4 times the cat communication in order to bring on the octagon dog. Oh, here it is. This and this are the same.
And you said the one that we had that we were working on earlier was the decahedron, right?
That the dodecahedron, I think, is the 6480, which is 9 times 720. And that's why that's the last size.
And that's what you said, the shape of the numbers that we made through what we were working on. Correct?
So what was that?
We were talking about the shape. You were making a shape. We were making a shape out of like the numbers me and you were working on with this particular situation.
Yeah, we were working on this, but I never got to finish it. And the same thing here has to happen on your zodiac chart. In order to fully understand the numerics for the zodiac chart, no matter who does what, right, is I need to understand, right? And I can do this for every single month. I can just start every single month, whatever date it was. By the week is easier because I have the 52 weeks, and I'll just divide that up into I'll divide that up into 13s, or what I'll do is I'm going to take 3 suits out of 4 suits. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to work 3 suits, and then I'm going to work 3 suits, and then I'm going to work 3 suits, and I'm going to work 3 suits. Now, how in the world do I work 3 suits, 3 suits, 3 suits, and 3 suits when I only got 4 suits? Because that's how many combinations there are. When you have 4 suits, you have the dog, you have the entirety. Now you have to break up the combinations of bringing this together. You have the 4, you have the 3, you have the 2, and you have the 1. You have the individuality, you have the separation, you have the reflection against the 3 and 3 sides of this cube. Then you have what is the ring of this cube. You also take this cube, right? The center of the cube looks like this. All around this ring is 22. Going up in here is 11. I take the 11, I put it on the 7th finger. I got a 7, come 11. But if you want, you can put it on the 9th finger of the marriage, right? And you have 11 and 9. I can take it and call it the 7th finger. I can call it the 9th finger. I can call it the 4th finger. So I have 4 and 11. 4, 11. So do you follow what I'm saying? This cube, right? This is a schematic. It's a blank face. There's nothing here at all. The minute I show you a face of this, just look at this. Your face is 9 areas. Each area totals 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9, equals to 45. If I have 45 here, I have 45 here, I have 45 here, I have 45 here. To go around the ring, I have a total of 180 to go around that ring. Now the average is 5. So we can also count it on a low count. The go around the ring is 20, T minus counting. Another thing is we can count it by the number of areas that are here. Every side is 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 36. 36, or every side is 9. We're going to look at it this way. If every side is 9, 3, 6, 9, 12, and that's your birthday. And every face is 9, and that would be the face of your birthday when you go all the way around all the signs in the year. And when you go around, right, these signs, take a look. It's only one corner. It's 1 over here, 2. It's 1 over here, 3. There's only 8. So that means I have to go 8 all the way around cubes, and then 10, 11, 12. I need to go around here and 1/4 of this, the reality of going around 12. You can count 3, 6, 9, but every single corner, you're counting 3. You follow, or sorry, let's count just the 2. Every corner you're counting here. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3, right? And then this one here is 4. And this one here is 5. They're the same. It's a cube in the corner. How can I show you this?
Yes, I was listening. I was trying to wash my hands, get some of this pencil off of me.
Yeah, everything is this whole thing is perfect. This thing over here is a game changer for me. This is a
Yes.
game changer. This is Rubik's Cube.
Yes.
This is Rubik's Cube. There's a 19-year cycle, right? There's a 19-year cycle. And this thing, right? The 19-year cycle,
The lunar eclipses, yes.
well, this is it. And remember, this thing, you have to throw it. It has to break up and it spreads itself out all through the universe. And then we have to calculate what we're allowed to travel amongst the cubes. And remember, this is only the 3 cube. There's also the 2 cube. The 1 cube fits in the center heart. The 1 is in the center heart. Then there's the 2 cube, the 3 cube, the 4 cube, the 5 cube, the 6 cube, the 7 cube, the 8 cube, the 9, 10, 11. And they all keep fitting inside of each other. And you keep moving around inside of it. Every one keeps moving around. And there's only one movement. Every single one is a rib to another one, meaning that there's only one area space that you can move. If 12 and 13 are together, it can only move one space. If we have a 13, right, count 1 to 12, then count 2 to 13 to understand the movement of your area space. If you have 7, right, if you have 1 through 7, okay, 1 through 7 is your 28, but you're only going to count 1 through 6, okay, 21. And then what you're going to count is 2 through 7. You can never go to the end. Your bone at the end, I'm going to write this down. So if you have 6, you're going to count 1 through 5 and 2 through 6. If you have 7, you're going to count 1 through 6 and 2 through 7. If you have 8, 1 through 8, and then 1 through 8, you'll be counting 1 through 7, and then 2 through 8. And if you have 9, you're going to count 1 through 8, and then 2 through 9. And if you have 10, you'll count 1 through 10, and then you'll go 1 through 9, and then 2 through 10. And then we're going to go, if you have 11, then you're going to go 1 through 10, and then you're going to go 2 through 11, and then you're going to go, 1 through 12, and you're going to go 1 through 11, and then 2 through 12. Hold on a second. This one is 21, 15, 20, 28, 21, 27, and this is where the cycle, and this is going to be the ball, and this is going to be 36. This one over here is going to be 36. This is going to be 28. This one is going to be 35, and this is going to be the heart over here, and this is going to be 55. It's going to be 25 and 10, equaling to that. Whoop, it's 50, it says 35. The heart is 50. Hold on a second. 35, H-E-A-R-T. And this one's going to be 45. This one's going to be 36. This one's going to be 44. This one's going to be 55. This one's going to be 45. This one's going to be 54. This one's going to be 66. This one's going to be 55. This one's going to be 65. This one over here is going to be 78. This one over here is going to be 66. And this one over here is going to be 77. This is perfect. Okay. Here's how it works out. If you have 6 areas like on a single cube, you'll add up to 21. But in order to have movement, it's 1 through 5. Remember, 5 men up, 1 goalie in the net, 1 center. So you're going to have 4, 1, 1, 1 center, 1 in the net. Then you're going to count 2 through 6. This is going to be the pool game and the dart game.
Right. And that's the breakdown. That's the full breakdown like you were talking about before.
Yeah, this is the full breakdown of understanding this. In this scenario, this is where your number 5s come in. Right here. Then you go over here. You go through 7. You count 7 is the total. 28 is the cycle of the moon, but you're going to run 1 through 6, 21, and then you're going to run 2 through 7, 27. So your zodiac signs are going to start right over here.
So what we just learned here, though, like with them numbers down there, like you got the 55s, the 66s, and the 77s, is I pulled all that out of just regular standard binary code.
Okay, okay, you pull this out of binary code?
Yep.
Can you show us where? I mean, soon, not right away, or send it to me or something.
Yes.
Okay, so in binary code, things that will not show up in binary code is this one will not show up, and this one will not show up, and this one will not show up, and this one will not. This one will show up. One of the reasons for that is when you're counting binary, right? When you're counting base binary code 258741, when you count this, it's only going to be 147258, and it will rotate into 3 and 6. So you're going to rotate, okay, into this. When you do binary, this will rotate right into this when you're doing binary.
That's what we were talking about when I did the numbers on the pyramid and I broke that down. That's how I got the 33, the 21, and the 81.
Right. Each one of those, the combinations together, apart they fit into binary, but together is 9. It only can come from the binary 258 and 741. The binary 741258 is right over here.
Right, and that number right there, as far as I know, nobody in science has broke, or in mathematics has broke that down like that yet.
What I did?
No, the pyramid that I did.
Okay, I saw that. I understand that completely. I'm going to look over it again so I can, because that's actually done. That's fantastic what you did. That's just.
I was looking at that. See, I was drawn to that number for a reason. I don't know why. It just popped up one day on my For You page when I pulled up TikTok, and I've never seen it since. So I wrote it down, and then I got fixated on it, and I broke it down in 4 days like that. Like it took me 4 days. Well, it took me 4 days actually, because I broke it down into it took me about 4 or 5 pages of math to break it down, and I broke it down just like that. And then I finally got it to where it was that, because something told me to pull it the way I pulled it, and I don't know. That's what when we're talking about. I pull things from outside of the game and pull them into the game. That's what happened. I sit and I concentrate and I just go into this and I'm like I was telling her, like I am subconsciously, but I'm awake. Like I am awake. I'm not laying down dreaming. I'm getting this. I'm getting this, and I'm pulling it from out there, from the ether to here.
Right. And you have to forget what's happening in the world. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. We're doing strictly mathematics, everything that was shared with us, everything that's fair. Only work with what's fair. The calculator is fair. Rubik's Cube is fair. All games are fair. So you got to go back to games. And then if you want to find formation, you open up a book, and in the book it says preface. And then at the end of the book, it says summary. And then it says chapter 1, chapter 2, and all these things are fair formations. So we have to work on fair formations. Games are fair. Children's games are fair. Gambling games are fair, because we already know what the differences are. As long as we know all these algorithms, we can build back better.
That's so okay. So that's my mission. That's what I'm looking at.
Don't forget about the outside world when anybody says to you, you don't have to prove nothing to
No,
anybody.
I'm not proving
Nothing.
nothing. I'm not proving nothing to nobody. To me, this is for myself. This is to find the love from. This is finding love in myself.
Right. So if anybody asks you what you're doing, say
To
it's
get
your hobby. How
no,
come you're doing it? Because it's
You're
your
writing
hobby.
your own book.
I laugh. No, I just what I tell them. I was like, this is my journal, and I guarantee you can't read it. The only people that could probably read it is like certain people, like Mr. Tagpan or you, Cynthia. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's like the only people that I could hand you that book, and you'd be like, oh wow. You know what I'm saying? That's you can read the book.
Everybody should have their own book. See, that's why I tell a lot of people is I'm writing my own story in my head. I've named it.
Yes, that.
And I've been writing it for a very long time, and I know it's going to be a very long book.
I like that. Like Shoots and Ladders is the one that comes into my head a lot. Shoots and Ladders.
Oh, very much.
Mine Journey to the White Stone. Now, see, you say Shoots and Ladders, but I call it Snakes and Ladders, and that is pertaining to the Zodiac. Also you, because you're the Zodiac. Head to toe, you're the Zodiac.
Right. See, that's that. Like we were talking about, like you guys found it. Like I don't find it. Like that's just what comes. Like it just gets stuck in my head. Like I was drawing like for I think about 4 or 5 days. Like I don't know. Like it was right on my father's birthday. It was January 18th, and I just started draw like something just said start, and I started drawing the Versica Pisces, and I didn't know why. I just always know when I start doing things like that, it leads to something. I don't know what it's leading to. I just know it leads to something.
Yes, absolutely. What do you think about the communication center between the cat and the mouse?
That's an interesting combination because like the caddy, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, this. You know what this reminds me of? 2 different moons,
Cat and mouse.
and then 1 different moon. See these 2 moons?
yeah,
You see the way that breaks in between here, like the lungs.
yes.
So I don't know. I'm just looking for. I wanted to show a piece off. Okay, it was this one here. This is the different ways of connecting the 9. You see the 9 over here?
Right.
Oh, I didn't want to do that with it. Hold on. I'm just going to show you this, how I brought
Can I answer
this.
this person's question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
To the Lynn person, Lynn, to some people like the psychosis thing, I can understand that it can do that to some, but like that's to my understanding, and anybody can correct me if they're wrong. Like the numbers that I have that I understand that I'm given, such as like through my name, is what lets me know that that's what I'm supposed to do. Like I'm channeled for that path. Like to be able to reach into them dark places that some people can't go and pull things out and bring it to the physical world so I can give it to you. If that makes sense.
Yeah, see, and a lot of people I talk with, they don't care about the numbers at all.
Right. No,
And it's kind of sad for me because I love the numbers so much. I have hardly anyone to talk about with it.
Right.
You know, a lot of people don't share the same kind of passion that I have for the numbers, what the numbers actually
represent.
I mean, they just give such peace of mind.
They do. They literally, to me, that like
so I'm very happy to find people.
Yeah, most people want to. Most people
or others, you know, I use words.
Most people sit and meditate. To me, that's meditation. To me, the journaling is meditation through the numbers. That's how I can get a message to what I need to give. If the world needs something, I can bring it and give it. But some things you know what I'm saying, aren't meant to be brought.
So here's the Tesla thing a little bit.
Yeah, see, different. I get a lot of light codes.
Okay, light code.
So here I get light codes and I draw myself.
You know what I started doing? I started talking to myself in my dreams. I make sure that when I'm sleeping at night, I said I'm going to talk to myself so I remember. I'll get up and I talk all night long lately. So I just want to show you. Here's your Tesla vortex stuff, right? You see that? Now take a look. I connect 258 with 369, right?
Right.
Okay, now what I'm going to do next is this. I did the 258 with 369. Now it's going to be 147.
And that's the thing I was talking about. Like when everybody talks about they're sleeping doing this stuff, like I'm wide awake. Like it happens while I'm wide awake.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I really go to sleep at night, I talk to myself now. I put
Right.
myself in that relaxed mode that I can sleep and talk to myself. But did you just see what happened over here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna photocopy this. I'm gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna copy it, and now I'm gonna go. Now watch. See the way it's gone. Now I'm gonna do this. I did this. Whoop, not that. Hold on a second. Now I'm gonna go the 147. Whoop. I have to start off the first one. Then I can just keep just to show you the thickness of this. You see that how this came out? See the way you have the widest gap over here and a very small gap here? You see the way it looks like it's pointing down this way?
Yes.
So that's the 258471.
That's the thing is,
Whoop.
that's.
And
I
now
was thinking.
in this instance, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the 963. Whoop. So we have this, and I'm going to do it with the 147 this time. Did you see what I did now? Forget about this other line that's in there. I'm going to get rid of that other line. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this one. Whoa, that wasn't the right one. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to get rid of the black line. So we're going to just get rid of this line over here. So did you see? I'm going to have to try to do this again. Hold on a second. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to get rid of the black line to start with.
Ooh, gotta get to the charger.
So now what we do next is I'm going to go. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So I did that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take this one. We're going to go 369 with 369 with 369. Right? And then what we do next is we go over, I'm going to go with the yellow. I'm going to go 471 with 471 with 471.
Right.
And then I'm just going to turn it black. So you can see there's different ways you can turn this star around. You connect 285 with 369. Then you connect 369 with 417. And you connect 417 with 285. When you do this, right, your esophago is going to change. I'm going to show you what happens here on paper when you do this. Right? And this is what happens. I connect the 258, okay, with the 369, 369. And this becomes 8, this becomes 2, this becomes 5. Right? You see how that happened? That's what happens. Your 258, 369 come right here. I never do it this way. I never look at it to do it this way, right? I'm supposed to do it 258 and 369. When I do it this way, right, my next number here is 417. This one over here is 639. And this one becomes 825, 369. And then this one becomes 741 with 639. And then this one becomes 582 with 369. And then this one becomes 174 with 639. And then this one be 258 with 369. A, B, C, D, E, F, and we start over in G. You never get more than 6. That's why we have the 6 by 28, 168. We have the 7 by 24, 168. We get the 4 by 42 equals 168. We get the 2 by 84 equals 1 68. I think we get 3 by 50, 3 by 60, 3 by 58. Is that what it is? 3 by 56 equals 168. So our 2, 3, 4 is our vibration, right? The upper vibration to 2, 3, 4 is 6 and 7, which is going to pick up 4 and 3. These two here. What this means, right, is when you count this calculator, here we have the 1 and 9, right? Here we have the 2 and 8. Here we have the 3 and 7. Here we have the 4 and 6. Well, here's your 7 and 3. Here's your 6 and 4 coming together, connecting the star. Your bottom house is 1, 2, 3, 4. It connects to the top house. It's a Christmas stocking. It's the 4 letters for a Christmas sock, or L and L, when we connect that up. So where was I in this? So now what happens here is we connect these. When you connect these, you end up with 999, and on this side, you end up with 666. And then when you crisscross them, my question is, can I crisscross 6 across? And according to this, you can crisscross this. So if I'm allowed to crisscross this, 1 through 6, 1 through 6, I can crisscross the 9 with the 4, and then I can get 13, and the 9 with the 2, I can get 11. And then I keep doing this to see what my vibrations are between these 6 numbers. And this is where the Tesla vortex comes in. This is exactly what's happening over here. You can see my 1 and my 4 is between my 2 and my 3, right? You can see my 4 and my 7 with my 5 and my 6, 2 times 3, 2 plus 3, 5 and 6. And then you can see after 7, you can see where my 9 and 8, 17. So that's all the same divisions of 2. Now I'm going to spin this around and show you something that goes with this. And what goes with this is, yeah, we're not going to be doing this too much longer. And I still wanted to go around. I like what that gentleman said before, the explanation of the 600 equinox. So it's this here. Remember I said 2 and 3? Here's the 1 and 4, and here's the 2 and 3. This one is Abraham.
Okay.
Analog digital. This is Jacob. Sorry, this is Isaac. Where did this come from? Because there's 3 areas in the center. So I put 3, 3, 3, 3. And then how did I choose 2? Because if I base this off the dartboard, there's supposed to be 20. If I base this off the dartboard, I have 16, and then I have 4. 4, 1, 4, 9. 1, 4, 1, 6. It's 9, 6, 9, 6 in rotation.
Well, see, and that makes sense, because with the 121 being a perfect square and the 81 being a perfect square, that makes sense. It makes a cube.
So this one is 13 by 13, and I never calculated what this one is. Let me count what this one is. That one is, oh, and this is a minimum size. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is a 7 by 7. Wow. This one is going to turn out to be a 7 by 7. I had no idea that that's what it's going to turn out to be. So we have 14 by 14. I think that's 196. It's 196. The one in between this one, right? The Isaac one is 169. 169 and 196. 13 by 13 is 169. And the separation between 13 and 14 is the sun. 13 times 13, 169. Between 13th and 14th letter in the alphabet, right? It equals to 13.5. And that's the numeric value for the sun. It's for ace. It's the angle, the left side and the right side.
Okay.
You follow with that? So when you're doing this, when you're doing this, this is going to be Abraham. You notice the 4 windows inside of here? That's how Mars is. Mars is like that. Call that an 8 cube, right? When you did what?
I did the binary code with the 1s and 0s is how I did that when I was telling you I pulled that 1 with all the other stuff.
So what I have to learn what that is, because I get a little confused with that. I just learned the easiest stuff. I'm like cheating.
No, it's not cheating, brother.
So yeah, go ahead.
I like yours. I like your way. It seemed a little bit easier.
Oh, well, yeah, that's why I'm cheating. I have no schooling.
Neither do I.
So if you notice these bands here, right?
Hmm.
You can fold them up, and these are the buildings. Remember I said we have to have the buildings? Well, these are the buildings. If you take a look at the ribs. It's a passageway.
I see it.
See, this one's a passageway also, but it's easier to see down here. So somehow this gets all folded or something. And like I said, this is based off, that's based off the Monopoly board. Here again, you see this? 4 hexagons creates 1 octagon. Each hexagon represents the cat. Each octagon represents the dog. I'm going to bring that last piece up here, and I think I'm like tired, and
Yes.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but to run the like part of the show is. So here's the same thing. This is a dog with 4 cats inside. This and this are the same. Do you know why?
No.
Because they both have 4 hexagons.
Oh, yeah. That we went. Yeah, I see it.
So
I see it.
this is 24 plus the 4 in the center is 28 plus the 8 on the outside is 36. This is your 360 degrees. This one is because all I did is I pushed these two together. When I push these two together, I remove this. I touch these two, it creates this. It
See,
creates.
I started drawing that earlier, and I didn't know why, so I stopped.
Yeah, so if you have square paper, you wouldn't have stopped. You're getting
Right.
confused with the straight lines. Get rid of that stuff. You need this.
Okay.
You need this.
Okay.
This is because you can't. I mean, for me, that's how whatever I know today is because of this paper. Here's my school. This is my schooling right here. That's it. This is my schooling, and then that geometric shape there. Here, this is my school.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. I started on just like copy paper, like regular blank copy paper, the Xerox paper. Oh, this right here is something completely different. But this right here is the binary code. See, off the ones and zeros.
Yeah, so I can count that. Like when I count my binary codes, first of all, every egg has a value, right? You remember I showed you earlier if you're going to count binary,
Right.
you have to count all the levels of binary, meaning that if there's 1 between 2, there must be 3 different kinds of counting in binary. So you have 1, then you have 2, then you have 4. You must absolutely do all of them. Meaning just because you people count 1 in binary, forget that. The first number in binary is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Right? When you want to complete it all, you use Barnaby. Oh my God.
I mean, this is how I pulled it out, though. I mean, I still pulled all them numbers out of that.
Yeah, so I don't know how I have to see the top part. Just 1 second. I'm going to show you part of the binary here. One.
I was in a flow. Like, that's what I mean. Something said do this in binary code, so I did it in binary code, and then I just went into a flow. That's just like I don't know. It's just how I do it.
I'm just writing something out.
And that's how I got that's how
That's what I would call channeling.
Right. I mean that's how all my numbers come.
And you have a fox. Do you have a fox on your hand?
Yeah.
That was my first design. That's my first design. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's
I know. That's what I was gonna say. Now, see, I followed TechPans for a while. I've got to see his synchronicities.
And I even got a download from all my tattoos. Like all my tattoos have literally. I woke up one morning and something told me all your tattoos have meanings that you didn't even realize what you had them for. And I'm like, what?
Oh,
and then
yes.
it started. Yeah, and then it started downloading. I'm like, what? Because I got a geisha on one side. That's from my armpit down to my side. And
Look at his fox there.
And then I got a samurai. Oh, what? No way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I have him howling at the
Because
moon.
Fox is 45, 666. And then it's 54 sun. It's, they work
Oh,
together.
oh, yeah. The head to toe just happened just now. The head
Yeah.
to toe.
The fox is part of the Star of
99
David.
Jupiter.
The fox is part of the Star of David.
Yeah.
And then we have
Yeah.
the sun and the moon. Here's the sun and the moon rotating. You have the moons of Mars on each side. You have our moon and our sun, and they just crank it in and they crank it out. They move all the moons around this way. They can just keep spinning them around without showing you the
It
dark
looks like,
side,
look at it, but it's two people dancing.
basically, yes.
That's literally what I see. I see two people
Yeah,
dancing.
that's what the sun and moon do. They dance and then they hook up.
See, like they're like
They hook up when they enter your house. That's
if we're looking at the same, so on the right side where that one comes down and touches the rectangle, that's like the hand on the hip. Yes, that's the hand on the hip. Then the other hand over there on the other side of the other one is touching the triangle on the other one. That's the hand to hand, and they're like dancing. They're literally dancing.
Yeah, they are dancing. And here's the number 8 that rotates it.
Yes, they're literally dancing.
8 of diamonds in Krista Berg. I could have had the 8 of diamonds, right?
The bottom is the female.
And then over here is the 9 and the 0 on your keyboard.
Yes, that's the I mean, if you get into if you're into the witchcraft or whatever, that looks like more like a Hecate symbol.
Well, I don't
with the
remember, but I call that the nuclear plant or the letter
Right.
I, because you can, when you create the letter I, you connect here to here, here to here. So the letter I, and here's the H, the heavens between. This one over here is the trump card.
That's beautiful.
That's the trump card. That's a duck.
Right.
That's an orange. Ducks have orange feet.
Oh, I see it. I see the duck.
Yeah, this is the black swan.
That's beautiful.
This is the black
Yeah,
swan.
I was going to say that reminded me of a swan.
What about?
Oh no.
So I like to call that Flintstone. That's binary code. This is the binary code that we were talking about.
Right.
This, when you draw on an angle, look what happens when you draw on an angle, all these things. This doesn't really mean anything, except it looks like it's going here, and then all of a sudden it drops down.
That looks like Pac-Man.
So I'm just going to turn this around. I wanted to just show
That's
one
what
piece.
I tell a lot of people like whenever I'm like if you get lost when I'm lost in my head for words, it's not that I see words, I see symbols, not words.
I hear you. I hear you. So the one piece I wanted to bring up
Yeah,
was,
I tear stuff up. I like to break stuff up and then put it back together.
so I was wanted to show like the binary, instead of doing this, what you actually do in order to find, this is what happens. When you're finding your house in binary, 2, 4, 8, 16. So between 4 and 8 is 6. Between 4 and 6 is 5. Between 6 and 8 is 7. Between 8 and 16 are all these numbers. This is how you move inside the house, but this is your binary rotation in the house when 2, 4, 8, and 16 comes together. 2, 4, 8, 1 and 6 is 7. In this one over here, in the first one, it becomes 1, 2, 4, 8. It becomes 1, 2, 4, 8. Right here, it becomes 2, 4, 8, 7. In this one. In this one, it becomes 3, 6, 9, 12. Or what it actually becomes is 3, 6, 12, 24. In this one over here, you would go 3, 6, 12, 24. Do you follow what I'm doing with this?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and so these are strings of 10.
Yeah.
1 all the way to 10, 2 all the way to 20, 3 all the way to 30, 4 to 40. So in the fourth one, you're going to go 4, 8, 16, 32. So here you're going to go 4, 8, 7, 5. You're going to go 1, 2, 4, 8. You're going to go 2, 4, 8, 7. You're going to go 3, 6, 3, 6. Not the same thing anymore. Number 3 is not the same. And then over here, you're going to go 4, 8, 7, 5. These two work inside of each other. The 3 and the 4 is the same corridor. The 1 joins the 2, equaling to the 6, while 1 and 2 is 3, 2 and 4 is 6, 4 and 8 is 12, 8 and 16 is 24. And then the first house joins the fourth house. So 8 and 32 is 40, 16 and 24 is 40, 4 and 16 is 20, 8 and 12 is 20, 2 and 8 is 10, 4 and 6 is 10, 1 and 4 is 5, 2 and 3. This is your communication between A and D. So you can see that even in here, it works out perfectly. The numbers can't lie.
No, they can't. It's all synchronicity. Like we talked about, it's all synchronicity. Nothing. Numbers cannot lie.
Yeah, yeah. And this one here.
Can you put that back so I can take a picture?
And they don't coincide. It's synchronicities. They synchronize.
And also what happens is when I go 12 years later for my Chinese zodiac sign, I come back right over here, right?
Ooh, what is my Chinese zodiac sign?
But when I come back to my 12 zodiac sign, I end up over here.
That makes sense.
You follow me what I'm saying? This is the way the binary code works. It's no choice. It's right here on the calculator, right? And then you have the Christmas soccer boots. It's the same thing. They're all the same thing. Thank you, Stellar. Thank you very much. I'm still not getting thousands of people here, but it is what it is. It seems like a lot of channels I go to have just Stellar Agency is the one who let me come out here live. I don't know if I'm allowed to come out here live because I'm over 1,000 people now, but I'm just leaving it the way it is. It's good enough the way it is. I don't want to just travel. I'm not looking to take this on by myself. If they think this is strong enough, they'll push me forward. If not, well, I'm going to be being pushed forward anyways. If it doesn't work out for me, this app, I'll just be somewhere else. But it doesn't matter because I'll be everywhere.
That part, because I'm going to back you everywhere you go.
Listen. If I had my other computer, I'd be
planting seeds.
I'm planting seeds. I usually run my YouTube with this, but since my computer is down and I don't like to do this out in here, but I can't afford to pay for it, so I can't pick it up right now. It's way more than I thought it would cost. And whether my nephews are whizzes with math at 20, 21, 20 years old. These guys know algorithms, binary codes. If I can get them to sit down with me and to help them teach me, as they teach me, I can teach them because they're learning with n equals -3 this. They have to learn from the Fred Flintstone style. Like I learned from this Flintstone style that the elephant is going to be both for the vacuum cleaner and washing the dishes. So therefore, the water that comes into the house, and then what is it? The vacuum pack? What is it? What is it that's happening in this world right now? Right? What's going on? How do we have the vacuum? We have the black hole. So everything can be understood. If you understood the word, if you understood the algorithm, if you understood the basics of these two items are huge. And then you use them in sports. Sports have algorithms. They have stories. They're telling you concrete stories. The two items I just showed you. Let me show you something. These two items that I just showed. This over here, this is a combination of Monopoly and darts. This is a combination, right? This is a combination over here of Monopoly. This one over here is darts only, but darts using this area over here. It's a 14 by 14 area. This one over here is a 13 by 13. If I wanted to make it a 14 by 14, all I need to do is draw one line all the way down here and stop here. It'll automatically add a rib to this, shifting everything. If I go down here, I add the 14 side. If I go down here, add the 14 side, it'll stay square. I don't need to go all the way around. If I went all the way around, I'll go from 13 to 15. If I go only one rib, I'll go over to 14. So this is the difference of the Adam and the Eve. The minute I put one rib on here, this disappears. And then it becomes a 4 window. It becomes Mars. This is an Earth window. And this is a Mars window. Earth, Earth, and then Mars. Earth and Mars. AD, Abraham, the divided house. The 4 in Roman numerals, okay, is D500. The 3 in Roman numerals is C100. Here you run 2, 3. You run BC communication where A meets BC, and then whoop. And then what is the other one? Well, that's cut off. So I went over that extensively. I'm quite sure it has to be understood much deeper than that. I just want to see where else can I go? How far back can I go with just the odd reality? Can I show off, Cynthia, something you did? Cynthia, can I show off the
Yeah.
something you did? I want to show off something.
What is it?
This.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Cynthia did this.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Can you figure out what it is? Yeah, everything runs like electronic circuit. If I knew a little bit more, that's why we need electricians and plumbers in here. We need digital creators. We need programmers so we can explain all the numbers. This is a coffee tray.
Yeah. My art was trying to show like the electrical connection
But
with the 4 seasons
But you can see it though.
and the rotation.
look, see this here? She has it right down here, right down here, right down here, here,
Can you
here,
see
here.
it?
4 Merkabahs. And then you can see the whole thing is 4. It's 3, 3, 3, 3, but the whole thing is 4. And there's 4 areas, but inside each area is a communication. So you can see the flux capacitor that's running here.
But and that's what shows me though. Like when I see this stuff, it shows me why I was able to find the spirit destiny. There it is.
So you can see
Yeah,
now.
it's the 8-pointed star.
Look at that. This is your communication. So this is where it is. See that? It goes down. You see the depth. And then you have the outside.
There it is.
All the flux capacitors. You connect them up out here, and then you show off the game over here.
But see that, and that's going out there. Yeah, I mean, you go outside the game to do the flux capacitors.
Yeah. Everything is in threes. Everything is 3 1, 3 1, 3 1. Yeah, that was a beautiful job. I freaked out when I saw her show it to me.
What were you saying, Cynthia? About the?
Yeah, I put the Knights Templar window in that too, because
I was looking at that.
I felt like the window was significant at the time, and that was before I was connecting the dots of the 88 constellations to the windows to the eyes. And so like all my art that I did with just my intuition, it's turned out to be accurate.
This is Rummy Q.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite games.
So yes, and even in that game, it gives you rules and regulations how it works. I'm just looking for a few more designs up over here.
Some of my favorite games were like Text Twist.
I love that one because you was talking about that one day, and I was sitting in here, and I had to be quiet because I had the rabbit and all that. I have every like yeah.
I'm trying to look for a few more. Oh, here.
Now the ham dates back to Noah.
Right.
We also have to run by these rules.
That's the thing, though. Is I float in the ocean, and that's what we were talking about. I got the anchor for the ship.
Do you see this over here?
Yes.
You should snapshot it and take a look at it, study it, try and understand it, see if you can decode it.
Okay. I got it.
Okay, do you know what it is?
It's letter distribution. Is it electronic networks? What is that?
It's the game of Scrabble.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is whatever is fair, right? Whatever is shared and is fair, we have to use it as the code for us. So you can see the Q is split up, 1 moon, the P, 2 moons, the XYZ split up, the K split up, the M split up, the G, 3 brings 1 and 2 together, the F is 2, the D is Abraham. We have 4 Ds, right? The other thing,
it's already it's decoded right there.
Right, but there's still more explaining to understand. You notice there's no 7 of any letters?
Yeah, no. Well, they split the 7 between the Q and the R.
So, and their G is only 3.
Huh.
So, and you have to
Okay.
understand that it's the seventh letter. It's 313, 6 and 1. So how we get to these numbers is going to explain
The
to us.
seven's right there. The seven's right there. It's between the F and the H. The 2, the 3, and the 4. That's the 7.
Right. So you have FGH, which is supposed to be seven.
It's
FGH is
G.
678 21. You have 232, which is telling you about communication.
But then it starts over again at 9 right there. So you have 9, 2, 2, 2, 4, 12. Yeah, and then it goes back to 9 again.
And don't forget, we also have to compensate to understand that if you're counting gematria, there is no 9. So where do you put that 9? Not to be discussed right now, because the 9 becomes the 5 in gematria.
Understood.
Right? So the 9 becomes the 5. The A, which is a 1, the A fits inside the 9. The 5 fits inside the 9, if you look at the 9 card, right? So I'm
Right.
just giving you a quick briefing on this. I'm just going back through about 100,000 of my notes. Somebody stole this cat of mine.
What? That's terrible.
Well, he used to sleep outside in minus 30. He didn't
Aw.
like to come in. Minus 30, minus 35 outside. This guy's
Looks like a
sleeping
nice
outside.
hat.
It's my hat, eh? So they stole him from me a few years ago. I put out notes, and the guy says to me, "You let your cat out. He's pooping in my house." This one over here, right, is the female organ. It's the number 3. It's the third down, 7 plays to go. It showed me the female organ, the passageway to the 2 egg zones. Not the end zones, the egg zones. There's 2 egg zones on there. Um, Here's another piece that Cynthia did.
Yeah, see, I find in studying nature, you see like the common pattern of the spiral.
Right.
You
The
know, that
Fibonacci.
that is a teacher in nature, and then I feel like a lot of the stuff that we create as humans, we're copying stuff that we inherently know, but some of us might be unaware of what we're creating.
Well,
So
I
like with
started.
that 3, how you showed it had basically the female organ in it. I mean, I think that's on purpose. It's not there by mistake. It was
Oh, it's
designed
all
that
on
way to
purpose.
teach us something.
Well, that's like the B being the second letter in the alphabet. If you look at the uppercase B, it's actually the pregnant woman. Is how I view it.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
P.
and it's also a 13.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the Vatican doors. Anybody ever see it? Whoop.
Uh-oh.
Wow. I'm just at. This is the Vatican doors.
Right.
2468, 2468, 88 Trump, 88 constellations, and then you have this. This is you putting on Abraham and Isaac coming together. It's a generator. You can see the plug-in. Do you know how I designed this? This is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I connect this over here. I'll show you how. Just give me a second. 1 and 6. So far, so good.
Uh-huh.
4 and 3. So far, so good. 4 and 3. Hold on. 3 and 4 and 5 and 2. So what I do is I connect it here, the corner of 1 to the corner of 6 to the corner of 1 to the corner of 6. So I connect 1 and 6, 7, the lower house and the upper house. Okay. Sorry. I connect 7 and 6 and 4 and 3, 13 and 7. And I went ahead and I connected that right here. And that's how I connected the Vatican doors. So this is what they're telling me. So I can't connect over here. So in this scenario, what is not touched is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 not touched in here out of the total of 16. That means 7 connects. And the other part of that is right here. This is the same thing as what I just showed you. This and this is the same. 3 with 4, 6 with 7. You see the way it creates a box? 7 and 13, your lower and upper world. This has to do with the 1-2-1-2 moons and the Mayans, the 7 and the 13. The Mayan is all about 7s and 13s. All about, so we can bring back history with this. I'm just going through a whole bunch of more pictures before we end it. It's late enough.
I'm starting to wonder about something. Like we shut down that live earlier after we did the big stuff. Like I'm starting to wonder if I can amplify. I'm gonna start working on that. Because I looked at the Schumann resonance on my birthday, this thing which was off the chart.
What is the Schumann resonance? What are the numbers for the Schumann resonance?
For what day?
Oh, it changes. Is there a number that it goes in between?
I'm not real sure. I was just like something popped up on it, and like that thing was like it went psycho on my birthday, and I was like, but I was in a really good mood, and I was just like I was like big in some numbers that day. And that was when everybody was actually playing in the snow and thing. No, it didn't snow. It was snow about 4 days before. The ace. The B.
Every single ace card is telling you something different. Now, when you look at that, this is what you have to look about the ace. 1 moon, 2 moons, central moon connect. 1 moon, 2 moons, central moon connect. 47 and 45, Donald Trump, right? But this is not only 92. This is also 62. This is also 65. When you see a 2, you can look at it as a 5. When you see a 6 or a 9, it's a 6 or a 9. You can do all the combinations. This 2 is going to be the duck. This is Donald Trump, this one over here. This is all Donald Trump, all of this.
It's 18. It's also 11, too.
It's 11 and 18, and it's ironic that in the game, in French, they say R for 18. They say R for roi, for king. And then they go K for king. They put them together. The 11 and the 18, they put together because they split apart the house. It's the center for the 2468, and it's the center for the 1739. So that's where your 11 comes in. How about this? How about a little suspension?
Yeah, and the leap year is when they play the Joker.
Oh, I love that because I that's the 4-3.
Trump.
That's that 4-3-2 vortex that I did with the pyramid.
Well, okay. I'd have to see it. I don't remember.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, when you can read the numbers, you can pretty much read the script.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much out there right in your face, especially if you can read it.
I got this from the game that Isis played with Osiris to Resurrecting. But then I also learned that, like,
Can you follow this?
Yeah, I ended up with 1776 somewhere else too.
But do you see what's going on here? Can you read what's going on? Look at Einstein, 28, 39, 28.
Yes.
The 1-3-1 cycle, the 13, 31, 13 cycle, Jacob's ladder.
Yeah, I see
The
it.
28, 39, 28, 7, 8, 24, 6, 28, 7, 15, 24, 28, 38, 39, and 28. They're both the same. Then the 20.
When it comes to things like that, I also know about a little something else about that too. That I can show you through my books and my other numbers that I do.
Well, if you bring it up for next time, because we're closing.
Yeah. This
But if I show you something, then you can bring something up. Oh, here's something to look at. This is the scary part. This is French.
I don't speak French, but I can still follow it.
But I'm going to tell you one
I can
thing.
still follow
This
what it's saying.
This is when Madame Curie come in. Okay, they understood. They went through the Mercury understanding and the polonium, and this is when all of a sudden you had the polio that came up all of a sudden from nowhere. And then this guy was taken out in 2006. 2006 was the same year they took Pluto out. They took Pluto out. They understand the polonium, Pluto. They took this guy out of life. They took Pluto out of life at the same time. Look at that number, 210. That's the cube gets replaced with the isotope radioactive. I put it in French for some people.
Plutonium P235.
Then you have this. These are all on my page. A, B, and R resident, right? The R resident, the 18th. Okay. I didn't have to go anywhere else because once you got to C, it's 6 times 3 equals to the 18. So that's your resident. And when you see resident, right? If you put the P in it, it becomes president. It creates the half-life to the resident. When you see the S and I, that is your birth and your cycle for the moon. I mean, it's exactly the same cycle. Go ahead.
That's your 432. Because this is the 369432. The 369432. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing I painted.
yes. And how
Yeah,
you get
found
this,
at your local McDonald's.
and how you get this right here is simply like I said. I like Egyptian stuff. I mean, I'm like real big into it. Well, I mean, obviously we
Me
probably
too.
So can you explain how you got each of those numbers in there? And after that, we're gonna end it. Even if we're a million people here, I'm just a little.
right. Yeah, I got you. I understand. What I did is like I understand that like when Tesla did his math, there's a number that's missing. It's not just 369. There's a number that's missing.
Explain it.
In order to get back, 369 is a constant repeating number. In order for 369 to get back to 3, it has to go to 12.
Right, but that's the first level. You have to go minimum into the 40s. The cycle, okay, is 48 months. That's
Right
a
there.
basic cycle.
Right there, 48. You got
Right.
12 to the fourth. 12 is 48.
Right.
That right there brings you back to 4, 8, 12.
Right. So you have to do this
once-
for 16 years.
You'd have to.
You have to do
and
it for 16 years to do
then it's
this.
4. Yeah, it's 4, 3, 2. Well, the one right there. I mean, but it's 4, 3, 2 because you get 4. You got 4 runs. 4 runs, the third run, the second run,
Yeah, so that's going to be 10, 10, 10, 10. So what I think you might be missing, and I don't know if I sat down and we did this, I can open up a live and make it private, is what is missing is when you create your 3, it's a 6 and 6, it's a 5 and 7, it's a 4 and 8, it's a 3 and 9. You have to know how you have to create. When you create your 6, it's a 1 and 5, it's a 2 and 4, it's a 3 and 3, it's a 9 and 6 for your 6. When you create all your numbers, there's other numbers that go in, so there's a thickness going in. So if you show me what you think is missing, I'll take a look. Back it up 1, 2, 3 right there, right? Your 1, 2, 3 there, that's your ABC beginning. Regardless of what you get there. Once your 1, 2 comes together with 3, that's your 3, 6, 9 right there. Multiply it by 3, multiply everything by 3. You multiply it by 4 to find the other side. So you're going to have to tell me exactly what's going on in here. 3, 6, 9. I see that.
Right there,
Don't move for a second.
Hold on. Try to get back. I'm safe. There it is. And the way my head was working, because this is sound wave. This is Pythagoras' perfect fifth or perfect sixth, whichever one it was. Can't remember which one it is. This is all based off of Pythagoras' perfect harmony of 4 3 of the perfect perfect. I think it's perfect fifth. I have to look it up again. But it goes like the 12 3, and then it comes back over here. Then you get to 12. You get to 12 and 12, which is 24, which is 6. Then you get the 12 3, which is 12 12 12, which is 36, which is 9. Then you come over here to get the 48. The 4 to 8 is 12, and then it's a constant repeating cycle with the 8 as the infinite, which it's a constant repeating cycle, and it actually sits inside the pyramid. like inside, not on the
Yes.
So
outside.
this,
Yeah,
what
see,
you
I've drawn this so many times too. The pyramid is a great template. The
Yes,
zodiac, the pyramid,
it sits
and the
inside.
cube all connect.
Yes, it sits inside.
We're given all of our shapes so we can connect them.
can you
And then
separate
when you
them? I
do
want to
this
show you
physically
something.
outside of yourself, you can do it inside yourself.
And I mean, I even added the octaves, like, you know what I'm saying? Because these are the, you know what I'm saying? Because the pyramid's really 8-sided. That's where the eight
Yes.
comes from, because it's really 8-sided. It's not 4.
Well, there's
Yeah, it shows
different
you the
kinds of
4-spoke.
pyramids.
It shows you the 8-spoke wheel
Right,
for the
and it's
zodiac for the pit stops.
right, and each one of these, if now consider this. Consider this: if you created a harmonic resonancy and you aimed it right here in these little octaves, what it does is it creates a sound tunnel on all 4
Yeah,
sides.
like a vortex.
Yes,
Yes.
the vortex.
Yeah, and see the pyramids connect beneath the earth. They're using the crystal grid upon the earth,
Right,
and it
and that's
plays a large role in how we get here.
this is how we reawaken it.
Yeah, and see, you can't see with your visible eyes what it is doing, but it is active.
Right, it's 100%.
It's been active the whole time. People keep thinking it needs to be reactivated, and you reactivate it also within your mind and how you connect.
That right there, because, like, I mean, now if we look at it a certain time of year, if you look at the pyramid, it actually gets like a cloud, a single cloud that forms right over the top of it that looks like this.
Yeah, that's the zodiac. The zodiac circle is
Yes.
what helps activate the Stargate, because
Yes.
the Grand Pyramid is pertaining to the Stargate, and the Stargate is the zodiac. But keep in mind, you're the zodiac, you're the Stargate, you're the portal.
These are the stars. These are the stars. These are the stars. They fit in it.
See, and you got Aquarius right there underneath. I saw
Yes.
Aquarius.
Right there. That's the Aquarius right there. And it fits
Yeah, now
inside.
each star is named, and each star is also numbered, so they carry a frequency, and they are dot to dot connected to create
No,
character.
it's funny that you said dot to dot connected. It is funny that you said that, because look, that's the dots that connect it. I drew.
Yeah, and see your freckles on your body, that's your star charts as well. You literally have maps on your body, your skin. That's why they're called angel kisses, and a lot of people have forgotten these kind of things, and that's why we're here to help remind them.
I don't, like I said, I get this stuff while I'm wide awake.
This. Oh yeah, stop here.
Yeah,
I want to
that's
see
great.
this for a second. Stop here. I want to see that. Just leave it. Okay. Now this one. Now bring back the other one. No,
This?
the other one.
The
Yes,
star?
yes. Put them next to each other, please.
Yeah, it sits on top of it. That's the
No, I don't
cap.
want it on top of it.
No,
I
I'm
want it
saying,
next to it. These
that's
are
the
not
cap.
the same. One of them on the right should be larger, and it's Abraham. That's the 14 by 14. The other one
Right.
is the 13 by 13, because this splits in the heart. They're not the same. They're completely
Right.
different. They're ribs.
They sit on that sits it caps the it
Well,
caps
it
it.
can't. No, it can't. It can't. It doesn't
No,
go
this
that
is-
way.
Well, that's what it was. That in my
It
head.
has to
That's
be
how.
set off to the side of it. It has to be on the side of it. That center is not the same. It can't go on top. You're not allowed. It's a completely different one. On square paper, you'll see why. The one with the straight lines across, that'll be a 14 by 14. It'll be a 12 by 12. It'll be a 10 by
Somebody
10.
said we're incomplete Stargate.
This one here is a 13 by 13, an 11 by 11, a 15 by 15, whichever one you want. The other one in your hand has to be a 10, 12, 14. It has to sit to the right side, to the left side, but it'll always be offset. If you're working with
Right.
square paper, you won't be able to do this. What you have here right now is you have a heart valve. This one has a heart valve. When you draw these lines, you're creating a separation of 4 area spaces to the heart.
Right.
You're going to run seagulls all the way through this one. On the other one, you will not.
That's where these numbers come into play. That's
Right.
where the numbers fit.
This is the train tracks on that one. That's the train tracks. These are all the train tracks. You can put that one up against Monopoly.
Huh.
This is Monopoly. This is the train tracks. How many to get to the center?
10.
So, okay, that's funny you did 10 because there's a separation between 7 and 10. And I'm looking for 7. You have 10. So that's funny. One, two, hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, that's 10. So actually, what?
I counted the center. I didn't know if you want me to count the center.
No,
but I
so
counted
it's actually 9 1 9 1 9 1. You've actually connected the other side. I don't even know if we can have a 10, but now that you're saying this and I see the split with the 8, now your other one can go on top of this one because it's not the same thing anymore. This one is 19, but see this one's a 19. The other one's not a 19. Your other one will be an 18 or a 20. Do you follow me? The odd number versus the even number, they cannot sit on top of each other. Not on square paper. You see, look, I'm going to just show you this.
Right.
Look. This and this can't sit on top of each other. It's either the dot's going to go here or the dot's going to go here.
I see.
This is 1 3 5 7 9. This is 1 3 5 7 9 line or 2 4 6 8 dot. If you were counting by the Mayans, the 2 dot, the 1 line is 5, the 2 dot is 2, you would have 12. When you're counting this way, you split everything in half.
Let's see. I understand. Okay.
Cynthia, did you see what the trustee asked you or spoke to you? Were you speaking to him?
Yeah, I was writing in because they had mentioned about not having certain aspects of the zodiac. So how could they be complete? Well, you need to understand your body is the zodiac from head to toe. Your body beginning in Aries, okay, and then the 2 fishes are your feet for Pisces. That's the Lord's Prayer as well. So that prayer is teaching you about the zodiac and how you embody the zodiac, the cosmos, from the macrocosm to the microcosm. So it's basically showing you the cosmos outside of yourself that is also inside of yourself.
Right. So when you go to
Everything
Pisces,
is connected. There's no walls. There's no disconnect. Everything is connected. And I'm sharing this because they were saying something about being incomplete, but we are literally complete from beginning. But with respects to the salts, we lack 3 finished salts. And that's our job as a man upon the land, to find those. And you find those with your diet. And your body naturally knows what you need, so it'll crave what you need. And that's communication with your body.
So when we're talking about Pisces 1 and 2, I like to talk about Pisces like this: 1 and 2, Pisces, bringing the ace back into formation in itself, whether that's through us or whether that's through the astrology. Like we could put 1 and call it Aries, and then Taurus split apart. Or I can just take Pisces and put the 2 moons, the ace letter that splits everything up between the 2 houses, and then the singular moon that brings everything back together. We have Aries over here, and then we have the 2 Pisces over here, the 2 fish over here, connecting it together.
And there's one way I can show you something else that deepens this.
Okay, I'm going to put you on. Show it to us. After that, we're done.
We'll do that on a separate live.
Okay. So
because there's another name involved, other than the other name that we other than the other thing that whatever we figured out today. Other than that name, there's another one that's involved, and it takes you all the way back to the beginning, very beginning, the very, very beginning.
So just to end it up, I'm just going to explain this. The Vatican doors were opened up. The Vatican doors had 8 and 8 doors, 88 constellations, 88 Trump, 88 purple for royalty. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 8 times 8 is 64. 6 and 4 is 10 is 1 equals to 17. 1 times 7, 7. 1 plus 7, 8. We have 8 here and 8 here connected with 7 of 8 connected with 7 of 8. This is Isaac and Abraham coming into the room, generator. On the 19th and the 20th, when they shut down TikTok and left everybody gasping for air, it was like an air pocket. And when you drop the air pocket, they were able to pull off the generator and then switch it back up again between the two sides. The 19th and the 20th is what is like first and seconds. If you look at the numbers 18, 19, and 20, the 18 can be a 9. Sorry, the 18 can be equated as a 9, but it can be 10, 8, or it can be 10 minus 8 equaling to B2. Then you get 19. 10 and 9, 19. 10 minus 9 is 1. And then you get the 20 is 2. So you're saying BAB, like in Babylon, dividing of the flux capacitor and opening up and shutting the doors. It's the first time that you're going to, sorry, it's the second time that you're going to get a TH with inside the house. The TH inside the house is when you begin at 10, or Capricorn, and then you have the 11 or the Aquarius. When you have the 10 again inside the house, you have it at 19, okay, and you have it at 19, and then you have it at, just give me a second, 19 Aquarius over here, 1 and 2, and then you get it at 20th. It becomes TH. What I'm saying is TH is that the teacher, okay, starts with a T and an H, it says teach. When you begin at 4th, okay, and then the 20th, you have 17 area spaces. And on that day, 170 million people went down. And 17 and 17 is a separation between two gates. If you want to see where we can find this, you go over to the game of roulette, and they'll show you that when you put a chip down between two area spaces, you get paid 17 to 1. When you go to the window and use 4 area spaces, you get 8 to 1. When you go directly on an area space, it's 35 to 1. And that's 8. That becomes your 888. All the games are giving us dictation. Yeah, I'm going to put you up there. Let's see. Okay, you're going to explain that. I'm going to go for a little water.
This is how the sacred numbers of 345 in Egypt end up to be 369. And it opens this.
Yes,
but
3 times 3 is 9. 3 by 4 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 3 by 5 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6. I can show you the binary that goes with that rotates in that formation.
Brings it to this. This brings it to the perfect square of a 45.
I have to understand that. Can you explain it to everybody?
Yeah. So like when you come up with the 345 and 369, the pyramids were said to have been built off the vibration of the earth, 369 and 345. And this is how it get. Now if you look at that number that we found in the pyramid, the 147589, right? Or 147582, right? Now I just caught this just now. When you stack these on top of each other, you get 10, 13, 16. So you get 147. There's the beginning of it right there.
Yeah, and see, that's our calendar. 147
Right.
is our calendar that we're operating on right now.
Right. And then you have
under the Gregorian calendar.
Right. 5, 8, 9.
Which, keep in mind, they've put a patent on that calendar.
We can even go 8.
Because it's a hybrid calendar, but really it's the stars, so no one can patent.
But patent
that calendar.
But if you Fibonacci sequence the 369, it comes up to the 423. That's how you get your 423. So then when you put it into the spiral, when you break it all the way down, starting with your 3 in the center, it comes all the way around, which it comes to the moon, 18. Then you have the 12, which is actually the hanged man, which is the vibration of man. the 15. 15 is what? I can't remember what the 15 was. But then it comes up to the 30 and the 15. The 30 and the 15 are the most two important, which brings it to the, you know what I'm saying? They come up to the 45. That's the 45. Boom. Because if you take 3, 4, and 5, if you put those together, you take, because I'm a carpenter too. So if you pull 3 foot, 4 foot, in between that'll be 5 foot. That's how you know you got a perfect square.
Wow, say that again.
If you in building or anything like that, if you pull 3 foot, then you pull 4 foot, and if you measure in between those into a triangular form like this,
Right.
you'll have 5 foot. That shows that that shows it's a perfect square.
Okay, and that was 3 feet and what feet?
3 foot, or it's called the 3-4-5 rule.
Okay, so measure that again. I want to write it down. I want to see what it does to me.
Like you measure 3 foot,
Right.
4 foot, and in between that, as a triangle like this, will be 5 foot. It'll be like this. It'll be like 3 foot, 4 foot, then it'll be 5 foot.
Okay, so that would be 4 times 1.25 to draw that angle. That's the only way I can see it. The other way, when you're doing it with threes, I can't explain. I'm a little too tired.
Right. No, I got you. Like we can work on that another day, brother. We can work on that another day.
You've got some. I'll tell you
Listen,
one. This is
It's this
amazing
energy
stuff.
right here. Cynthia knows if she knows anything, she knows it's that energy right there that does this. I can go for. I'm a workhorse. That's what that is. I'm a workhorse.
That's everything. You can't. First of all, when you say man, it's animal and man in one.
Right.
That 51 is everything. The 51 is everything. It's everything. It's everything. It's 9, 5, and 1. If you would change all the numbers here, you know what the numbers would look like? It would be 1 here. Can you see my calculator?
Yes.
So if we change the numbers in here, this will be 1, this will be 5. You know what this will be?
What's that?
This will be 1. This will be, sorry. This one will be 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. Like
That's
above
Scrabble.
is below. If you just take away, because they showed us all the schematics of creation, that's why they put this here. Otherwise, all you have to do is 1, 5, 1. 3 is going to connect over the 4. And then this one is going to connect over here. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be 10, 5, 10. 105, 105, the hand of God, all the way around. We don't need all these numbers. This is a schematic that goes along with this.
Cynthia, 47 is my motorcycle. If I'm a 74, my motorcycle is my motorcycle's the 47. It's the beast. It is. It's a beast.
Yeah, I was showing how Jesus, if you do, okay, so this is a gematria group for people who have just joined. And if you do your ABCs with Jesus, you'll see that it's number 74, which a 4 is a 4 and a 7 is a 7. And if you put 74 through the mirror, you'll get your 47 beast. And that is where you get your 1111, which is your 22 go. So you get your Jesus and your beast. They're a 2-for-1 deal. It's your black and white. That's why your Christ was a lamb and a goat. White lamb and a black goat.
This
talking about the yin yang.
It's funny that you say that, because this right here, in the my first name has 5 letters. Okay, the middle of it is the letter N. Okay, and if you cut a lowercase n in half, this is how I got this. It becomes RR.
Yeah, for rest and relaxation.
Yes, yes. And also the
N 18 and 18, 9 and 9, 99 Jupiter.
Or if you look at the N and I in Egyptian, it's 11.
You want to see something crazy?
Yes, I do.
We've done it. I just thought it's now because although we've been talking about Jesus Christ as being 77 and being 74, when you go to gematria scale of 7, J is 3, E is 5, SUS is 666.
Yeah, that's the carbon footprint of man. Like, you got to have that. You have to have that. That's what I'm saying. I have another set of numbers that I can show you, and that he is the incarnation of someone else. I know. I've been all the way back to the front. I know where it started. I know. Like, I know where it started. I know the first name. I know the name that where it started before his name, before thousands of years before he came along. Thousands of years before he came
Well,
along.
of course it is, because this thing is 3,000 years old, and Jesus was only here at the 2,000 year mark, and it says Jesus on it.
And the
It
way you
says Messiah, it says Muhammad.
that's the reason I had to, the reason it was weighted till till 44 is because that's 11 years from 33. Like, my biggest fear has been my biggest fear is every dream I have, I'm fucking, people are mean. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice. It's not okay.
Forget about anybody else. Let's stick to the script. We don't have to don't waste your energy on the garbage.
That part.
Everybody is what they are. We can't.
Well, it's not the new. It's not the new people. It's the old people. The dreams come in the old. The dreams go backwards. Being awake goes forwards.
So Cynthia, you marked magnetic and electric, right? So are those the real initials for magnetic and electric? Because that also says lame. That also says AM. It also says male inside the word. So if you're talking about male as being electric and magnetic, it actually works out because it's the male electronic moon. So what you wrote there absolutely makes sense.
Someone had mentioned Emmanuel, which Emmanuel is also pertaining to the manual.
Yes.
Okay, the manual.
Then it's not automatic.
So, a manual is like a book that has
like a guide.
instructions.
You want to see the spirit destiny?
Yeah, and then you got the MA for magnetic. Always it's going to represent magnetic for feminine, and then the L for electric. But at the same time, there's two sides to every story, so they flip. The magnetic can be the masculine, and the electric can be feminine.
You ready to see the spirit
and we
destiny?
see that story with the coin.
There you go. Here's the spirit destiny.
Yeah, and then Melchizedek, he has a deck, which that takes us back to the cards of 52, and the cards have been around for a very long time.
Right. And did you want a screenshot of that?
I got one. I want to see it again.
Yeah,
you go too fast. You got to go slow. Let's go slow. Show us that picture. Explain that picture.
This is the spirit destiny.
Okay, now I'm just going to explain. Before you go on, I'm just going to tell the people something. Number 27, our base creation is 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 equals to what is 9 and 18, 27. The 13 and the 14 that you see there, the alphabet divides between 13 and 14, and so does the sun and everything else at 13.5. 13.5 brings on the orange ball and pull, igniting the yellow and the red in this situation. So you can see what's going on in here, right? Okay, continue on.
If she says 918's her code, well, hopefully she ain't the one that stabbed me. What this does is this right here. What this is the breakdown of the full cardinal coordinates, and what it brings you to is the actual true harmonic frequency of the natural heart. Is 594.
Okay, do you know something that's funny? That's so funny. That's so funny. Do you know what's next after that? Do you know what's next after that? After 594? It's 948.
Yeah, or not, well, there's 9 there, and then you got 495 down here too, though, at the bottom, which is the stick, which is where the reason, and I put it in red. I just drew it this way. Something told me to draw it this way.
Yeah, red's a good color.
Right. That's because this is what
red is for protection. Well,
this is what was stabbed into the heart. That's why that's why it has the heart frequency. And the manifestations of 3, 6, and 9.
You mean the heart of the area? Continue. When you say something stabbed in something, you have to put it towards the heart of the paper or something. Don't just leave it out like that for hanging.
Part of the paper. Got you.
Right.
Okay. And it breaks down to that. That's what this, because that is the natural frequency of what's in our chest, and then it all breaks down to like this.
I have to see north. Okay, north. 5, 6, 9, 2, 8, 1. So with this north, we're going to run a binary with this, okay? Just stay there for a second. The binary on this north is 1, 1, 1, 2, 0. The binary on the south is 2, 1, 2, 2, 0. The east is going to be 0, 0, 2, 2. The west is going to be 2, 1, 2, 2. Would you like me to explain this to you? You did
Huh?
reduction in the letters. The N
Yes.
is the 14th letter. You did a single reduction, put a 1 there. The O is
Yes.
the 15th letter. You did a single reduction, put a 1 there. The R is the 18th letter. Do a single reduction, put a 1 there. The T is the 20th letter. Put 2 of them reduction. When you put 1, you talk about the Earth moon. When you put 2, you talk about the Mars moon. When you put 1, president's office, you talk about the lunar moon. When you put 2, a president that stood 2 roots, you talk about the 2. Donald Trump becomes the 101 or the 1 and 3, partly to do between him and Musk. They create what is Jacob's ladder. What's going on right now to the 88 constellations? They're working with each other, and
Right.
nothing for your benefit. Another thing is Halloween. Okay, is not for you. Halloween is for the machine.
Well, so that's the thing though, is I know that's what I'm here for, because with the stars being these stars are in my possession. They're physically in my possession. They're there. They came. They're there. I can. There's things that I know I can do, that I do, that I don't speak on, that I know I can do.
You don't
And I
change
and
it. Don't change it. When you get back to north again, don't change
yeah.
it. When you
Sorry.
get back, go to the left. Go to the left.
Hmm.
Okay. You see, you marked 1 north, right?
Hmm.
If you're going to go now, you didn't mark anything to do with the half area space, northeast or northwest, right? Just so when you did that, right, you did it separately, right? Now, shouldn't that be in half area, like a 1.52, 2.53? You gave it its own zone, which
You break it down how you want. I just broke it down how I would understand it, because this right here is all that Chaldean goes to as well.
right, right. So it has to be more understood that you may
I
have
I
8 areas. You may
right.
have 8 areas, but we also
I
have
just
to.
I break it down. I break it down. Sometimes some things I break down using both charts, because once I figured that out, because when I went all the way back to the beginning of this, of the inside of me, of what created me, what was able to make me be here. When I went back to the first of that, I understood a very important principle. And when I did that, that's where that goes. But I can't speak any further on that. I can't, not yet.
So
I can speak.
I'm gonna help you explain. I'm gonna explain it to you. Just go back to the left a little bit. Just how the no to the left of your paper. Yeah, okay. So when you're looking at this, you have 4 basics: north, east, west, and south. So when you look at your calculator, right? Right, when you look at the calculator, 8 and 2 and 4 and 6, those are your basics. Everything else, the 7, the 9, the 3, and the 1 is your in between.
Mhm.
Each one is in a different realm. 7, 9, 3, and 1 are in one area. 4, 6, 8, and 2 are another one. They're not the same, right? They're separated from each other. And now you broke everything up into 8 parts, 8 by 45. That's a Fox passageway, 45. The other thing about this is um, you're just, okay, you're moving it. Every time you're moving, I'm getting dizzy. So if you want to talk about the 5 letters, you're going to talk about Isaac. You're going to talk about there's a heart to it. If you're going to talk about 4 letters, it's going to be a window. When you're talking about 1 word, you're talking about the Earth moon. When you're talking about 2 words, we're now going to talk about the Mars moons, right? The 1 word, the 2 words, the 3 words association. They did the same thing in hockey. In hockey, there's 32 teams, and there's only a few teams without the letter S at the end. telling me they're not connected to both the upper and the lower worlds. There's a lot of things going on in baseball, hockey, football, soccer, darts, and every other sport. And even with the north, south, east, and west, that says news, right?
Right. 100%. Yeah, I have that in. I have that written in Latin. I have
Yeah,
that
so
written
that
in.
one S breaks everything in half.
That's like people don't understand. Like people saying like for entertainment purposes means mind control.
Right? And when you go to east, the ST splits everything. And when you go to west, it splits everything. First and last is east and west, splitting everything up. North and south is time heaven. It begins only at fourth, where you get a north and a south. From fourth all the way to 20th, and that becomes the teacher. The T alone is almost like saying eight. You don't have to add on the H when you say eighth. When you say 18th, you don't have to add on the T again. The 8 already comes with the T.
I'm about to die. My throat's hurting.
Yeah, so we're gonna end it now. I'm a little tired, and we're all hurting. So let's come back here tomorrow and see what we can
It
do.
was a great powwow, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks
it's a
for
great
powwowing
tower. I'm
it
just
up.
gonna show you what you just showed me. The 594. Here's the
Ting the
rotation.
bell before we leave.
Oh yeah, okay.
No.
Class dismissed. Bing.
Literally, that's awesome. Yes, I love it.
So we did that. Yeah. So just when you spoke about your not 594 and your 948, here's your
Yes.
binary rotation.
Oh, it's already there. It's there. It's in there.
So if you take a look, it happens again here. It happens here. It happens here. It happens here. It happens. The 948 happens here.
Well, those are the ones that those are all the those are the lives that the like when you look at these numbers like that and you break it down like that, see what are when I read it that those are the ones that they unaliving.
So this one over here has the repeat of 495. This one doesn't. But what this does, right, is 8 and 7, 6, 4 and 8, 3, 9 is 9. 9, 6, 3. 9, 3, 6. 9, 6, 3. Now, when you do it crisscrossing, it becomes 8, 7, 3. But then we have to double it up. And then you go 7, then you go 5, and then you go 6. And then you go 1, and then you go 5, and then you go 3. 1, 5, 3 is the sun. There's a sun pass over here. Something that's split up and divided. Anytime you get 1, 5, 3, like 300, like when you go to get the 153 fish, which is 3 times 51, understanding where all these numbers fit. 153 is huge. It divides everything up, right? So anyways, I can't go anymore. I just have
Yes, sir.
We
Thank
have to
you,
turn the off
everybody.
switch.
If you'd like to help out and support the channel, you can find the link in my page. For those of you who have never seen this before, Cynthia does a ton of stuff on the astrology. She does numerology, but she probably doesn't think she does. Forbidden does a whole bunch of numerology. I'm not sure if he knows he does astrology at the same time, but it all fits together. I just do algorithms and I find games, and everything comes from games. I'm just trying to see what else there is. There's just so much stuff, and everything connects together. If you want to go to my YouTube channel, I got 12,000 videos spanning over the last 14 years. I've been doing this for 20 years. I look a little weirded out. When I first began, I had no idea what I was doing, but today I absolutely know what I'm doing. So peace and love, everybody. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, much appreciated. I have to pick up my other computer.
Bye,
Take
everybody.
good night, Cynthia. Good night, Forbidden. Tomorrow.